Hey, everybody. Welcome into a very, very special live to honor Kyron Horman, the 15th year anniversary of his disappearance. Welcome into Missing PNW Crimes Revisited, everybody. I am Samantha. It is Wednesday, June 4th, 2025. I hope everybody is having a great Wednesday. Thank you all for coming in. Thank you for supporting Kyron and his family. 15 years is too long, but we know justice is coming. It's unbelievable how much new information has came out this last year on the Kyron Horman case. And I am so happy to be here to be able to bring that to you, be able to bring, everything there is to know about Kyron, his disappearance, who law enforcement has been focusing on for the past 15 years, to show you new news clips that Desiree and Kaine Horman, or Desiree Young and Kaine Horman, those are Kyron's parents, have had many interviews. We're going to be going over those. And I've got so many old news clips. I enjoy the news clips because old and new tell a story, especially when they are news clips coming from the parents. Let me get to chat. Who's all in the house? Pretty Assessor, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you so much. Sarah Suspicious came in today. She said that she would be able to be our moderator for today. That is awesome because this is going to be a long live. We're starting here in the Pacific Northwest at 1 p.m. and there is a special 30-minute show that airs at 6:30 p.m. this evening, and it's going to be mind-blowing. I'm excited to see this 30-minute news report or special that they have done on Kyron, because emails that have never been shown before are going to be shown on this show tonight. Are they the emails that Terri Horman wrote to Kyron's teacher about his doctor's appointment that never existed? Are these the emails that could be hate emails that Terri Horman wrote to Kyron's stepbrother's stepmom? We do not know. Is it some other email that I don't even know about? All I know is it has to do with Kyron's case, and I'm super excited. So please, please, please stay with us here today because new news will be coming. And thank Sarah for being here for our all-day live today. I really appreciate you, hun, so much. Who else do we got here? Rizzo is in the house. Thank you so much for coming in, hun. And we also have Eve also here, always sharing Kyron lives, Kyron and Michael lives, just everything from this channel. I truly do appreciate you. Sharing is what gets these missing children's faces out there, and it's so very important, and you don't even know how much I appreciate you sharing, hun. Thank you for coming in. Kelly is here. So good to see you. I'm so looking forward to, bringing information about Kyron's case to so many. I hope people come in and out throughout the day. I do know that the news reporter that I spoke with, Shelby, she'll show up sometime today in chat. She's going to stop by and say hi. My video that I did with her, my news report that I did with her, my interview, came out yesterday on video. I'll also be sharing that. Many of you guys have not seen my face other than my picture, but you will today. And it's a great piece. She really focused on what social media is doing for Kyron Horman. She shared my Facebook group. She talked about my live streaming. And then, of course, Norm Frink, who was the first prosecutor on Kyron's case, actually talks about whether or not he believes somebody out there knows what happened to Kyron. Throughout the day, Sarah will be sharing Kyron Horman's Facebook group. That is my Facebook that I run. I would love to have you guys over at Kyron Horman Case Revisited and Discussions. It's where we have discussions. A lot of my information about Kyron. If you want to find an abundance of information about Kyron, I am telling you, my Facebook has it all. If you are new to Kyron's case, you can also read the book Boy Missing, The Search for Kyron Horman, written by Rebecca Morris. Rebecca Morris sat and talked with Desiree Young for, I want to say it, a year or two, maybe even 3 years. I'm not sure, but they took the time, Rebecca, to get to know Desiree, get to know the family, talk to certain people, to write the book. Information that's in that book is absolutely mind-blowing. I have the full episode, 2 full episodes of Terri Horman on the Dr. Phil show. And if you guys want, we can watch that. I also have the full episode of Desiree Young at Crime Fest Northwest in August of 2024, where she talks about the new pictures of Kyron being on burner phones that Dede and Terri Horman had the day that Kyron disappeared. All right. I'm just looking to see if anybody else is here. I just want to read something. Now, this is a timeline from the very, very beginning of the day and how Terri Horman said that it went, how law enforcement thought it had went right in the beginning. That day, June 4th, 2010, the day that Kyron Horman vanished from Skyline Elementary School in Portland, Oregon, 15 years ago to today. Kyron Horman is so very special to me. I sat here, was watching the news, saw Kyron's face pop up, heard them talk about this missing 7-year-old boy who disappeared from his school. And I just saw his smile. I saw his glasses and his ears. And something about him. You know, in the beginning, as I watched, as I kept trying to learn what was going on in Kyron's case, just trying to stay familiar with it, whether or not he was getting found, whether anybody was the focus of law enforcement, something in my heart kept telling me, I need to do something. In the very beginning, I had gone up to the school. I wanted to search. I wanted to bring food. I wanted to do all those kinds of things, but they already had so many people out there searching. They already had so much water, so much food that I was actually turned away as far as doing that, because you can't have too many people searching at the same time, because those areas, you know, law enforcement needed to make sure that the people that were searching, you know what I mean? You get too many people out there searching, things get scrambled around and stuff. So you don't want that. But I made it there a little too late, so I wasn't able to do that. I still kept having this feeling I needed to do something for Kyron. I would drive around Sauvie Island. I would go up to the school. I would travel around the area, and still kept having this feeling I needed to do something. You know, honestly, while I was out there driving away, I thought, maybe Kyron will tell me where he is. You know, I just had this feeling I had to keep going. Well, throughout the years of that happening, I was sitting around the house during the pandemic, very bored. I wasn't visiting my children. I wasn't visiting my grandchildren. We were told not to leave the house, not to go anywhere. So we didn't. We hunkered down here at the house, except for, if we needed groceries or something, we would either order them and go pick them up, or we would go to the store to get groceries and come right back home. And during that time, I got so bored. I would constantly get on social media to find out about the pandemic and stuff. And while I was cruising through Facebook, I saw a discussion group for Kyron Horman. And I thought, oh, wow, yeah, I haven't, really looked into this for a year or so. So I get on there. I had always followed Kyron Horman World Soldiers. It was just a page that would post updates and stuff. But this was a discussion group where people were talking about Kyron, where people were actually finding out information and posting it in the group, things about Kyron's case. And then Terri Horman, which is Kyron Horman's stepmother, has a son named James, came into that group, offered to have a bunch of people come do case studies. I thought he was there for Kyron. Well, a lot of the other women that also started doing the case studies with James, I eventually found out these are not the people that I want to work with, and started my own Kyron Horman group. And I started investigating, researching, calling up Detective Tabor, which is the main investigator in Kyron's case. I, started reaching out to people who would come into my Facebook group. I made some amazing friends in my Facebook group for Kyron. I'm so blessed to have all of them a part of my life. Some will be here in chat today. A couple of them became my partners in researching. And I'm also very blessed to have met Kaylia and Heidi, two amazing researchers. Kaylia came in right about the time that I started looking into Terri and Dede, and all my other case studies did not go anywhere. Kaylia helped me debunk and find so many rumors and so much misinformation in Kyron's case. And we were able to do so many lives together to talk about that misinformation, to talk about the rumors, to talk about the people that are spreading the rumors, the lies, the disinformation, misinformation. It was insane. And after doing that, there came a time where we're like, wow, now we have it. Now we know and have a feeling that all these puzzle pieces were coming together. And from there, it was amazing, because I went from Kyron Horman Facebook group to, what? I'm going to start doing videos for Kyron. I'm going to go do videos up at the school. I'm going to go do videos at all of the different search areas that I know that they have searched for Kyron. I'm going to give people a bigger perspective of this area, teach people that Kyron Horman came up from Skyline Elementary School and there's a rainforest that sits behind it, that he lives on 5 acres worth of land, not in some little tiny neighborhood. He came up missing in a very, very country area, dense, just so in the middle of nowhere, kind of. When you're there, you feel like you're in the middle of nowhere, but then you can go north or south of there, find a freeway, and you're back in the city. But a rainforest. And that perspective brought so many people into Facebook group. It got so many people watching the videos that I was doing here on YouTube. And then my husband and a couple of my friends, why don't you start doing lives? I'm like, oh, no. I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that. I can't do that. I can't talk. But here I am doing live streams. And then because the Kyron Horman Foundation sponsored Michael Vaughn I was able to take on his case. I was able to take on his case, look through it, do research, talk about him, work closely with Brandy Vaughn and the family and other partners working on Michael Vaughn's case. So I'm truly blessed to be here today. I love telling my story because I never thought I would be here today. And after meeting Desiree, speaking with Doug Bishop at Kyron's vigil, being a part of Monkey's Army, I feel like I have a bigger job to do for missing children. Kyron Horman. Kyron Richard Horman was born to Desiree Young Kaine Horman on September 9th of 2002. Kyron was a 7-year-old American boy who disappeared from Skyline Elementary School in Portland, Oregon on June 4th, 2010, 15 years ago, after attending a science fair. Local and state police, along with the FBI, conducted a search and launched a criminal investigation 7 days after Kyron disappeared. Kyron's disappearance sparked the largest search and criminal investigation in Oregon's history, still to this day. Desiree Young Kaine Horman divorced 8 months into Desiree's pregnancy with Kyron. The two had been granted shared custody of Kyron until 2004, when Desiree was diagnosed with kidney failure. Kaine took over custody, but Desiree was still a very active parent in Kyron's upbringing. Kaine and Terri married in 2007, and in December of 2008, Terri gave birth to their daughter, Kiara. Meanwhile, Kyron was a student at Skyline Elementary School near Forest Park, and Forest Park is part of that rainforest that I just spoke about. Kyron was a happy boy. He loved his family. He looked forward to spending time with them. He loved school. Kyron was good at math, and he was so smart. He was shy and timid, but he had so many friends. He played soccer. He took swimming lessons. He loved to go fishing. He loved going to the beach and camping. He loved cars, just like his dad. He loved the Portland Zoo, and he loved tree frogs. Tree frogs was what he did his diorama on at the science fair at Skyline Elementary School the day he came up missing. That's what he did on June 4th, share his science fair project. He loved the song Abracadabra by the Stevie Miller Band and the song Fireflies by Owl City. On June 4th, 2010, Kyron was taken to Skyline Elementary School by his stepmother, Terri Horman, who stayed with Kyron while he attended the science fair at Skyline School. Terri stated that she left the school around 8:45 a.m. and that she last remembered seeing Kyron walking down the hall to his class. However, Kyron was never seen in his first class and was instead marked absent that day by his second grade teacher, Miss Porter. Terri's statements to the police indicate that after leaving the school at 8:45 a.m., she ran errands at 2 different Fred Meyer grocery stores until about 10:10 a.m. Between then and 11:40 a.m., she stated that she was driving her daughter around in an attempt to soothe the 18-month-old earache. She said that she had went to a local gym and exercised till about 12:40 p.m. By 1:21 p.m., she had arrived home and posted photos of Kyron at the science fair on Facebook. At 3:30 p.m., Terri and Kaine walked with their daughter to the bus stop to meet Kyron. The bus driver told them that the boy had not boarded the bus and to call the school. Terri called the school only to be informed by the school secretary that, as far as anyone there knew, Kyron had not been at school since early that day, that he had been marked absent at 10 a.m. Realizing then that Kyron was missing, the secretary of the school called 911. Kaine picked up their daughter and started rushing toward the Horman truck and drove to the school to look for Kyron. 6.5 hours gone. 6 hours, and no one knew Kyron was missing. We all know that the first few hours of a child missing is the most important hours, and law enforcement was called. They showed up at the school about 4:30 p.m. and the search for Kyron started there around the school. And when they couldn't find him around the school, about 7 p.m. is when the actual search and rescue for Kyron Horman started. If you have any information about Kyron Horman, please call 503-988-0560. Again, that is 503-988-0560. Any information about Dede Spicher and Terri Horman, please call the tip line 503-988-0560. What I just read, that was the timeline of the day of what they thought they knew. But I'm going to show you today what really happened that day. Where Terri actually went, I'm going to show you her lies. I'm going to show you her narratives. I'm going to let you see Desiree and Kaine, Kyron's parents, telling you what they believe happened to their son and how they believe that Terri Horman and her friend, Dede Spicher, not only are involved, but that now today, Desiree Young believes that Dede Spicher killed Kyron for Terri Horman. She believes that because of new pictures found of Kyron on burner phones that were used on June 4th, 2010 by Dede Spicher and Terri Horman. Those burner phones Dede thought she had destroyed. She threw them in a field, and she took law enforcement to those burner phones. Those burner phones have been with law enforcement for 15 years. And a few years ago, new technology was able to help law enforcement not only pull pictures of Kyron after the school, but a location, because we know pictures have a location on phones, and communication between Terri and Dede on those. Now, the pictures have never been released publicly, of course. We're not privileged to that information. We're not privileged to the communication. But this has started very new and recent activities in Kyron's case that is going to bring Kyron's case, I believe, to an arrest and closure. And Kyron will get justice, and Kyron's family will get justice. All right. Please, if you have any information about Kyron Horman, call Multnomah County Sheriff's Office at 503-988-0560. I was kind of going to just leave this up so we can see that today. Let me get over here to... Oh, wait a second. What did I just do? There we go. I want to get over here to my comment section. I'm a little long-winded, but I have lots of stuff to share today, so I will be talking a lot. There is a $50,000 reward. If you have any information concerning this case, please contact the Multnomah Sheriff's Office, 503-988-0560 or 1-800-THE-LOST, or you can contact your local FBI. All right, what do we got going on in the comments? Rachel, aka Hoodie and a Crowbar. Hoodie and a Crowbar, love it. I just found your channel. Thank you for giving the missing attention. We need to circulate the flyers and info. Absolutely. Sharing flyers, social media. You can grab one on Kyron from my Kyron Horman Facebook group. I just posted it today, and all of his information. If you would like to go over there and share Kyron's flyer with all of his information on it, and you can even copy and paste what I said, or you can just share my post from that group. Anything like that is amazing awareness. Pam Fogel is here. Thank you so much for coming in, hon. It's so good to see everybody here. All right. So I'm super excited about a few things today because I'm going to be watching some stuff I've never heard before. Like, I came in today because of my shoulder. I went to the hospital yesterday because I dislocated or something happened to my collarbone. They're talking about degenerative bone disease or something going on in the collarbone and shoulder area. I've got this bone sticking out of my chest right now and got x-rays and all the things. But I woke up this morning because they gave me muscle relaxers to take last night, and then I was just feeling a little loopy earlier when I got up, and then lots of things going on, having to share, this all over social media and everything else. So I didn't have a lot of time to get everything set up like I wanted to do today. So I went into YouTube and started looking, and I found so much new information coming out by the parents of Kyron, just interviews that they recently did for Kyron's 15th, anniversary of his disappearance. So we've got lots of stuff to watch. And then we're just going to talk throughout the day. If I see something that they say and I feel like, oh yeah, I got a clip, I can show you what else they said, like back in 2010 or earlier news clips to go with what they're saying now, I can do that. My computer is full of Kyron information. I've got screenshots, I've got videos, I've got old news clips, new news clips. We're going through everything. And the most exciting things that we'll be talking about today is how the DA, the FBI, the BAU, Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, and Gresham Police, all working together to digitize and compile Kyron's case and go through everything all over again. It's very exciting. So let's start with, did Kaine ever make a comment on Terri's leg injury or how Terri acted on the way to the school after they realized Kyron was missing? I've never heard him or Desiree ever talk about the injury to their leg, except for Desiree during the Crime Fest Northwest says that the injury on her leg is being used as a piece of evidence in Kyron's case. As far as Kaine talking about how Terri was acting, it's in my playlist that I have that I keep for Kyron on the YouTube, and we're probably going to be listening to an interview that I did hear him talk about. Oh, I remember. Okay, yeah, that's a recording that I have. I found this really old school 20-minute recording. Actually, Kaylia found it a while back ago, but I forgot that I had it and I found it. So, she wasn't acting any way that day. When he came home from work, he said she showed him picture of Kyron, that last picture of Kyron that I just had up, and was acting perfectly normal that day. So to him, she was just acting normal. I want to, let's share the screen, and we are going to go over a new interview with Kaine and Desiree. This is great, by the way. I have not seen them do an interview together in years and years, seriously. And I found multiple interviews by different news channels. So I'm very, very, very excited, and I'm watching this with you guys for the first time. So if I pause, it's because I heard something I've never heard before. So let's listen to what Kaine and Desiree are saying about Kyron's disappearance 15 years later. I want to blow this up. How did I do that? I should be able to.
Today marks 15 years since 7-year-old Kyron Horman disappeared. He was last seen at Portland's Skyline Middle School on June 4th, 2010.
All these years later, his family remains committed to finding out what happened to their beloved Kyron that day. Investigative reporter Adrian Thomas joined us in studio this morning with a conversation with Kyron's parents. Good morning, Adrian.
Kim, Shauna, good morning. So with local and federal law enforcement now taking a fresh look at Kyron Horman's disappearance now as case records are digitized, we wanted to check in with Kyron's mother and father as 15 years have now passed since Kyron went missing. Both shared how they've found the strength to keep moving forward amid an investigation that's taken so long and still has so many unanswered questions.
Live from Fox 12 Oregon, this is breaking news.
We are going to begin with some breaking news tonight. A Portland second grader is missing this evening, and search crews and his parents are desperate to find him.
In what's been a decade and a half of searching for answers to what happened to her son, Kyron Horman, Desiree Young keeps her son's memory alive in her Medford home. Heartwarming photos of Kyron and the rest of their family, along with an area in her backyard called Kyron's Pad, adorned with frogs, paying tribute to Kyron and his favorite animal, the red-eyed tree frog. That frog, the subject of Kyron's science fair project pictured here. The last photo of him taken before he went missing on June 4th, 2010. Kyron's mother showed us his room when we met with her last week.
You know, it's changed over the years. Yeah. It's sad, but it's just part of life. It keeps going, even though you want to still be in 2010. But yeah, I have all my family pictures out and all down our hall, and Kyron still exists. He's still part of our family. That doesn't change.
We also caught up with Kyron's father, Kaine Horman, to reflect on the last 15 years.
I think like everybody else, I think we thought this would be over quickly. Maybe just wandered off from school or something. And to be this far along with the case and still have it unsolved, I mean, that's, I think, difficult for everybody. It's difficult for us as family. It doesn't really get easier. You just learn to live with it.
Trying to carry on day-to-day life, also a challenge for Young 15 years later.
It doesn't get easier. I think people think that it does, but it really doesn't. I can be walking through a grocery store and see a little boy that looks like Kyron, and it just brings me to tears. I can't control that always.
The publicity and speculation surrounding Kyron's disappearance has been a battle at times for Kyron's loved ones.
How do you continue to keep the humanity alive in this story?
It's challenging. I have nightmares for weeks sometimes based on what someone says to me. And so that humanity is really hard to remind people, I think, in this world where we're constantly seeing these cases on TV, and it's a TV show to people. It's not, this is my son. This is a horrible situation and it's raw all the time.
Despite the years of having to cope with not having answers, Kyron Horman's parents have used their son's story to raise awareness with the public and law enforcement about missing children investigations and how they're carried out. They also are very grateful for the public's continued support.
Because I think a lot of people have a connection to his case, whether it's they have kids that were the same age or they were doing something specific when it happened and they remember it. I think it triggers a lot of things for a lot of people, and so I think we help console each other through that process.
Now, both Desiree Young and Kaine Horman stressed that the investigation remains very much active and encourage anyone who may have information to come forward. The picture you see right here is from law enforcement depicting what Kyron Horman might look like today, as he would now be in his early 20s. A $50,000 reward remains available for information leading to the cause of Kyron's disappearance. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office tip line or the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. You see the contact info listed right there. We'll also have that information along with this story on the Fox 12 app. Live in studio, Adrian Thomas, Good Day, Oregon.
All right.
Well, they weren't together. They looked like they were together, but that's all right. That is one of the interviews that I saw that is happening. Great actress. Who's acting? I have another news clip and I want to share that one. I'm hoping this one has them both. I was excited. I thought the interviews had them like sitting down together. I do want to say here at Missing PNW, we know that Desiree Young and Kaine Horman have nothing to do with Kyron's disappearance. I will not tolerate throughout the day anybody in here bashing Desiree or bashing Kaine. They will be removed from chat. So I want everybody to keep that in mind as you're here in chat and talking. And Kelly, this isn't going out to you. I was just wondering who you were talking about. Terri pretending everything was okay had to be a good actress. Oh yeah. She had to have been amazing actress because she still to this day shows no feeling for Kyron. But I did just want everybody to know that we support both parents. And it's the same in Michael Vaughn's case. Like, I don't tolerate anybody coming in. And I have a lot of haters out there. So I just want to throw that out there. But let's listen to another interview that I have from today, I believe. I think it's this one. All right.
Tomorrow marks 15 years since Kyron Horman disappeared. The little boy was last seen at Skyline School in Northwest Portland on June 4th, 2010. Kyron has never been found. On Wednesday, investigative reporter Kyle Aboshi looks back at this case, reflecting on the largest search and rescue operation in Oregon history. He'll share never-before-seen body camera video from police of Kyron's stepmother, Terri Horman, following a traffic stop in California. And he'll sit down for extended interviews with Kyron's parents.
When I'm 90, I'm still going to cry over this. This is something that changed our entire lives. you never move on fully from that. You don't get to a point where you get to say, oh, we get to close that door and move on to something else. It's a constant.
What does closure look like for you?
Bringing them home. Bringing them home. And I don't know what that means, but bringing them home.
I have to pause right there because Kaine Horman has always been the one parent out of both parents to believe that Kyron Horman will be found alive. And when he usually says, like, the way he talks, the way he says things sometimes, he doesn't even use the word hope. He prays that, Kyron's going to come home alive. And he's always been that way throughout many, 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 many years. And to hear him say, I don't know what that means right now, speaks volumes to me. Because I have probably watched every single one of Kaine Horman's interviews hundreds and hundreds of times, and he has always been very, very consistent with the fact that we're looking for an alive Kyron. So it really just spoke volumes to me that, what he said.
This extended special on Kyron's disappearance will be streaming on KGW Plus at 8 p.m. on Wednesday. You can download the free KGW Plus app through Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
So this is going to be streaming live today at 8 p.m. Does this mean that I have to stay on here for that long, or do I leave and take a break and then come back? What do I do? I want to watch all of this new information right here on this live, or maybe, So Kylie Boshi has worked on Kyron's case. He's an amazing reporter since Kyron disappeared. He actually probably has more information on Kyron's case than any reporter that I know. And Kaine and Desiree trust him very much. He does not put out misinformation in Kyron's case, which is amazing, and I love that. They've both spoke about how they had problems in the very beginning with reporters and stuff spreading misinformation or wanting to dig into their past and talk about that kind of stuff when Kyron first came up missing, instead of, hey, let's just talk about Kyron, So and then the video that he's going to be talking about and showing is he got a video from Terri Horman's drunk driving footage from 2005 when she had her son James at 11 years old at the time in the car with her when she got pulled over and got a DUI. It was a huge thing. So yeah. Oh my gosh, there's going to be another special. I just can't. This information, this kind of stuff is what I'm into. Like, I want all of the information, right? I want it all. It is. It's so heartbreaking to see the parents, and it's really heartbreaking to see Kaine now, just looking like he's not got as much hope as he used to, I guess. Or, I know both parents hope for a miracle, want a miracle to happen and Kyron be found alive. But we're looking 15 years. We know where the new searches are being done at. They're not looking for an alive Kyron. And that's just really, really sad. It's so sad. Okay, and then I have another. This is my interview, actually, with Shelby. I'm going to put up here. Okay. And Norman Finks, I think is how you say his name. What he says is amazing here too.
Welcome back. Tomorrow will mark 15 years since Kyron Horman vanished from Skyline Elementary School in Northwest Portland.
His disappearance marks the largest search and rescue effort in state history. KT Shelby Slaughter has spent months diving into this case, and tonight she takes a closer look at how the community has rallied together to help bring Kyron home. There are thousands of people in these groups.
Yeah, and they all want to know what happened to Kyron. The woman who runs one of these groups tells me it's vital to keep his name out there. Do you think there is someone out there today that knows what happened to Kyron?
Oh, absolutely.
It's a case that has gripped the state of Oregon. June 4th, 2010, the day 7-year-old Kyron Horman went missing from Skyline Elementary School. On Wednesday, it will be 15 years since he vanished.
To have a boy this age vanish from a public school is obviously any family's worst nightmare.
Prosecutor Norm Frank remembers this case because he worked on it firsthand.
Certainly, this was probably the most frustrating case of my career that I left behind because most of them we were able to solve.
For the last 15 years, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office says it's still an active investigation. But still, no arrests or even a person of interest has ever been named in the case. It's for this reason Facebook groups like these exist, with thousands of people in them to keep Kyron's face out there.
15 years missing, and Kyron deserves justice. His family deserves justice.
Samantha Brainerd is one of those people, running the page Kyron Horman Case Revisited discussions, with more than 5,500 people discussing the case nearly every day.
It is so hard to bring awareness for him because people are forgetting about Kyron.
Hosting live stream discussions and conversations to keep his name out in the public.
He's getting lost, and we cannot let Kyron be forgotten. The community, the public, we have to keep sharing his face.
It's this picture, shared thousands of times on social media, of the last known picture of Kyron at the science fair, taken by his stepmom, Terri Horman, right before he went missing. She says she watched Kyron walk towards his classroom after the science fair, but never actually saw him go in.
Just knowing that we still don't know what happened to Kyron is a big deal.
The Multnomah County District Attorney, Nathan Vasquez, says he's taking a fresh look at the case, saying he might have an update this fall, giving people hope that this is the year there's some answers.
Something's going to break, I think. 2025, 2026, we're just going to have big news in Kyron's case.
And don't forget to tune in to K2 News tomorrow night for a special report on the anniversary, plus never-before-seen emails pertaining to the case. The Unsolved Mystery of Kyron Horman airs tomorrow at 6:30 right here on K2.
Welcome back. Tomorrow we'll...
So Norman Franks says that Kyron, somebody out there knows what happened to Kyron. That's huge. That's just huge for me. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much. I'm just saying, like, I keep my face off YouTube for a reason. I just don't want to be picked on by anybody. I guess I shouldn't, worry about things like that, but I do. Yes, justice for Kyron. Thank you guys so much. It was big for me. I'm not going to lie. Like, I have put in so much work into Kyron's case, and I got sought out. Like, she came looking for me. She came into my group, and it was pretty amazing, to just know that somebody out there is paying attention and seeing that, people are out there. Hey, Justice Jane, thank you for coming in. Number 35, she left her DNA. Thank you. You know, that there are actually people out there still advocating for Kyron. There are several Facebook groups. I am definitely not the only one. Kyron Horman World Soldiers has almost 60,000 people in her group, but it's not a discussion group. That's the difference between mine and hers. And she's been doing it for 15 years to where I've only been doing it for a few. And then, of course, I know there are a couple, I think there's one other one that's ran by one of Desiree Young's family members. So there's lots of people out there in the community still, you know, wanting to help bring justice to Kyron. I refuse to let him be forgotten. You know, I can do lives on some other missing children and have hundreds of people in here, and then do lives on Kyron and have maybe 50. I mean, like right now, there's only 30 people in here. So that just tells you that not a lot of people know about Kyron. They don't know who he is, because a lot of the new sleuths and a lot of the new true crimers, they've never even heard about Kyron. But when Kyron first disappeared on June 4th, 2010, his face was everywhere, all over the world. And I have people from all over the world that follow in the Facebook groups, but a lot of them don't, you know, they don't watch live streams and that, you know, like on YouTube, because a lot of these people are like older and don't do that kind of thing. So yeah, here at Missing PNW, he will never be forgotten. Thank you so much, Sarah, for sharing. I know a lot of people have been sharing. I put it out. I mean, and you have so many groups too that you work on. So here's the thing that I want to start out with. I read you guys, you know, what law enforcement said, or what has came out about what Terri said she was doing, where she was going and everything else. But now I want to tell you guys the story about what really happened the morning of June 4th, 2010, when Kyron Horman went to his science fair with his stepmother and his baby sister on June 4th, 2010. He left the house after giving his dad a hug, telling him that he loved him. Kaine was going to, you know, get him some ice cream to celebrate about his science fair project and the science fair, you know, because Kyron was just so proud of his science fair project. And as you guys can see this science fair project, you know, I'll put up the picture again because I really want to show you guys. Like, Terri Horman has like this ego, this I have to make sure that, you know, I look like I'm a good mom. Now, there are pictures of other children's dioramas and stuff, and you can tell that the child put a lot of effort into the diorama. Well, as you can see, Kyron's project, I wish I had a better picture. I had a full-blown picture. I forgot to download it. But his diorama is done. Okay. Any of you guys got kids, grandkids? You get a project. They're not perfect, right? They do a good job. They put in the effort. They're proud of themselves, but it isn't a perfect project, right? And we like the little scribbles, and we like the little mistakes, and we like that there's glue all around, or it's sticky, or it's a mess, because it's so amazing that your child or your grandchild worked so hard on their project, and you can tell they gave it everything. Kyron Horman's science project was like perfect, okay? Like the best of the best. And I have to point that out because Terri Horman is a perfectionist. She expected from Kyron, from her own kids, perfection. And I truly do believe that. That's my own personal opinion from just getting to know Terri over the years. But his science his science fair project isn't that messy. You know, I enjoy having my grandson's pictures, or even my 2-year-old granddaughter's little scribbles. So I just wanted to point that out here at his science fair project that he is standing next to, because she is a perfectionist. So he goes to the school with Terri Horman, his stepmother. That day he gets to the school. First, let me start off. A week prior to the science fair, Terri Horman emailed Kyron's teacher and told her about a doctor's appointment she had scheduled for Kyron, and that he would not be at school all day. So they get to the school. They get there, to hang up his coat and backpack on the coat rack, return his books to the librarian, and then Terri Horman says she took a picture of Kyron at 8:15 when they got to the school, but she didn't. The picture wasn't taken until actually 8:45. So this is one of the lies that she tells, and we do know this. Let me just add this back, and you'll hear Desiree talk about it in this picture. Hold on one second. Terri Horman lied about the time that she took this picture of Kyron.
Some people thought that maybe the picture had been taken before.
Nope, I know for sure, 100%. The picture was taken in the school. It's GPS. It's confirmed, it's verified. We know exactly what time she took the picture, where she was at, and it's confirmed with technology. So she was in the school at 8:45 taking that photo of Kyron in front of his exhibit. I know that she left the school, she left with Kyron, and we have eyewitnesses that place them outside the school en route to the truck. It's from that point where it gets unknown.
And that was an older recording before we know the new information that came out. So Terri Horman claimed that she took this picture of Kyron at 8:15 before they started going around to other science fair projects. The science fair projects in the school were in rooms and also in the gym at Skyline Elementary School. One of the things that was supposed to happen with Kyron is that he was supposed to go into a chaperoned group. He had a little piece of paper he was supposed to fill out as he went around, and he looked at all the other science fair projects and everything. But we learned over the summer, when Desiree Young talked about it, that Terri Horman took Kyron out of the chaperoned group he was supposed to be in, and she alone with the baby walked with Kyron. Now, Kaine Horman said they only walked around to a few rooms, that Terri didn't even stay there with Kyron as long as he thought she was going to. And so, big red flag that she lies about the picture. Big red flag that she takes him out of the chaperone group. Now, around 10:45 is when she actually takes the picture of Kyron. And then between 8:45 and 8:50, Terri exits the side door of the school going towards the buses, walks through the parking lot with Kyron and the baby. Kyron stops to talk to his friend Carson, and Carson's grandmother and sister were there. They're walking through the parking lot of the school down to Skyline Boulevard because Terri Horman had parked her truck in front of the school. And where she parked the truck, she could not be seen getting into the truck with Kyron. Another red flag. She didn't want people to see Kyron getting into the Horman truck. There are witnesses that saw them walk through the parking lot. Carson, his friend, the grandmother and sister of Carson, but most importantly, the bus driver, Kyron's own bus driver, also saw Kyron walking with her down to the Horman truck in the direction of where the truck was. This is huge. Bus drivers know where their children, they know their children, they know their faces, they know them, they know the parents. Now, you'll have your Terri supporters say, well, then why didn't the bus driver say something when they went to the bus at 3:30 and he wasn't there? Why wouldn't the bus driver just say, hey, I saw you walking away with Kyron this morning? Well, Jennifer was the bus driver who talked to the grand jury and gave her witness testimony that she saw Kyron going to the Horman truck with Terri and baby sis. But she had a substitute bus driver later that afternoon. So that is why the bus driver didn't say anything. And Terri Horman gave different stories in the beginning about how she left the school.
By the main office, and he was here outside his classroom?
I think he was coming this way down the hall, and she was turning and going the other way. I don't know if it was down the stairs out or out the side door. I can't remember which version of the story it was at the time, which changed a few times. So,
it did?
But it was, going somewhere that way.
That is Kaine Horman talking to a reporter, telling her she gave a couple of different stories about how she left the school. The reason that she does this is because there was a little boy named Tanner who said that he saw Kyron walking around the science fair by himself, passing him in the stairwell. Though it led a lot of confusion because you have your Terri supporters that want to talk about how Tanner sees Kyron after Terri left the school. Desiree Young cleared that up. I have her Facebook post talking about Tanner did not see Kyron afterwards. Matter of fact, law enforcement asked Tanner's family not to allow him to talk to reporters because they were trying to confirm his story. He's not a child that ever went and talked to the grand jury, but Carson did. Had his testimony been something law enforcement wanted to use, Tanner would have also been subpoenaed, but he wasn't. So there were multiple stories by Terri Horman about how she left the school that day. Another red flag. This doctor's appointment. Terri Horman also left a note with the teacher that day, letting her know, reminding her that he had an appointment that day. So when 10 a.m. rolls around, Kyron is marked absent. That's a huge thing because the teacher thinks, the school thinks that he has a doctor's appointment. So there's no phone call home to the parent that he's not at school. Another big red flag. This was all a ruse that Terri Horman decided she was going to do because she knew they wouldn't call home. And also leaving his backpack, leaving his coat on purpose at the school. So then she could later on spin narratives about, well, I left, his backpack and coat are here at the school. I didn't take him. Why would I leave his backpack and coat at the school had I taken him? Desiree Young spoke to investigators later on that evening. And in that evening, law enforcement wanted her to sign a disclosure to get all of Kyron's doctor's records so they could check into this doctor's appointment that they had found out about. And there was no doctor's appointment, not for that Friday. So when law enforcement talks to Terri and says, well, there wasn't an appointment for her today or for him today, then she goes off and says, well, it was for next Friday. No, there was never a doctor's appointment. Kaine Horman himself said he never knew about a doctor's appointment, but he knew that she had talked about a doctor's appointment. And then in emails that Terri Horman ended up writing on June 5th, 2010, she tried to spin a narrative about how the doctor's appointment, Miss Porter just got it wrong. She talked about Miss Porter being deaf. She talked about her being a one-year new teacher and how she just got it wrong. Let me put up those emails real quick.
Terri knew suspicions settled on her, even writing, quote, "They are blaming me in the blogs. I just want to scream."
This is the day after Kyron Horman came up missing. Terri Horman has decided, I'm going to get online and I'm going to start emailing people stuff. I'm going to message people things. I'm going to start getting on blogs, on news channel comments and stuff and start talking. Why wasn't Terri searching for Kyron? Why wasn't she doing what she needed to be doing to get checked off of the list of, because when a child comes up missing, the parents are looked at, everybody in the house is going to be looked at. The last person to have seen Kyron alive or see Kyron was Terri Horman. And that is what law enforcement has been saying for years. So why is she doing this? She also claimed that, she got a bunch of flyers for Kyron and took credit for something that Desiree Young did online, talking about how I got a bunch of flyers for Kyron, brought in, blah, blah, blah. She didn't do any of that. That was all Desiree. So she's spinning narratives right off of the bat. When parents don't do that when their children come up missing. They do not know where they're at, what has happened to them. They don't know if they're dead or alive. They don't know if they wandered off, if they were taken. They don't know. So they won't spin them a narrative because they want people out in the public to look for their child.
Terri, do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say? You know where Kyron is. Yes or no?
She is the person everyone wants to talk. Kyron.
Did the boy change stories, or were people confused? Sally Mae, that's a great question. The Tanner, the little boy, gave a specific time to law enforcement of when he saw Kyron. Well, this was an 8-year-old boy. How many 8-year-olds do you know that could tell you the exact time early in the morning? I believe law enforcement asked his family not allowed him to talk to the reporters in the very beginning because they were looking into time. They got pictures from all of the parents that were at the science fair that day. They collected data off of people's cell phones, footage off of their cell phones, footage from the area, the people coming and going to the school, the teachers, everything. So I think that he got his time wrong in that, they dismissed the information because they knew from everything they had already learned that Tanner's statement was incorrect. And that's not bad on Tanner. He was just a little 8-year-old boy. He was friends with Kyron and he, maybe he just thought he was helping.
Horman's stepmother.
You tell the world something.
But while Terri Horman has remained silent in front of cameras, her fingers have not. These are excerpts from 2 emails that K2 News obtained, written by Terri to a source we will not reveal, sent on the day after Kyron vanished from Skyline School during that science fair. Now, investigators have said Terri is the last person to see Kyron, but this is what Terri wrote. The teacher thought I said I was going to take Kyron with Kitty for a doctor's appointment. I said I was going to look at other exhibits. How do you mess that up?
You don't mess that up, Terri. You just don't mess that up. There is an email. There is a note to the teacher. Miss Porter went to the car wash and had a discussion with Desiree and let her know about the email, about the letter, about all of that stuff when it came to the doctor's appointment also within just the last year or so.
His coat and backpack were still at school. I left the school at 9 and he was seen with a man, chaperone, and 2 girls.
There she is. His coat and backpack were still at the school. See what I mean? She left the coat, the backpack at the school so she could later use that as, why wouldn't I have just taken the jacket and the coat with me then? Why was it at the school? Kyron was at school. And then goes on to say that she left the school at 9 o'clock, but we know she left shortly after 8:50. Then she says that Kyron was seen with a man, chaperone, and 2 girls after she left. Well, what's wrong with that is he wasn't in a chaperone group. He wasn't with a man. The science fair was over when classroom started and he was marked absent. You know, witnesses saw him leaving with Terri, and had there been, for whatever reason, 2 girls with this chaperone man that she's trying to spin, you know, maybe that guy took him, then wouldn't the 2 girls come forward with a sketch artist and be like, you know, where are these 2 girls is what I'm saying. Where are these 2 girls saying, yeah, Kyron was with us and the chaperone? Never were there statements coming out about these 2 girls and the chaperone that she tries to spin.
After I left, there were no men on the chaperone list. That, and it was highly chaotic. Had to be.
Then also has to put out there was no man on the chaperone list. So that again, Kyron was seen with 2 girls and a male chaperone, but there was no male chaperone on the chaperone list. Doesn't even make sense. She's just already spinning this narrative that there was some guy with Kyron and these 2 girls. Information about that would have came out. I mean, we're not privileged to all of the information, of course, but she's really spinning this narrative about the chaperone, just like she does so many others, like the man up at the 7-Eleven that she talks about the landscaper at the school, the groundskeeper at the school. She talks about the janitor at the school. She talks about a man that lives on Sauvie Island. These are all people I personally looked into and did case studies on, you guys. I talked about all these different men, about my case studies and everything to Detective Tabor. Dead ends, all of them. And I found out so much. The janitor that she spoke about didn't even start working until after Kyron disappeared. The groundskeeper that she talks about, Detective Tabor flat told me that because of the news and the way that they put out his information when they talked to him, started a bunch of rumors about the groundskeeper being involved in Kyron's case. The man on Sauvie Island, Detective Tabor wanted me to send the case study to him. I mean, this guy was wanted and is still wanted to this day. They have no idea where he is or anything, but he was a man taking medication and had like some kind of mental breakdown and has nothing to do with Kyron's disappearance. And this chaperone is impossible because Terri Horman took him out of the chaperone groups. He was never in a chaperone group. And we do know that because Desiree Young talks about it. So all these different narratives that she's spinning make no sense whatsoever. And then She wants to mention the 300 people running around the school, that the school was chaotic and there wasn't a sign-up sheet. And now she wants to spin a different narrative that it was chaotic and that Kyron could have been taken out of the school by somebody. This is a small school. Everybody knew everybody. Everybody knew everybody at the school. Had Kyron started to walk off with a stranger, which we also know by Kyron's personality, he would never do that because he was so shy and timid. Somebody would have seen it. Somebody would have stopped it. Everybody knows everybody up in that community, knows the children and everything. There's no way somebody's going to walk up in that school and take them. And law enforcement has never came out and said that this was an abduction.
300 people running around, no coordination. The reference to her daughter's doctor visit not mentioned again in a follow-up email sent later that day. I didn't just drop him off. I spent time with him, took pictures, and he was in safe hands, I thought, as I watched him walk down the hall. Kids saw him after I left.
Then she spins this, kids saw him after I left, because Tanner's statement had came out with his time. This 8-year little boy gives law enforcement a time. And because Tanner's parents and grandparents didn't listen to detectives, this is huge. Detectives asked his family not allow him to talk to reporters, and they went ahead and allowed Tanner to talk to reporters anyway. And Tanner is talking about seeing Kyron after Terri Horman leaves. But his story did not jive with law enforcement. And that's why he's never went and spoken with a grand jury. That is why Tanner, has been excluded as far as all of that. And we know that because of a Facebook post that Desiree Young has posted about Tanner. And throughout all of this, you will hear me refer back to something that Desiree says, and that is because she currently works with law enforcement, the FBI, CART teams. She teaches law enforcement. She works with them closely. She would look like an idiot for coming out and saying anything about her son's case that isn't true. So I wholeheartedly believe what Desiree says. With so much going on, I don't think he would have even thought about the time. Yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of crazy that an 8-year-old boy would even come up with a time. She really planned this all out. Great detail. Yeah. And there's so many layers in this case. That's why I actually enjoy having these all day live on Kyron, because I get to talk about all of the information that I know. I get to talk about all of the layers here. And she says, she watched him walk down the hall. All she remembers is seeing the back of his head. She says, kids saw him after I left. Was this not true? Let's finish listening to what else is being said here.
Teacher put him as absent at 10 a.m. Someplace between 9 and 10 is when we think it happened.
Sometimes between 9 and 10 is when we think it happened. When we think it happened. There was no we. Nobody else but Terri came up with this narrative. When she says we, she is trying to convince other people in these emails that she's writing to that everybody thinks that Kyron came up missing between 9 and 10 o'clock. When Kyron left the school between 8:45 and 8:50, according to witnesses. So it's not jiving at all.
I have a receipt showing I was checking out at Fred Meyer 7 miles away at 9:12 a.m. I went to another Fred Meyer looking for meds for Kitty they didn't have at the first Fred Meyer. Then I was trying to get Kitty to sleep in the truck for a few minutes, but no go, so off to the gym at 11:20, out at 12:20, home at 12:45, came home at 2, bus at 3:30. That was my day. They keep asking me, now on my 5th interview with them.
Now she says in this email, she went to the gym at 11:20. And another statement that she makes, she says she went to the gym at 11:39, not 11:40, not 11, not 11:35, not 11:30. 11:39, you guys. I went to the gym at 11:39. Isn't that odd? When in all actuality, we know now that she never got to the gym until 12:20. And that's because the gym has her clocking in. You clock in when you go to the gym. You run your little card or you sign in, however you do it, 12:20. So there's a lot of extra time there in her timeline. And she was only at the gym for like 15 minutes or so. 15 to 17 minutes, according to Desiree. And she seems to be in this email here able to remember her timeline for the entire day, but then it starts changing constantly.
Terri went on to talk about Kyron's recent behavior. The past 2 weeks, he's been acting really weird, staring off into space, can't remember anything, walks into the room and then back out, stopping to stare and then move on. The doc thinks that he is having many seizures, and I made an appointment on Thursday for next Friday to have him checked out.
There's her talking about, I made an appointment for him next Friday, when there was no doctor's appointment ever. Okay, you guys, no doctor's appointment. Nobody else saw Kyron having any seizures, started, said that they saw him spacing out or that he was acting strangely or none of the stuff. So not only that, now she's already spun this narrative about a chaperone. She's already spun this narrative about the school being full of people and how maybe he could have been taken out of the school. Now she's going to spin a different narrative that something was wrong with Kyron and that maybe he wandered off. Because that's what she talked about in this one group that she went into a couple years ago, was that she put out all those different ways that maybe Kyron had even wandered off. She even talked about it in the very beginning. Kyron's parents have both said Kyron would never wander off. He's too scared to do those kinds of things. He was very good at listening, following instructions, following rules, and that kind of thing. So Kyron would never wander off. Kyron was not abducted, and there was nothing wrong with Kyron, and there was no doctor's appointment ever.
That contradicts what multiple sources have told K2, that in the days before the science fair, Terri informed Kyron's teacher he had an appointment that day, June 4th. That is why no one expected that he would be in class and why he was marked absent.
Now, this is a post by Desiree Young, but before I go over this, I really want to keep an eye on chat. I know lots of people have questions and are talking in chat, and I want to pay attention to everybody. Yeah, red flag, Sarah. DA Vasquez is going to be Terri Vasquez karmic match. Your man will get deported under Trump for being married to a child killer. Kim, I love you. Terri, a soulless body, just rotting on the inside. Set yourself free with the truth. Harrison Glenn, hi baby boy. Are you here listening to Grandma? I love you so much, handsome. Grandma can't wait to see you in a couple days and have dinner. Thank you for coming over and saying hi to Grandma. I love you. Give Sissy a big hug and kiss for me, okay? Aw. That's my grandson coming in. Hey, Sammy. My granddaughter, Samaya, is absolutely obsessed with the Kyron Horman case. I got you a Kyron shirt, by the way, Missy. She will sit down in her little notebook pad and come up with all of her different theories and stuff about what happened to Kyron. I love you guys so much. You guys have fun together today, okay? Oh. Hi, Rhonda. Thank you for coming in. She's dancing. Sammy is dancing because she got a Kyron shirt. Like, she's obsessed with Kyron. And now she's obsessed with Michael Vaughn because she got to actually talk on the phone with Brandy one day. Has anybody explored her possible motivation for wanting Kyron gone? It mostly had to do with custody, the hate for Kyron. She wrote many hate emails talking about how much she did not like her stepson, and that Kyron was, the reason why her and Kane's relationship was falling apart. And we're going to get into even more details about murder for hire plots on Kane. He was actually the person I think she focused on first, but when those murder for hires did not happen and she could not off Kane, she then turned her and shifted her focus towards Kyron. If Terri Horman and Kane split, what was wrong with this is they had a child together, Kiara. She was 18 months old at the time, and Kane made over $14,000 a month. Terri Horman was unemployed. Had they gone to court, she thought she was going to lose custody of their daughter. Not only that, Oregon doesn't really like splitting up siblings. So she tried to off Kane, and then that didn't work. And she even tried making Desiree take Kyron, and Kane wouldn't allow it because he had custody of Kyron. So she was doing that the whole year prior to Kyron disappearing, trying her hardest to get Kane to let Kyron go move in with Desiree. And it's really, really sad to say, but had he let him, he would probably still be here today. And not only that, Kane has talked about the guilt that he has had, that he has suffered through for decisions that he has made. And one decision even being that he cheated on Desiree with Terri. Kane, married her and even had her a part of their lives. And I'm sure he has guilt about not letting Kyron go back to his mom's house that year also. But he was in the process at this time that Kyron disappeared, just the night before they argued and fought about divorcing. And they had been talking about a divorce all that year. So between the hatred for Kyron, thinking he was the reason they weren't able to keep their marriage going right, and everything else, she just, wanted her daughter or wanted Kane with Kyron out of the picture. And so here is I hope that answered your question, by the way. Thank you, John Doe, for coming in. Number 53, hit that like button. Help get awareness for Kyron out today. Desiree Young posted in a Facebook post, there was never a doctor's appointment. She made the entire thing up. We knew this first night he went missing when I gave a consent to get Kyron's doctor's records. So then when she was questioned, Terri was questioned, she said it was the following week to try to cause confusion and appear legitimate. But the truth is, Kane, Tony, and I never saw anything wrong with Kyron, and it was all just a smoke screen to further confuse people so that they didn't look at Terri for this. Like maybe he would have walked out of the school on his own. All baloney. And then somebody says, so for clarification, there was no doctor's appointment the following week confirmed, and Miss Porter did Miss Porter have papers that she needed to fill out for the doctor's office? Desiree said, no doctor's appointment, no paperwork. Miss Porter had an email from Terri Horman excusing Kyron from class. Kyron left the classroom with Terri and walked out of the school. There would be no reason for Miss Porter to question a parent or to think there was anything wrong. It was all Terry's fault that we are here today. Her and her only.
But it appears Terri Horman has been quietly making her own comments all along. ABC station KATU in Portland found postings they say they verified as Horman in the comment section of their website, including statements agreeing with supporters and others arguing with detractors, writing, "Wow, unless you..."
She is in the news channel comments agreeing with people that believe that she has nothing to do with Kyron's disappearance, but then arguing with people that say anything different. She's more worried about what people are thinking about her, saying about her, than she is about her own stepson vanishing. Red flags here, lots of them.
You know all the details, the stress, the worry, the pain. You have nothing to speak of. You're merely making assumptions. You have no facts, details, or knowledge to present. So please refrain from your accusations.
So that is me showing my proof, showing my receipts. There's no doctor's appointment, okay? And then also Bruce McCain talks about these doctor's appointments.
He's a former captain in the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. He retired just last year. Good to have you with us this morning.
Well, thank you, Erica, for having me.
There are new reports out that Terri Horman told her stepson Kyron's teachers on the morning he disappeared that he had a doctor's appointment later that day. She claims she said she alerted them to the appointment, which was going to happen the following Friday. I know you look at that information, you say there's something that doesn't work here.
The critical thing about this June 4th doctor's appointment is that put the school in the position of not being concerned at all that Kyron was not in his class, wasn't at lunch, and wasn't on the bus that afternoon. So it looks like, at least this point, Terri was able to bring Kyron to school, establish his presence there, and then perhaps take him away. At least that's the theory they're working on, without the school picking up the phone and calling Kaine at work for.
It's huge. Here's an investigator saying that's the theory they're working on. He works with law enforcement, and he is saying this is the theory that law enforcement is working on. The fact that she made up this doctor's appointment.
For example.
As you're putting that together, you spent many years, obviously, with the Sheriff's Department. Does that tell you that there could be some sort of premeditated plan here?
Well, obviously that looks like it very much would be a planned issue, especially with the deceptive answers she gave later about, gee, I think I meant June 11th, which would have been long after the school was already out.
That is one thing, though, he got wrong here. Long after the school was already out, he thought that school ended prior to the 11th when she said that Kyron had that following week doctor's appointment that didn't exist. He didn't know that the school actually closed, after the 11th. So he kind of got that wrong here.
So the key right now is going back and focusing and reconstructing every hour and minute that she spent on that fateful June 4th to find out exactly where the holes are in her original story.
Oh, wait. What else was that? Well, now I gotta find it again. Hold on, you guys. I took it down and I didn't mean to.
The former captain in the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. He retired just last year. Good to have you with us this morning.
Hold on one second, you guys. Oh, this is just going off and basing that there was no doctor's appointment still. This is Terri Horman saying made up entirely. I always tried to schedule appointments at the end of the day so not to disrupt the flow of class. So Terri herself writing on Facebook that this is a lie, that there was a doctor's appointment, even though law enforcement had already determined that there wasn't. Here again, scheduling appointments after school to try to say that she didn't do that. Okay, so more information that I would like to share with you guys too. I have zero doubt Terri and Dede are responsible for Kyron's disappearance. Me either, Beverly. I really don't. How can you be jealous of a sweet little boy? Being a wife or being a son are two different relationships. Exactly. Thank you for the explanation. I've watched your content before, and I think you do a fantastic job. Well, thank you, John Doe, for coming in. I appreciate that so much. Went in chats about the case of Idaho students getting just okay. Sorry, you guys. Let me just see. Definitely Kyron time. 15 years is a long time. He totally deserves justice. So now let's talk. Now that we know there wasn't a doctor's appointment, that was all a ruse, and we know that Kyron Horman was seen leaving the school with Terri. Now Terri Horman talks about going to a Fred Meyer's. She went to the first Fred Meyer's to get Tylenol for her daughter who had an earache. Well, her daughter did have an earache weeks prior, but had already taken the amoxicillin for that ear infection, and her earache was gone. She then later claims that they didn't have the Tylenol. There was a shortage on Tylenol, and I had to go to this other Fred Meyer's. Even though probably hundreds of different places that she could have gone to buy more Tylenol had the first Fred Meyer's not had any. While at the first Fred Meyer's, she also stopped and talked to a security guard and asked him where the Tylenol was, setting up an alibi for herself. This is the regular grocery store nearest the Horman home, where she shopped regularly and also got her coffees at Starbucks regularly. So she would have known where the medicine aisle was at this Fred Meyer's. So stopping to talk to the security guard was all just a way for her to set an alibi up for herself and be seen at that first Fred Meyer's. Then she drives almost 10 or 15 minutes to a second Fred Meyer's, where we know now because of the book Boy Missing, that Desiree Young helped give information to Rebecca to write, says that there were items purchased at that Fred Meyer's that law enforcement asked Terri Horman about that she could never produce to law enforcement. So things are purchased at the second Fred Meyer's. She couldn't produce the Tylenol or the other items. We don't know what the other items are because we're not privileged to that information. Terri told law enforcement she also went to the dry cleaners right there in that same shopping center as that second Fred Meyer's. Why would she go to the first Fred Meyer's had she had to go to the dry cleaner at the second Fred Meyer's anyway? Why even go to the first Fred Meyer's? And don't forget, the first Fred Meyer's, she got a receipt for paying for something that wasn't Tylenol. So why even go to the first Fred Meyer's? Again, to set up an alibi. So Terri and Dede have been the focus by law enforcement since Kyron's disappearance. New evidence found on the burner phones used by Terri and Dede on the day Kyron vanished proves their involvement. Yes. Yes. Thank you for coming in, Angel Girl. Nice to see you here, honey. So it's kind of confusing because she gives, you know, this timeline, okay? And then after I went to the dry cleaners, which by the way, she came into the dry cleaners by herself, left the baby in the car. And in one statement says that she left the baby in the car right in front of the dry cleaner's window so she could see the baby. But in another statement in the Dr. Phil says that she parked the truck off to the side. So was Kyron in the truck watching the baby while she went into the dry cleaner? Was she at that second Fred Meyer to pick somebody up and they were watching the baby? Why do you leave a baby in a car seat 18-month-old while you go in to deal with dry cleaners? Just something I want to bring up. So then she says she goes to this Michael's craft store, and this is where her timeline also starts falling apart.
Went out of her way to, I would say, mislead law enforcement or direct them to anybody but her. So she was throwing all kinds of stuff up, and then we would go to, well, of course they want to confirm the story or whatever she's saying, and then they never could. For instance, she had thrown out one location where Kyron could be, and her description of it wasn't even not even accurate whatsoever.
How would Terri even know to give a description of where Kyron could be? I thought all the parents didn't know where Kyron was. I thought she left the school without Kyron. How could she even give a description of where she thought Kyron could be? Spinning a narrative. Desiree explains how Terri was trying to sidetrack law enforcement. They were chasing their tails, trying to figure out where Terri Horman was that day. If Terri Horman had been innocent, her story would have been a story. It would have never changed multiple times. They would have been able to scratch her off the list of people of interest or whatever, right? Have you guys noticed that for 15 years, nobody else has ever been talked about by law enforcement? No other person of interest, no other suspect. Have you guys ever heard law enforcement talk about anybody but Terri Horman or Dede Spicher, Terri's friend, which we will talk about again soon? Yes, Terri Horman put up flyers of Kyron and misinformation about a man taking Kyron. Didn't even use good pictures of Kyron in his description or anything. And Terri was doing that after she went to Roseburg to live with her parents after Kyron's disappearance. Dawn, thank you so much for coming in. Yes, all alibi. Let's continue listening here.
And so, of course, law enforcement had her with them to drive them to this location, and it was false information. None of it was accurate. And so things like that you see through the book, and just it reveals a lot of, I would say, where her mind was at.
In the wrong direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Physically leading them in the wrong direction.
Yes. Yeah.
Physically leading police in the wrong direction. Had her story been correct, and the last time she saw Kyron was him walking to the class, how could she even take law enforcement to a location where she thought Kyron could be? I don't know why this pauses here.
Correct.
Yes.
Them in the wrong direction.
Yeah, there were several different versions, of her timeline. She was the only one of all of us that was having a challenge in the house and was actually having to sit down and type up her timeline to back into it. And
sit down and type out your timeline. Wouldn't you just know the day that your stepson came up missing, what you were doing that day? You have to sit down and write it out?
all the rest of us were already cleared, investigated, we were able to prove where we were at that day, hands down, no questions. And she was the only one that came back and said, oh, well, maybe I forgot about the craft store I went to. And then we start backing into it. Well, there was no camera footage that proves that you were there, and well, the lady says you weren't there either, and you start really tearing it apart, and well, that wasn't really true. And so, well, maybe I was at the craft store on a different day, and there was so many different versions of what she was telling people and where she was at. I still know to this day what I had for lunch. I know everything I did that day. That was the day that our world turned upside down. I can tell you where I was. There's no way that she doesn't know where she was at.
There's no way that Terri Horman didn't know what she was doing on June 4th, 2010. She also went and said that she stopped by this Albertsons store. Later on that day, Albertsons gave footage to law enforcement and showed that she wasn't at that Albertsons either. Her credit card and her cell phone also proved that she was not where she said she was. Now, after she said she went to these places and her story changes multiple times and everything else, she says that she is driving around with the baby, okay, to soothe this earache that Desiree and Kaine have talked about her not having anymore. And at one point, her phone was turned off. And then when she turned it back on, her phone pinged off of Highway 30 by Sauvie Island. Okay? So she's missing. In the beginning, law enforcement and information that came out put out that Terri was missing for an unaccounted time anywhere from 90 minutes to 2 hours. In the book Boy Missing, and now later on, we know now that Terri was unaccounted for anywhere actually for 2.5 to 3 hours. Okay, so that is Terri Horman's unaccounted time. "15 years is definitely too long." Kim here says, I remember seeing this on the news 15 years ago like it was yesterday. Yeah, she is evil. And it is so very sad to know that, Kyron, she is a villain. And Kyron was her victim, somebody she wanted to take down, I think, because she was jealous of him. And so she's on this drive, and she is in some of the most rural areas. And we're about to talk about these areas that she talked about driving around that day. I have video footage of that area that will wow you. Like, why are you driving up in these rural areas for hours? Here is some information about the baby and her earache.
10 to 11.
Actually, it is about what Terri Horman herself says about driving around the baby's earache and what she was doing, because we can use her own words against her and see that she has changed her story.
11:39 is when from 10:10 to 11:39 is when law enforcement says you tell them that you're driving around with your daughter because she has an earache, and
what I told them was, as I was trying to get her down for her 10 o'clock nap.
You're soothing her.
Correct.
With cars will put kids to sleep.
Right. Exactly what I'm
we
doing.
do know that.
Yep.
So from 10:10 to 11:39, you're driving along a rural, well, there's a lot rural up there, but you're
From 10:10 to 11:39. Remember, she says she goes to the gym at 11:39, and that's that hour and a half time frame that we know grows because we get the information from the gym that doesn't clock her in till 12:20, which gives her almost another 40 minutes of out driving around and unaccounted time. And she's saying, I didn't tell them it was because of the earache. I was just soothing her to put her to sleep, which many parents have, gone, put their kids in the car to try to get them to sleep. But her story is going to change.
You're driving along a road and hoping that she'll go to sleep. Then the last time that someone knows, can verify having seen you, is 10:10. So then from 10:10 to 11:39, you're driving with your daughter. And at that point, you've said to them and to us that your thinking was, okay, if she goes to sleep, then we go home and have the nap. If she's not asleep, then I'll go to the gym and work out.
I did the exact same thing the day before.
And this is a huge statement too. I did the exact same thing the day before. The day before, Terri Horman also had the Horman truck. Terri Horman drove around a red Mustang with the license plate red squirrel, a customized license plate. That car, according to the book Boy Missing, had been seen driving around all of these rural roads a week prior to Kyron's disappearance. The day before Kyron came up missing, she tells Kaine she's got to use the truck to take Kyron's science fair project to school. So she had the Horman truck the day before. Now she's saying, I did the same thing the day before. So she's driving on all the rural roads, she's saying? Is that what she's saying? With the baby to try to get her to sleep the day before? In the truck? 2 days of driving around on these rural roads? Why was she doing that the day before? Was she looking for an area? It looks a little premeditated to me that she's with the Horman truck, got it, and she's doing the same thing as she was the day before Kyron's disappearance, which is driving around all of these very rural, rugged, windy, hilly roads. More red flags for me going up, because she didn't really ever borrow Kaine's truck unless she used it to go return recycling up at the first Fred Meyer's that she went to, because there's a recycling center right there out front. That's when she would normally use the truck. And the day she took Kyron, the day Kyron disappeared, she told Kaine she needed to take the truck because she was picking up Kyron's science fair project. Well, for one, she never left with the science fair project. For two, science fair projects weren't supposed to be picked up by parents until the following week. And more huge red flags. She took that truck 2 days in a row for a reason.
Right.
Because her red Mustang out driving those roads would be more noticeable than a great big Ford F-250 truck, right? And maybe because the area that she needed to go to needed a truck and she didn't want to drive her Mustang.
Terri says she left Skyline Elementary that day at 8:45, her 19-month-old daughter Kiara with her. She says she drove to a nearby Fred Meyer's pharmacy to look for a specific kind of medicine for Kiara. Terri says they didn't have the medicine, so she drove to another Fred Meyer's to see if they had it in stock. Then comes a period of unaccounted time many who have followed the case closely question, when Terri says she pulled over to tend to her fussy toddler.
I parked for a little while, for about a half hour, and I rocked her to sleep and got her to crash for a little bit.
So why pull off the side of the road?
She works best at the time, works best to be rocked to sleep.
Terri says that once Kiara was asleep, she began to drive around to keep her napping.
Did you guys notice that? She tells Dr. Phil on the episode she never went to sleep. Remember, the plan was if she fell asleep, she told Dr. Phil if she fell asleep, I was going to take her home and lay her down for a nap. If she didn't fall asleep, I was going to take her to the gym. Then in her People magazine, she said she pulled over to the side of the road, got in the back of the car with Kiara, and was actually back there trying to get her to sleep for a half an hour. No mention of that on the Dr. Phil show. No mention of it at all. Says she couldn't get her to sleep, or that she got her to sleep, excuse me, and then she finished driving her around on the rural roads to like keep her to go to sleep. So there's Terri herself, in her own words, changing her story. So if you don't want to believe Kaine and you don't want to believe Desiree, I had to put clips like this together for the Terri haters and for Terri Horman herself, because, or the Terri supporters, because I want Terri to see you're a liar and we know it. We know you're changing your stories. And then you also have the parents talking on the Oprah Winfrey show about her timeline.
I'm suspicious of her.
First polygraph results came back. She was very vocal with everyone in the entire house about how it went, how that she failed. And then the actions after that, and the discussions that we had trying to understand what happened that day, she would change her story daily, if not more than that. I mean, every time you talk to her, it was a little bit different about, well, here's what happened that day. And it, you know, you kind of look at her going, you know, we have a major crisis here and you don't even have a story that's believable at this point.
Not only was Terri changing her story, she would sometimes throughout the day change it multiple times about where she was and what she was doing, coming from her own husband's mouth at the time. Here is something that I want to add here, where Terri talks about, you know, what she thinks could happen to Kyron.
Do you think happened to Kyron?
I think that somebody came in the school and took him. One of the exonerating things that people our public's not made aware of is the day before, on June 3rd, when I was completely someplace else at the doctor's and at the gym, there was a man in a white.
The way she says, when I was completely somewhere else, she says she thinks Kyron was taken from the school. And when I was completely somewhere else.
Pickup truck, Ford, and it was parked at 7-Eleven on Highway 30, which is near the school. He was acting very strangely, and he was addressed by one of the employees there that came out and asked him what he'd doing, because he'd been pacing back and forth in front of the 7-Eleven for about an hour. And he went over to find out what was going on, and the guy, I'm not sure what the entire conversation was about, but I do know from a couple of these witnesses that this man asked the employee where the nearest school was, and that employee told him Skyline. And this is the day.
And you're saying that this is the day before Kyron came up missing. Okay, let's talk about the guy from 7-Eleven. First of all, I talked to Detective Tabor about the guy at 7-Eleven. Detective Tabor told me there was a man acting strange or whatever at the 7-Eleven, like weeks and weeks prior to Kyron's disappearance, and he had nothing to do with Kyron's disappearance. It had weeks and weeks, okay, you guys, not the day before. So she's taking something that she knows happened and turning it into the day before. But how does she have all of this information about the employees talking to this guy and everything else? My partner, Kaylia, had contacted the police department and courthouse looking for this 7-Eleven guy, trying to figure out if the guy even existed, because Terri goes on to say that the police were called, they looked into it, they looked at the footage, but they just didn't pay attention to any of it. She lied, so flat out lied about this guy at 7-Eleven, trying to spin this narrative. It's just crazy. Like, not only that, are employees at a 7-Eleven store going to tell some strange man that's acting weird and everything else where the nearest school is? She's saying here that this guy is acting so weird and strange at the 7-Eleven, and then asked the employees there where the nearest school was, and they told him Skyline. Employees aren't going to do that, for one. For two, the nearest school is on Sauvie Island, not Skyline. So much closer, actually, than Kyron's school. So none of it makes sense. Yes, Kim, another lie. Bet she didn't report that to the school. Yeah, bet you not. She probably, in some way, shape, or form, had heard about some weird guy up at a 7-Eleven store through the community or something, and then tries to spin this narrative. And by the way, this narrative is being spun in 2016 when she went on the Dr. Phil show. Not only that, we talked earlier about her being on People magazine and changing her story. She got an attorney at the end of June and never spoke to law enforcement again, but decided she would talk to Dr. Phil in People's magazine 6-7 years later. It's just crazy. Her story, her flat out lie to spread disinformation in Kyron's case.
Before, when after all this happened, another employee that was working there that day, she had contacted the police and said, hey, there was this strange guy here. We've got a tape of it. Would you like to come see it? The cops went over there, they viewed the tape, and she asked them, would you like the tape? And they said, no, we're good.
Detective Tabor said this never happened, and Kaylia could never find a police report ever. So I don't know if there was a phone call made to the police and that it just, wasn't written down as like a real report, or that maybe she called police and told them some guy at the 7-Eleven's being kind of weird and they came and kind of checked it out. But like, none of this is true. None of it.
I didn't even take the tape.
Yeah, this is just her spinning narratives. Hold on a second. Let me see what else I have in this clip, because these are old clips that I've had. Let me just see what Terri says here. Seems like that would be a good question, Terri says, for his math teacher, since she's the one that okayed it, no name or time given, so I couldn't tell you. That's because in the Terri support group, they try to spin a different narrative about a teacher at Skyline School. I'm showing you this because I want to show you guys Terri trying to spin a narrative. This math teacher supposedly let some man walk up into the classroom and say, hey, I need some help out in my truck. Can I take Kyron out to my truck so he can help me? And this teacher, this math teacher, Miss Matthews, says, yeah, go ahead. Does anybody else see the problem with that? What teacher is going to let their child, their student, leave the school with a stranger to go get something out of the car? And there Terri Horman is in the comment section, instead of just saying that's not true, never heard of that, she talks about Myth Matthews and everything else. She wants to reply back to people when they're spinning other narratives. She wants to agree with them and see that, there could have been somebody else. Her own son, I believe she convinced her own son to start those case studies up with all of those other women, try to get me involved, get all of them involved, because she wanted people to come up with other theories. This is a person saying Terri Vasquez, because that's her new married name now. I saw a post that she made last week, which included information from a witness claiming a man had come into the classroom and asked the teacher if Kyron could leave the room with him. Here again, instead of saying it doesn't happen, she goes along with it. Oh, I forgot. What did she say? Hold on. Oh, I lost my spot. Hold on a second. Where did it go? If Kyron could leave the room with him. Years ago, I read a report on Blink on Crime stating that witnesses from one of the exhibit rooms gave the same information. Do you know what information the teacher may have given concerning this man? So she goes along with it, like the man actually exists, and says, no, I do not. Instead of just saying, like, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't know what man you're talking about or nothing, she just continues the narrative that there was a man. Here's somebody else from that haters group or supporter group. Did the teacher, Miss Matthews, say what time Kyron asked to help the guy bring the stuff in? I have no information on this, she says. Terri Horman says nobody has been cleared past polygraphs or designated as person of interest suspect by Ellie in any statements. I think people forget that sometimes. No, law enforcement doesn't call her a person of interest or a suspect, but she's been the main focus. No one else ever has been mentioned in Kyron Horman's case as a suspect ever, but they are the focus, her and Dede Spicher. And the reason that law enforcement does that is because in the state of Oregon, they don't have a lot of funding in all of these sheriff's departments and stuff, and they cannot, just start pointing fingers at people because of lawsuits, and they're scared of it. And normally they don't call people person of interest or suspects until they handcuff them up. And then she, of course, says, here, I've given all my information to authorities, and it's in their hands to do with what they will. And she doesn't talk to law enforcement or give them any information whatsoever. This was another man that she decided. So I'm showing you guys the different suspects that so now she has talked about the 7-Eleven guy. Now she's talked about a man coming and taking Kyron from class and going out to his truck. So that's 2 narratives. Now she's spinning the narrative, I think, because this guy had a mental illness and lived on Sauvie Island at the time. They thought there might be a connection, especially since he shot an officer with no provocation. She actually says they thought there might be a connection with this man, David Durham, who I have done a huge case study on. Yes, he did shoot an officer down in Lincoln City, Oregon, fled from the police. It was a big deal. He is still wanted by the FBI and police because he's never been found, because he hopped over a bridge in Waldport and never to be seen again. But this guy had nothing to do with Kyron's disappearance, but yet here's another man she's pointing a finger at. And she's pointing her finger at specific people. Don't forget the chaperone at the school and the emails that she was writing about the day after Kyron disappeared. There's another man. Do you see the narratives? So now they're going to start talking about Kyron wandering off. This is just conversations people are having with Terri Horman about Kyron wandering off. And then she says that flying kites on the soccer field, whole class, he and Carson went to the bathroom to play around, and she realized after 30 minutes, I got a nasty email because she had to take the whole class in to look for him. So she's spinning this narrative that Kyron was wandering off. Second, after school program in the library, and the teacher didn't show. She got lost and was new. The whole group was left unattended for the better part of an hour. I received a call from the secretary, Susan Hall, to come back or come pick Kyron up early. And then what's number 3? June 4th. So not only is she spinning narratives about all these men and all these other circumstances of men taking Kyron, but now she's saying Kyron wandered off on June 4th. The narratives never stopped with her. The narrative spun around so much that they became rumors in Kyron Horman's case. All of them. People believing them. People doing research to try to figure out. Yeah, there's the moron, Catalina, the woman of many names, right? Oh my God, she's got so many fake names and fake accounts on Facebook. It's ridiculous. A Terri supporter, and I can't. I stated at the beginning, bless you for doing this live today. I really have faith that there is a real, hold on one second, I lost your comment. There's a real chance that Kyron's family will get justice. I cry every time I see a smiling face. Thank you for coming in, Death by Chocolate. I really appreciate you so much. You've always been here to support my channel, support Kyron. It is the woman of many names. I can't with her. And then, of course, she's spinning another narrative here, but you guys get the point. Like, how many ways can you say what happened to Kyron? If you don't know where Kyron is and you have nothing to do with his disappearance, how can you spin off so many different narratives? And it's one thing to just think he was taken from the school. It's another to say he wandered off. But to come up with specific people that you think took him, and several of them, is just so harmful to Kyron's case. I want to just see what else is in
has
this.
been.
Hold on one second. I know this one might have new information. I just need to see what's on after this. Hold on one second. Nope, it was just that one, so I can take that off. We've already gone over that. So I want to show a picture of Kyron because that's why we're here today. Kyron Horman has been missing for 15 years today. 15 years. There are two people that law enforcement have been focusing on, and that's Terri Horman, Kyron Horman's stepmother, and her friend, Dede Spicher. We are having an all-day live here at Missing PNW for Kyron Horman to honor him, to keep the awareness for Kyron going. Please take a flyer from Kyron Horman Case Revisited Facebook group and share his story. I've already made a post in there. Share a flyer. Come in to the discussions and talk about Kyron. Let's keep his face out there. It's super, super hard to keep awareness going for a child who's been missing for 15 years. If you have any information in Kyron's disappearance about Dede Spicher or Terri Horman, if you saw anything, please call law enforcement 503-988-0560. It is so important to keep sharing Kyron because his case is 15 years old. So this is the last picture taken by Terri Horman at the science fair. We've talked about what she actually did that day. What we know is actually, what's lies, what's not lies. The other thing that's important is when she goes to the second Fred Myers, she runs into an acquaintance from the gym and she shows a picture of Kyron to her. When she's at the gym later that day, she's showing this picture to people at the gym. One witness at the gym saw the gash on Terry's leg. Terri tried to explain it as, well, I dropped a weight on my leg. Well, a weight would give you a bruise. This was a gash. It was a big gash. This person thought it was important enough to come forward and tell law enforcement about the gash. You can read about this gash in the book Boy Missing. And Terri still to this day denies that there was ever a gash. Okay? Now, this picture to me is strange because why is she showing it off to everybody? And she's even emailing it to Desiree. She is showing him off like this is her trophy, like weirdos that keep underwears and, S offenses. It's just, is this her trophy? And she took pictures of Kyron with his friends too. She took a lot of pictures of Kyron. She knew when she left Skyline Elementary School that day what was going to happen to Kyron. So what's with all the pictures? And then she even calls this picture the infamous picture that I took of Kyron. Like she's proud of the fact that she took this picture. Kyron Horman deserves justice after 15 years. His family deserves justice. I just ask everybody to please share Kyron. If you have any information regarding Kyron's disappearance, there is a reward for over $50,000. Please call law enforcement's tip line at 503-988-0560. You can also call 1-800-THE-LOST for the National Missing and Exploited Children. Okay, so now, I'm kind of like, what do I want to do now? Let me just, give me a moment so that I can look through what else I have in my video files. Somebody spoke earlier about flyers. Here is the fake flyer Terri Horman posted up in Roseburg.
Posters popping up around Terri Horman's Roseburg neighborhood. They show age progression photos that say Kyron was last seen with an unknown man.
Kyron's father, Kaine, hopes people will ignore those posters popping up in the Roseburg area. The flyers carry the headline, "Find Kyron First." The information references a mysterious man the flyer says might be connected to Kyron's disappearance. Kyron's stepmom, Terri Horman, was reportedly seen handing out some of those flyers around her home, but the information on the flyers is not from law enforcement. Some of the flyers even had the wrong number for the Kyron Horman tip line. Kyron's father, Kaine, hopes people realize what's going on around Terri Horman's Roseburg home.
From what I've seen so far, the flyers that are not law enforcement released information, to my knowledge, and the information on them in some cases may not even be correct. Hopefully ask people to ignore them for now.
Yeah. Kaine Horman has to come up and ask the public to please ignore these flyers that Terri Horman put up in Roseburg, not using law enforcement's flyer, using a wrong number on the flyer, saying that there was a man that took Kyron. Not true. It is the most unbelievable thing. Terri Horman is the most deceitful woman ever. Her and her friend, Dede Spicher. So, after, I thought I just, hold on one second.
Posters.
Okay. So, after Kyron's disappearance, they're searching up at the school. They're searching all different kinds of things. And then law enforcement finds out that Terri Horman has been speaking with her friend, Dede Spicher. Dede Spicher was also missing during the same unaccounted time as Terri Horman. Dede Spicher tells everybody that she worked all day at Westwind Farms, located just a few miles away from Skyline Elementary School, the day that Kyron Horman vanished. Also, during the time that they find out about Dede Spicher, they find out about burner phones that Dede Spicher and Terri used the day that Kyron Horman vanished. They also found out about burner phones that Terri and Dede used at the end of June. Kaine Horman found out that there was a murder for hire plot against him. This is the one that got leaked to the public. Rudy Sanchez, a landscaper that Terri hired, that Kaine didn't know she had hired to work on their property. She also asked him at a restaurant if he would take Kaine out for her because he was abusive and gave him all of these stories and stuff. And Rudy Sanchez turned it down. He had to go to court. He had to, he's talked about all of this, not publicly, but like talk to law enforcement and everything else. They actually wire Rudy Sanchez up and have him go talk to Terri to mention, like, you said you were going to give me $10,000. The problem with that is that law enforcement send another investigator with him to wear this wire and try to trap, Terri. And Terri was too smart for it. She ended up calling 911 because she was saying some guys here being threatening and everything else. Desiree Young has told us that there wasn't one, but there were 3 murder for hire plots against Kaine, all 3 different men. Well, Rudy Sanchez and Dede Spicher worked with one another. I believe, in my personal opinion, that Dede Spicher introduced Terri to Rudy Sanchez. She worked at a different farm with him at another time. But when Kaine finds out about the murder for hire plots, he goes and files for divorce and gets a restraining order, takes their daughter Kiara and hides, like he's in hiding. While he is in hiding, Dede Spicher comes and stays with Terri Horman at the Horman home. And while she is there, they're using more burner phones. They're communicating with each other outside instead of in the house because they believe that the house was bugged. Dede Spicher admits to buying one of these burner phones. Terri Horman also has one of her friends purchase burner phones. And while they're there, Terri Horman is sexting Michael Cook, a high school friend of Kaine Horman's. This is just weeks after Kyron has disappeared. Her stepson is gone, and we've got two women in a house for 11 days acting like they're having some friggin' slumber party or something, eating cookies and sexting Michael Cook, sending sexual bizarre pictures of herself to Michael Cook and Terri Horman. There was also information exchanged between them that Michael Cook ends up with the location of where Kyron was where Kaine was hiding out with Kiara. Why would Michael Cook want or have that information? Why was that information ever shared with him? To me, I feel like Michael Cook was going to help Terri kidnap Kiara, because not long after that, Terri Horman does try to kidnap Kiara from the gym where Kaine was working out, despite the fact that there's a restraining order. Yes, tries to kidnap. And Terri Horman, even on the Dr. Phil's show, tried to say that this landscaper that she hired and stuff, she was fearful of, and, he just got this cologne on, and he was this and that, and I thought he was going to, assault me in front of Kiara. Like, she spun so much information. Yeah, thank God Terri did not get the baby. But it's really because law enforcement has talked about there possibly being like a third person involved in all of this, because witnesses came forward and said that there was somebody in and around the Terri Horman truck when Terri and Kyron were inside the school. But it was also said that it wasn't Dede Spicher. So who was it? And these witnesses didn't say whether, or law enforcement didn't let it out, this information, whether or not it was a man or a woman or what. But Michael Cook has been under my radar now for a minute, just because he's sexting with Terri after his friend's son comes up missing. Who does that? And he also organizes some kind of like candle vigil or something for Kyron in the very beginning too. So like he's doing these things for Kaine to try to show support, but yet he's sexting with his wife after murder for hire plots are, all over the news and everything else, and he knows about it, but he's still sexting with Terri. So it's a little suspicious to me. And Michael Cook lived in the area near Skyline too. So law enforcement has spoken to him several times too throughout the years. And I was given lots more information about him by somebody that is in my Facebook group on Kyron. Okay, so I want to just present some stuff here. Hold on one second. Let me find. Here's something that talks about these 11 days that Terri and Dede spent with each other. Actually, I want to use this one. We're going to talk about, let Desiree talk about who Dede Spicher is. Now that we're introducing everybody to Terri's friend.
Ruled out every single possible other person except one. I should say two. Terri's friend, Dede Spicher. You don't get Dede without Terri. In fact, they've had a personal relationship physically.
I believe in information that they have found, not only from taking Terri's regular cell phone, Dede's cell phone, these burner phones, that there was some kind of communication about there being a sexual relationship between Dede and Terri, because Desiree has always spoken about the fact that they had some kind of relationship with one another. And I believe that Dede Spicher was in love with Terri, and that's how she got Dede to work with her.
As far as I'm aware, Dede was 2 miles from the school on Germantown Road, working at a property where she was landscaping for them. She was also missing during the same period of time that Terri was. The people on the property always have lunch together in their central location, and they were trying to locate her, and she was missing.
Okay.
And they tried calling her, and she didn't answer. Her phone was on the property. Her car was on the property, but Dede was nowhere to be found, and they looked everywhere. It's our understanding through information I've had turned over to me during searches that she was picked up by Terri from her job on that property. In the DA's office, they believed at the time that they could get her to flip on Terri. Several weeks later, they made an agreement with Dede Spicher for immunity. Here's the problem with that. As you're investigating, you're getting evidence, you're obtaining new information, new interviews, all the things, right? And now, today, what we can say is there's physical evidence that is involving her. From what I understand, Dede Spicher said Terri was using throwaway phones and had loaded it with minutes and was using that to communicate with people. They were able to acquire the phones. Dede took them where they dumped them. I don't know when the phones were dumped. They got access to them a couple of weeks after Kyron went missing. There's communication connected to photos that were stored on the phone that is the physical evidence in the case. It's all things that imply guilt. It's all things showing conceal and lie and deceit. All of it.
So there you have Desiree talking about these burner phones and Dede's immunity. Dede's immunity, now that everything is going to be handed over to the FBI and the BAU, may not stand a chance, since it's an Oregon immunity deal that holds no power whatsoever in the federal system. So that is amazing. And Desiree did promise that she was going to try to take away that immunity deal. Also, these burner phones that Terri and Dede used the day that Kyron disappeared, Dede led law enforcement to. The law enforcement found these phones. These phones have been with law enforcement for 15 years, and 3 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, new technology was able to get pictures of Kyron after leaving the school off those phones, a location and communication, just like you heard here. She talked about the pictures of Kyron on those phones and the location at the Crime Fest Northwest. Dede Spicher was not working like she said she was. Dede Spicher was missing for up to 4 hours that day.
For the first time, photos of Horman's close friend, Dede Spicher, are included, along with an attached questionnaire asking if anyone saw Spicher near the school that day. She says she was on a gardening job, but her employers now claim they were unable to reach her for 4 hours, much longer than first reported.
They had to find Dede. She came into work, she told law enforcement, or she said that, well, let's just see what she said. She arrived at her job at West Wind Farm Studio, a sprawling and lush 40-plus acre. It's like 80 acres, but only 40 of it actually is usable. The other part of the property is part of like a conservation. Yes, 4 hours is how long law enforcement or her employer could not find her. And yes, there is physical DNA found in the bed of the truck. Good to see you, Susie. Thank you so much for coming in, hon. We've got a true Kyron Horman supporter in the house, because Susie, she has believed from day one that Terri Horman had something to do with Kyron's disappearance. So on this 40 acres worth of land, scheduled to be on a garden conservatory tour the next day. The next day after Kyron's disappearance, there was supposed to be a big tour. It was going to happen. Lots of people were going to be coming. It was part of a garden tour that people could take and everything else. So Dede had very specific things that she was told she needed to do by Miss Hawkinsmith there at West Wind Farms. So Dede says she parked at the main house, left her cell phone, which was turned on, and her lunch cooler in her Ford Explorer. So she has now left her phone in the car. She went inside the main house to check in for her assignment, and for the first time since working there, she was invited to lunch with the others at the house. There was no time set. The invitation was open-ended, and she believed, based on the timing of her project's completion, at the opposite end of the property. This was Spicer's customary daily routine. Her duties in preparation for the garden tour took her to the end of the grounds for the bulk of the morning near the road. And you just heard Desiree talk about Terri Horman picking Dede up. Well, it'd be easy for her to pick Dede up if she was working at the end of the property near the road, right? So she's already talked to Miss Hawkinsmith to get her job duties for the day. And then she leaves her car or her cell phone in her car, and she's working near the road. These are big red flags to me. Where she was working, bent over in tall grass and vegetation, is not visible from the main house. That's the excuse that she gives and why they could not find her at West Wind Farms when the employer, Miss Hawkinsmith, and other employees wanted to try to find her. Spicer was not wearing a watch nor carrying her cell phone, and headed to the house for lunch after completing work on a section of the property. And this is all Dede Spicer's story, by the way. She told this story to a blogger who has spread so much rumor and misinformation in Kyron's case. This is the interview that Shannon Stoy, the blogger for Blink on Crime, I'm just saying, stay away from it, because she just bad. She's not a reporter, she's a blogger, okay? She told Miss Hawkinsmith that, or when she arrived in the house, she was told by Miss Hawkinsmith that Miss Hawkinsmith tried calling Dee Dee's name outside when everyone was ready for lunch. When Dee Dee did not respond and could not be seen from the main house, Miss Hawkinsmith also called Dee Dee's cell phone. Spicer said she apologized and explained her project's location and status. Wait a minute, what? Didn't she just say she went in and got her duties for the day? Yes, she did. So when they went to call her phone and look for her, shouldn't Dee Dede Spicher be where she was told to work? So why did she apologize to Miss Hawkinsmith for it? We don't know if it was Kyron's DNA. We just know there was DNA found in the truck. I just want to make that clear. I don't know whose DNA it is, and I don't want to spread any misinformation. So just saying. Did they show the emails yet today? I've been waiting. No, doesn't air your time until 9:30, but I will be sharing it here today. Anyway, so she's apologizing here to Miss Hawkinsmith, even though Miss Hawkinsmith should have been easily able to find her, because Dee Dede Spicher should have been where Miss Hawkinsmith told her to work that day. She apologized and explained her project's location and status, and then sat down to eat. Dee Dede resumed her workday to completion. Her cell phone records confirmed this account. Well, yeah, she left her phone on purpose in her car so that she couldn't be pinged anywhere, and left her phone on so that it could be pinged there at Westwind Farms, because she wanted law enforcement to think that she was there all day. And they didn't just search, like they didn't just call her phone and holler for her. They searched for her. Mrs. Hawkinsmith is responsible for her employee. She has to make sure that Dee Dede's okay and find her. She's on a large piece of property. She could have had a heart attack. She could have got stung by bees. She could have fallen down a hole. Anything could have happened to her. And if you think that they weren't out looking on that property, really looking out on that property for her, you're wrong, because they did search and they could not find her. And one person, one employee there at Westwind Farm said they saw Dee Dede abruptly leave the property. On one location, at the request of law enforcement, Spicer agreed to walk the property and demonstrate her activities that day. During one reenactment, a female investigator attempted to mimic Hawkinsmith's lunch call while Spicer was out near the property line. Spicer heard the investigator's call. So there's this huge reenactment. Dee Dede has to go back up to the property, show law enforcement where she was, what she was doing that day, and now there's an investigator pretending to be Miss Hawkinsmith. We're going to react what happened that day. Dee Dede Spicher is standing next to another investigator. They holler for her, and what? She heard it? Well, why couldn't she hear it on June 4th? She heard this investigator because the other investigator standing right next to her heard the reenactment themselves, and Dee Dede Spicher can't look like an idiot, right? Oh yeah, I heard that. Wonder why I did it on June 4th. Okay, nice story, Dee Dede. Give me a break. These women and the way that they have tried so hard to get away with this has done nothing but show themselves as ignorant, because law enforcement and we're able to put the pieces together very easily. I mean, a reenactment, and then you have the flyer also of Dede Dede Spicher that goes out. Do you really think that they're going to put out a flyer with Dee Dee's face, Terri's face, and the truck unless they feel like these women have some kind of involvement? And now we know burner phones that Dee Dee led them to. I heard that person that day. They never told me where she was standing. And then she tries to say that. I don't know where she was standing. She wants you to think that maybe they were closer than where Miss Hawkinsmith was the day that she hollered for her. But the thing is she didn't just holler, they searched. I just know I could not see her, which is easy to do if you saw the grounds. I don't know why I never heard the property owner that day, except to say I try to be very mindful when I am working and gardening is a love of mine I tend to immerse in. It was the first time I was invited to lunch and was looking forward to sharing the meal on break. Had I heard her, I would have stopped immediately and headed in. It makes no sense that Miss Hawkinsmith could not find her. On several occasions, I reminded investigators that there was a witness to where she was working that day. She tries to say this vendor saw her. Had a vendor seen her? And don't think that law enforcement wouldn't look into that if Dee Dee said a vendor saw me, because that vendor, all law enforcement needed to do was talk to Miss Hawkinsmith and ask her questions about all the vendors that came in that day, get all of the information for all the vendors, talk to every single one of them, and determine whether or not any of them saw Dee Dede Spicher. And guess what? Nobody saw her on the property. The only person that saw her was her abruptly leaving the property. And yes, this just goes all into, her trying to convince us all that there was this vendor that saw her. Absolutely not true. Let's see. And here is Bruce McCain talking about the burner phones and Dee Dede Spicher.
Yes, now in Portland is attorney Bruce McCain, a former captain with the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. Thanks very much for being with us again. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, Harry.
Let us talk about this now. Terri Horman's friend, Dede Spicher, tells People.com that her friend, Terri, did nothing wrong, that she herself never left that property the day of Kyron's disappearance. What is your reaction to all of this information?
Well, here it's kind of interesting that Dede Spicher would tell her story to People magazine, but yet she's unwilling to tell it to the local community here. The words that she used, by the way, in a way kind of put herself in a bind, because she's claiming that she never left this 38-acre parcel that she was gardening on that morning, and yet somehow she just knows that Terri Horman was not involved on the same morning, which of course would be impossible for her to prove. The big issue here, though, Harry, is that Dede Spicher initially, when she first popped up on the public radar, she distanced herself from Terri Horman, saying she's cooperating and she's got nothing to do with Terri, etc. And now she seems to be joined at the hip as a part of the Terri Horman fan club.
Right. Is there something in this that indicates something? Was she not contactable at some point during, is it like a 3 or 4 hour time period here where people could not get a hold of her?
Yes, the key is on Friday, June 4th, the day Kyron went missing after he was at the school. The key times are in that mid-morning area, and the people that were owned the property that she was gardening at indicated that they could not find her for anywhere from an hour and a half to up to 3 hours, from roughly 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Now, Dede's now claiming, no, I never left the property, I was there the whole time. The problem for Dede is that she apparently has no one to corroborate that particular story, so it's her word against some other credible witnesses. So that's really the problem here, and the key.
It's her word against a bunch of other witnesses. She has no alibi to prove that she was there. And then, her heard that for the very first time. Witnesses here. I love listening to things over again. I got to listen to this again, y'all.
For Dede is that she apparently has no one to corroborate that particular story. So it's her word against some other credible witnesses.
So it's her word against other credible witnesses. What? I don't know if you're in the house, hiding, lurking in the background, listening to the all day live. Did you just hear that? What? I really don't know if you're here, Heidi. I'm just teasing. But what? Oh my God. I never heard that in this clip. And I've played this clip 1,000 times. Man, I am so glad that I played so many clips in the Michael Vaughn case and really learned how to listen to things. Toasters in the house. Thank you so much for coming. Yes, that smirk on her face when she walks out. I have a picture of her and it's just like, really? Like her face. I can't believe it's her word against other credible witnesses. What? I love it. I love it. Dede Spicher, you're going down.
So that's really the problem here, and the key thing would be whether or not she's going to say that same story to the grand jury.
Right. If People.com had called you for advice on what question.
And yes, she does a interview with People's Magazine as well. We just went over what she told the blogger Shannon Stoy from Blink on Crime. A very unreliable source, by the way.
Question to ask her, what would you have asked her?
Well, this may be part of the deal of not asking any tough questions, but I would have first of all have known, do you have anybody to corroborate your idea that you were never left that property? I would have asked her about the disposable cell phones, whether she purchased any of them, used them, and if so, why? I certainly want to know what she and Terri Horman spoke about when she stayed with Terri for 11 days at that household. And also finally, I'd ask her, are you willing to voluntarily go before the grand jury without any lawyer help and without any kind of a grant of immunity? That's going to be the key question here. She's the only witness in this entire episode that so far is lawyered up and is actually trying to negotiate with the district attorney as to when and how she's going to testify to the grand jury. For somebody that's got nothing to hide, that's unusual.
The only witness in this story that gets a lawyer. Terri gets a lawyer, Dede gets a lawyer. Nobody else involved gets a lawyer, but Dede does. Dede Spicher, Terri's lover during this time, needs a lawyer. Also trying to make deal with the prosecuting and everything else. It doesn't add up. This is what she's doing. And he just talked about, I would want to find out whether or not Dede Spicher purchased any phones. Well, you know, I've got my receipts. You know, I can prove that there's burner phones and that Dede Spicher purchased them.
K2 News has learned the role prepaid cell phones are playing in the case. Multiple sources tell K2 News in the days after Kaine Horman moved out, Terri and two friends stayed in communication using such phones. At least one of them was purchased by Dede Spicher, another by a second friend from an electronics store inside the Lloyd Center Mall.
One purchased by Dede Spicher, another one purchased by another one of Terri Horman's friends.
The friend admits to me she used a fake name to buy the phone. She says they were simply trying to have some private.
A fake name to buy the phone. Why do you need a fake name? First of all, let's just go back. Like, why do you even need a burner phone at all? Why did Dede destroy burner phones and throw them in the field? There's throwaway phones here being used. They're being tossed in a field. Now you have other cell phones later in the month, other burner phones being purchased with fake names and in cash and by one other person in Dede and Terri's life.
Privacy as they tried to help Terri find an attorney and felt their conversations were being monitored. As a practical matter, she says they also needed phones with AT&T coverage since their Verizon phones didn't have service at the Horman home where they were all spending considerable amounts of time.
Because their AT&T phones didn't have service up at the Horman phone. But we find out through court documents and when Dede Spicher agrees to answer a bunch of questions, but pleads the fifth to over 50 of them, that the phone service or the phone company that she used was a Sprint phone service, not AT&T. So her phone was working just fine. It was just another ruse.
What remains unclear is why 2 additional prepaid phones were purchased at another store in downtown Portland the next day. Under the same fake name the friend used to buy hers at Lloyd Center.
So there you have even more. One day, Dede and Terry's friend goes and purchases a phone with fake name and with cash. But what they don't understand is why 2 more phones are purchased the next day under the same fake name that Terry's friend used the day before. So here's Dede and Terri using the fake name of the other friend, throwing her under the bus with using that fake name. So now you have 2 phones used on June 4th, 2010, the day that Kyron came up missing. And then you have 2 phones purchased by Dede and Terry's friend. And then 2 more cell phones purchased the day after. 6 burner phones in the month of June. 6.
Tells me she knows those phones were paid for in cash, but she did not purchase them.
And that friend comes forward and says, I didn't purchase them. Hold on one second. What time is it? It's 4 o'clock. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to finish talking about these phones because I think we can watch. My daughter is messaging me. Hold on a second. I gotta look at these. Hold on one second. Oh, never mind. My daughter is addicted to what's going on with these 3 beautiful missing girls up here in Washington. And there was, I guess she's sending me a link on it. She's obsessed though. Anyway, so you have 6 burner phones. 6. Why do you have 6 burner phones in the month of June, Terri and Dede? Why? Why don't you want law enforcement to hear your phone conversation or hear your conversations if you're not hiding anything? Desiree Young post on June 4th, 2015. Absolutely, without a doubt, with all my heart, I know that she, Terri, did it. I think she was working with 1 or 2 possible people, but absolutely she did it. We know at least Dede Spicher. Yeah, she is one of them. She also says, Desiree Young, also Dede. Why use throwaway phones to call and talk to Terri on and after June 4th, 2010, if you have nothing to hide and you are innocent? Oh, and wait, that means you were in contact with Terri after March 2010 because Dede and Terri tried to tell everybody they hadn't talked since March at Terry's birthday party. So many holes in this story, I can't even keep up. And those are just the ones that are public and we can talk about. Lots and lots of burner phones being used. Yeah, 6 burner phones is ridiculous. Oh my goodness, we got Brandy Neal Vaughn in the house. Hi, Mama. Brandy Neal Vaughn is Michael Vaughn's mama. Michael Vaughn is missing out of Fruitland, Idaho. He was abducted July 27th, 2010. There are 4 named suspects in his case: Sarah Wandra, Stacy Wandra, Adrian Lucian, and Brandon Shirtliff. One of them know exactly where Monkey is, and it's time that they tell law enforcement and the Bond family where Monkey is. Brandy says, just dropping in to show my love and support to Kyron and Kyron's family, sending them all the love and prayers. Justice for Kyron. Have a blessed week, everybody. 2021, love. I must have said 2010 because I've got Kyron brain today. Sorry. 2021. Thank you. Sorry. We got Kyron on the brain for sure. Thank you so much for coming in. We always continue to pray for Michael, for our sweet monkey. So that's all those burner phones. And then when you move into July, you start hearing about them. Well, first, we know the burner phones, Dede led them to the burner phones. So let's talk about that evidence search for looking for those phones.
A former captain with the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. Bruce, good morning to you.
Good morning, Chris.
Let me ask you this. 2 new searches this weekend. So what is behind these searches? What are they looking for?
Well, again, we should not confuse these weekend searches with the ones that were happening 9 weeks ago. The initial search, of course, was a massive search and rescue looking for a presumably lost and alive 7-year-old boy. This is a different type of search. This is going to be a forensic search for physical evidence of criminal activity. One of the clues, of course, is going to be the spacing of the searchers themselves, what they're looking for, and what we just heard in that last report is that it does look like the grand jury process is starting to squeeze some critical information out of people that may have been reluctant to tell investigators without the power of a subpoena.
Is that the reason why this friend Dede Spicher was able to come forward now with these tips at this time in the grand jury process?
Well, as we talked about before, Chris, on this very program, Dede Spicher was not reportedly very cooperative with the investigators. But when you put somebody under oath in a grand jury under penalty of perjury, and perhaps even with the threat of additional prosecution for their own criminal conduct, that tends to squeeze information out. So it looks like Dede's opening up. And again, these investigators, this is not a search and rescue. This is a forensic search for criminal evidence, more than likely something very specific that Dede told them about. And it could even very well be one of these untraceable cell phones that they're trying to find.
If it is a cell phone that they are in fact looking for, how could that help tie Terri to this case?
Well, Chris, one of the biggest problems we've talked about before is just trying to make a connection between Terri Horman's involvement and this idea that Kyron's being stashed by an unknown third party. If they can find these phones and use the great forensics that they have now to try to find out who Terri Horman was talking to immediately after June 4th or thereabouts, that might give them a tip as to where Kyron actually may be today.
This is what Dede's attorney had to say about everything, which, by the way, I heard something I never heard before when I went to Kyron's vigil on Sunday. Dede Spicer's attorney got asked whether or not Dede agreed to talk to the grand jury or was she forced to talk to the grand jury, and her attorney replied, and these were clips that were being played on the videos and stuff that Desiree, I don't know why my daughter keeps calling me. She knows I'm live for Kyron like all day long. Anyway, what was I saying? That these clips that were being played all day at the vigil, this is information that Desiree Young had put out into these clips. And Dede's attorney says that she was subpoenaed. So it doesn't really shock me that she had to be subpoenaed, but she definitely didn't offer up any of the information freely. But here is Dede Spicer's attorney talking about the situation also. Why won't it open?
friends is defending his client. He claims Dede Spicher is cooperating and she has nothing to do with Kyron's disappearance. Prosecutors subpoenaed the Tualatin woman to appear before a grand jury yesterday. Her lawyer says Spicer appeared before the secret panel but did not testify. She's expected to be called back before the grand jury sometime in the future. Spicer is a close friend of the missing boy's stepmother. Terri Horman was the last one to see Kyron Horman on June 4th. Previously, Kyron's family issued a statement saying Spicer is not cooperating with investigators. Police and the FBI searched her condo. Spicer's attorney claims she is being treated unfairly. But when asked about her friend, the lawyer predicts time is running out for Terri Horman.
I would be frankly surprised if Terri Horman did not eventually face charges in this case. I would just be very surprised if an indictment didn't come down.
So even Dede Spicer's own attorney is saying that he would not be surprised that Terri Horman had an indictment come down on her. That is huge because he is privileged to see some information. So what did he see that made him think that Terri was guilty of doing something, right? Really huge here. I have so much information to continue sharing with you guys. Thank you guys all for being here. It means so much to me, and I know it means a lot to Kyron's family to be sitting here and bringing awareness for Kyron. These are tweets on Twitter by Dede. Let's see. She says something on June 4th. Holy crap, I know this boy. 7:45 a.m. Or that was at 5:25 p.m. on June 4th. Dede Spicer post on her Twitter. Holy crap, I know this boy. So we've got both women immediately online. You know, they got to make sure they got to spin the narrative, right? At 7:44 a.m. on June 5th, yes, my friend Terri is the stepmother mentioned in this article. It's so shocking when someone like this hits so close to home. Then 5:44 p.m. June 5th, this is my friend's child. I know him. It's so scary. So there's the 4th and the 5th. And then on June 13th, she posted something that I just have never been able to get out of my head. It's just strange and unusual to me, okay? You have her posting just shortly after Kyron comes up missing. I'm cut, blistered, totally out of alignment, thoroughly exhausted, and I would do it all again in a heartbeat. What the hell was she talking about? To me, it was just really super suspicious. It is so crazy to me to say I'm cut, blistered, totally out of alignment, thoroughly exhausted, and that I would do it all again in a heartbeat. And then she posted, getting crazy, Disneyland excited about the Black Sheep gathering in Eugene this weekend. Then she posted, which is a huge red flag, part of a poem by Dylan Thomas, and it says, "To surrender now is to pay the expensive org twice." What the hell does that mean? To surrender now is to pay the expensive org twice? And then you have car repairs were not on the agenda for today or this month. So something's going on with her car. She's talking about surrender. And she's talking about being blistered, totally out of alignment, thoroughly exhausted, and would do it all again in a heartbeat. Some of these just don't even make sense to me. Dede Spicer's own word from People magazine, she said, any conversations that we wanted to have, we would go outside when we were in the house. We'd talk about the kids. So any conversations that they wanted to have, they would go outside into the yard to have. When we were in the house, we'd talk about the kids. We'd talk about marriage, talked about her family. Dede Spicher to People's Magazine, August 18th of 2010. Because she's talking to People's Magazine, but she won't talk to law enforcement. And then searchers scour the woods for Kyron clues Sunday, August 8th at 5:21 p.m. 2 vans of searches looking for clues into Kyron's disappearance off of Germantown Road west of Skyline. Germantown Road is right off Old Germantown Road near Dede's work. We caught sight of searchers out for the second day along 2 roads near Skyline Boulevard. Search teams spent all day Sunday combing areas of northwest Germantown Road. The terrain there is difficult and gets even steeper and bushier the further west you go. Neighbors tell us this is the second full day of searching in the area, some of it in areas so steep that teams have to rappel down cliffs in order to cover the ground completely. Indeed, neighbors say teams of searchers went through the same area shortly after Kyron went missing. During the first wave of massive searches this weekend, however, sources say the searchers are following tips based off of information from Dede Spicher. Some crews were using search dogs to go through forest areas along Germantown Road. Search teams were seen near a field off of Cornelius Pass Road, about 1 mile west of Skyline. And that's that field where Dede Spicher led police to for those what she thought were destroyed burner phones. Some crews were using search dogs. Crews were also seen in a field off Cornell Road on Sunday. Crews set up a base near Kyron School and searched fields along Cornell Road. This is in August of 2010. Prior to this, though, there were searches done at Dede Spicer's aunt's house in Helvetia, which was 5 miles away from Skyline. Dede Spicer's condominium was searched. Her cell phone and computers were taken. And they also searched Westwind Farms, home where Dede Spicer gardened. Search. Investigators spent Sunday searching the home where Dede Spicer gardened the morning of June 4th. The person who owns the house where Dede Spicer gardened, who is cooperating with investigators, told investigators she called Spicer on her cell phone, but she didn't answer. The source told KGW a person who was working with Spicer, who is also cooperating with investigators, told them of trying to unsuccessfully find Spicer there on the property at Westwind Farms. Both people have told investigators they have no idea where Spicer was during the period of time. Sources tell KGW News that people have also searched Spicer's home. Spicer has known Terri and Kaine for about 7 years. The weekend of August 7th through the 8th, searchers and investigators resumed a ground search for Kyron Horman. The search focused on a 2.2-mile Old Germantown loop. That is the loop. Old Germantown Road is the same road that has Westwind Farms on it. So now they're even looking on the road where Dede Spicer worked, not far from the home where Dede Spicer. One of Terri Moulton's friends was gardening the day that Kyron went missing. Monday, August 9th, investigators continued the concentrated search along 2.2-mile Northwest Old Germantown Loop. So not only have they searched the property of where Dede Dede Spicher worked, they searched the street. They also put up a flyer of Dede Dede Spicher with Terri and the Horman truck, because they were passing that around while searching in this area in the beginning of August. Also, we know that witnesses came forward and told Desiree Young, tips came in and witnesses said that two women, Dede Dede Spicher and Terri Horman, were seen on Old Germantown Road in front. Let me just see. It's probably in here, actually. Let's see. July 9th. We'll go back to that, you guys. July 19th, 2010, Dede Dede Spicher was called to the grand jury but was not questioned. July 22nd, police searched the homes of 3 of Terri's friends. Several friends took polygraph tests. Dede Dede Spicher declined to take one July 22nd, but she later told Blink on Crime in 2013 that she had taken one and passed. So what is it? July 15th, Dede Dede's condo was searched in Tualatin and police took her computer and phone. July 22nd, 2010, detectives did a canine search, scoured the property of Dede Dede's aunt's house off Northwest Bishop Road in Helvetia. July 22nd, 2010, police searched the homes of 3 of Terri's other friends. So while they're searching Dede Dede Spicher's aunt's house, they're also searching 3 other friends. 3 other friends of Terri Horman's. August 8th, it was reported that a tip from Dede Dede Spicher is what sparked the search. Search teams were seen near a field off Cornelius Pass Road, about 1 mile south of the school on Old Germantown Road, not far from the farm where Dede Dede was working. That's the field where the burner phones were. This is information regarding Dede Dede Spicher knowing Rudolph Sanchez while working at a different farm. Here it says Hawkins Smith's friend. So Hawkins Smith was Dede Dede Spicher's employer on June 4th, 2010, the ones that were looking for her on the farm. Hawkins Smith's friend and fellow farm owner Jean Ann Vaughn did hire RS Landscaping Maintenance. That is Rudolph Sanchez Landscaping Maintenance. Dede Dede Spicher was interning for Miss Vaughn and was referred to Miss Hawkins Smith to work on her property. Spicer said she had never met Rudolph Sanchez, nor has she observed him on either property. This is information that I turned into law enforcement that they started to look into after I found this information, because this is connecting the dots between Dede Dede, Rudy Sanchez, and Terri Horman. It was huge information that the detective did not know about. And Dede Dede Spicher and Terri Horman were seen passing things from one truck to another on Old Germantown Road. That information provided to us by Desiree Young. So now you have 2 women, both unaccounted time, on the day that Kyron Horman disappeared. You have law enforcement putting up flyers of these women. They're not going to waste their time, their money, their effort in doing any of this. And here's the flyer that was put up in August. So they spent all of July looking into Dede Dede Spicher. By August, she's leading them to burner phones in a field. And these are 2 burner phones that we know that they had. What about the other 4? Remember, there's 6. Did law enforcement ever get those 4 burner phones? We don't know. We're not privileged to that information. Have they got that? I mean, I can't even imagine how much information they have on Dede and Terri communication wise, or what else. Like, that would be huge. But again, we're not privileged to that information. I'm going to take a moment here. Getting some messages and stuff. I want to check up on something. Hold on. All right. This is great, you guys. Yes! So we're 3 hours, 23 minutes into the live, and I am now going to be able to share the 30-minute special. I got to find it. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Oh my God, I'm so excited. That 30-minute special that I was talking about that is coming out that has, ooh, yeah. Oh yeah, we're about to play this, y'all. Whoop! I'm so excited. I'm almost shaking, you guys. This is so exciting to me, okay? So this is the unsolved mystery of Kyron Horman. This is going to show new information about emails. This is gonna just, it's gonna have so much in it. I'm so excited. Before we play this, though, I am going to take a minute. I'm going to play Kyron's song real quick, or his. Let me hop over here and play this so that I can take just a mini break to use the restroom, to grab something to drink. This is another video that I made for Kyron. I'm going to let you guys watch it while I go do those things. We'll be right back, just taking a mini break, and then we're going to come back and watch the new special. Thank you, honey, for sending me that. My daughter just sent me the link. Okay, be right back, you guys.
He's a great kid. He's got a great smile. Everybody has become familiar with it. Just remember that. Keep it in your head.
It's been 2 heartbreaking months since a 7-year-old went missing.
What do you miss most about seeing him as a mother and father? What do you think about?
Is a very affectionate kid. He has been since he was a baby. Just the random hugs and the sounds and he has this short hair. I always run my fingers through his hair.
He helps me shave my head and likes to rub my head for the 3 or 4 days while it's still short. Going out and feeding the cat together. Our morning walks down to the bus.
Such an emotional interview there at the very end. You know, I made that video for Kaine Horman. I did a live on Kaine Horman because there are so many haters out there for Kaine, like this is all Kaine's fault, or that he had involvement in Kyron's disappearance. He didn't let Kyron go to his mom, therefore this happened to Kyron. He even put out in one news clip that, you want to blame me, let's move on and find my son. You know, that's where he's at. You don't see Kaine get very emotional very often. And Desiree Young has always spoken about, especially since the book came out, and because she advocates so hard for Kyron publicly. Kaine Horman does a lot behind the scenes. He does have the Kyron Horman Foundation. It is not his fault that this happened to Kyron. The only person's fault that it is Terri Horman Vasquez, okay? He beats himself up enough. That video was heartbreaking to see him break down, talk about their morning walks to the bus, just showing a very emotional Desiree and Kaine Horman. Our hearts here at Missing PNW are with Kyron's family all the time. We love Kyron. We want justice for Kyron. If you have any information regarding Kyron Horman's whereabouts, any information about Dede Spicher or Terri Horman, seeing them in the Horman white truck, seeing them with any other third person, or, you know, even just seeing Kyron after Skyline Elementary School at approximately 8:50 a.m. on June 4th, please come forward. Please talk to law enforcement. No tip is ever too small. It could be the puzzle piece that is needed to put the big puzzle together in Kyron's case. Kyron's case is a nobody case, and we're really excited that the BAU, the Behavioral Analysis Team for the FBI, will be looking at Kyron's case, because Terry's behavior in all of this is so highly unusual as a step parent of a missing child. Also, the BAU taking on and looking at Kyron's case is huge, because we're looking, you know, this is a nobody case, and having that behavioral analysis is going to be huge for court. Terri Horman drove a red Mustang around at the time with license plate number Red Squirrel. That vehicle was around being seen in very rural areas. If you saw that Mustang with the Red Squirrel the week prior to Kyron's disappearance, call in that tip. The tip line phone number is 503-988-0560. Multnomah County Sheriff's Office has done everything they can to not focus on just Terri Horman. They have looked at all of the registered sex offenders in the area. They looked at all of the teachers, all of the parents, people coming and going. They've been able to use by cell phone pings. They've used, you know, collected information as far as footage and requested footage, not only from the neighborhoods, but probably even CCTV cameras. There's footages from different stores. There is so much in Kyron's case and so many layers here. So to think, like many did in the public, that law enforcement just honed in on Terri Horman without ever looking into other people is just flat out not the case. And Multnomah County Sheriff's Office gets accused of being a crooked, a crooked office or whatever. Yeah, we've got bad cops, we've got good cops, but you know what? When it comes to a missing child, police officers, sheriffs, they want to find these children. This isn't the time to be playing around and doing those things. And Multnomah County used so many different agencies. There were over 21 law enforcement agencies working on Kyron's case when he disappeared. FBI was called in immediately. And it was from Oregon State, California, and Washington, all helping to find Kyron. Multnomah County Sheriff's Office was a search and rescue They were a search and rescue sheriff's office at the time. They had the Green Hornets, and they are trained to look up and down all of these trails in the area. They also do all of the rivers in the area when anybody comes up missing or when somebody's missing in the water or any of that kind of stuff. They were the perfect people, the perfect sheriff's office to have on Kyron's case. So with that being said, I just like to talk about Multnomah County Sheriff's Office because they have worked so hard, and I have so much faith in Detective Tabor. He isn't just a 9-to-5 guy. He takes Kyron home with him to work on his case. He's done everything he can to find Kyron. Again, if you have any information about Kyron Horman's whereabouts, if you know anything, please call law enforcement 503-988-0560. So let's get down to the Unsolved Mystery Kyron Horman show that we've all been looking forward to seeing. I am so stoked, you guys. I am about, oh my God, let's go. Hold on one second. I want to put this up. Are you guys ready for this? I know McSporin, the emails were weird. It was like an alibi she was laying out. Don't come give us spoilers. Kick your booty, Tabitha Marie. Thank you guys all. Yeah, I am live. I told you, 1 o'clock, all day live, sweetheart. Oh gosh, that's hilarious. All right. So, hey Sam, everyone. McSporin from Scotland is here. Blessings to you all from Scotland. 15 years is too long. Justice for Kyron. And again, you guys, thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. I'm ready to get to this. We got to listen. Tabitha may not know what these emails are. Let's look. All right. My honey's home. Hello. Okay. Let's go ahead and play this special.
Kyron's a quiet kid. You almost don't think he's there. And then you'll hear him say some really intelligent comment. And you just turn and look at him and go, what are you talking about? And he picks up everything. He's just a sponge.
The glasses that he wore and the expressions on his face.
he just has this great laugh that, you know, you hear it and it just fills your soul.
June marks the start of summer vacation in Portland, Oregon, a welcome break for students before they return to classrooms in the fall. Kyron Horman would be 22 years old now, getting ready to graduate college or starting his career. But instead, he's frozen in time, forever 7 years old. This is the story of the day he went missing. June 4th, 2010 fell on a Friday. Excitement buzzed through the halls of Skyline Elementary School in Northwest Portland. It was Science Fair Day. Hundreds of people were expected to walk through the doors, including 7-year-old Kyron Horman, who was anxiously waiting to show off his tree frog exhibit. Kyron's dad, Kaine, says it was a normal day for their family.
Get up, work, him going to school in the morning, talked to him that morning before he had a project display at school that day with people coming to the school to come check out the kids' projects. So talked to him in the morning before I went into work.
Kaine says his wife, Terri, was taking Kyron to school that day. It's what happened between the science fair and when Kyron would normally get home from school that remains one of Oregon's biggest mysteries. Terri snapped this picture of Kyron in front of his project and says in this 2016 interview on Dr. Phil that she watched him walk toward his classroom.
I stood at the top and watched him right about as he got to his door, his classroom door. The back, last thing I remember is the back of his head.
According to Kyron's teacher, Miss Porter, he never made it to class. She was told he had a doctor's appointment and marked him absent.
It didn't raise any red flags at that time because he was off to the doctor's appointment and presumably would be back for his coat and backpack.
Rebecca Morris has spent years writing about missing persons. The Horman case is one she knows well. In 2020, a decade after his disappearance, she published her book, Boy Missing.
Terri Horman says she left him at school and she and her young daughter left and went and did some errands.
By all accounts, it was an ordinary day.
Went down to go get him from the bus like we would normally do.
But this time, Kyron wasn't there.
The bus came by and the bus driver opened the door and was like, yeah, he's not on the bus today. And I was like, why is he not on the bus? He was at school today.
Hi, nice to meet you.
About 4 hours away in Medford, Kyron's mom, Desiree, was at work when she got a phone call.
The caller ID on my phone showed Skyline Elementary, and my heart sank. I picked it up right away. She said, "You are listed as the emergency notification for Kyron Horman." And yes, he's my son, you know, and I'm kind of feeling weird, like, why is she talking to me this way? And she said, I have to notify you he's missing.
By that night, a massive search was underway. The Multnomah County Sheriff's Office calls it their largest search and rescue effort in history. The focus, Skyline Elementary. Crews searched every part of the building. When that proved to be a dead end, they searched the nearby forest and even the Horman home. Investigators eventually asked anyone who was at the school that day to come back in for an interview.
As you all know, this has been a very, very difficult time for the
for the family of Kyron.
A week after the disappearance, the sheriff's office held a news conference. It was one of the first times the public heard from Kyron's family. They appear to show a united front, but Desiree says she still reads into this moment.
15 years later, what do you think about that moment?
That hug especially, because, you know, even though we were co-parents, we weren't close. Hugging was never a thing.
Desiree also provided K2 News with never-before-seen emails between her and Terri from the days leading up to Kyron's disappearance. She calls the exchanges abnormal. In one email from Terri dated Wednesday, 2 days before Friday's science fair, she tells Desiree, "Finishing up his poster board tonight, and then I'll get a picture of that to put on Facebook as well, since we take it in tomorrow. He's pretty excited about it." It seems like an ordinary email, but it's one that points to a major question today. Why did Terri leave her bright red sports car at home on Friday and drive her husband's white truck to school?
Was that abnormal, or was that a weird conversation?
Not really. I mean, it was a bigger project, easier just to put it in the truck so it didn't get damaged in the car. The one thing I can't remember still is whether or not it was already at the school from the night before, because I think they had it at the school the day before as well, but that part I'm kind of fuzzy on.
That detail, whether Kyron's project was already at school or taken Friday morning, remains unclear. In one of the final emails sent at 1:24 on the day of the science fair, Terri asked Desiree to check Facebook as soon as she can, seemingly referring to pictures of Kyron at the fair. Terri also writes, "We went around to other classrooms. He could see how far he had come in ability. Pretty packed at the school, lots of parents."
They say 300 extra people at Skyline School that day, grandparents, siblings, parents, looking at the science exhibit, and there was no security. So it was really an opportunity for somebody to take a child.
Morris says that puts Kyron's doctor's appointment under a microscope. Desiree says Kyron didn't have one at all, but Kaine says if one was scheduled, it would not have been on the day of the science fair.
Do you think whoever took Kyron that day planned for a day like this?
Well, I would think that it would probably be hard to be a spontaneous event, given the knowledge about the situation at the school on that day.
Prosecutor Norm Frink worked on the case.
It just struck me that it wouldn't be something just the spur of the moment.
Frink calls the investigation one of the most frustrating of his career.
As time went on and progressed, what made the case so challenging to finally charge somebody?
What made it challenging was the initial disappearance and the crime scene were extremely complicated and vast. That being a special day at the school, the number of people there that needed to be interviewed was just a tremendous challenge, and to determine everybody who'd actually been there.
Witness statements from Kyron's classmates, their parents, and even a bus driver say they saw Terri and Kyron leaving the school together.
What do you make of the witness statements who say, "I saw Terri and Kyron leave"?
Well, I think it's huge because it narrows that missing timeline, right?
We also took this question to Frink. He says the witness statements weren't as damning as you'd think.
My recollection is that we didn't have any credible witness that was sure about that. We had people who maybe thought, but if we had had a single credible witness who was positive of that would have enhanced the case much more than the state of the evidence we were presented with did.
Without solid evidence, investigators narrowed in on Terri and the inconsistencies in her story, even contacting her closest friend.
The hope was that she would produce information as to what happened to him and produce information that would result in a prosecutable case against someone.
Coming up, the immunity deal that still raises eyebrows. By the end of June, less than 1 month after Kyron disappeared, investigators had zeroed in on Terri Horman.
Hi, Terri. I'm Dan Silken with Channel 2 News. Do you know where Kyron is?
But getting answers they hoped for proved to be a challenge.
She retained a high-profile defense attorney fairly soon into the investigation, and that inhibited some of the things law enforcement might have liked to have done.
Investigators say Terri failed 2 polygraph tests and walked out on a 3rd. Still, she was never named a suspect or even a person of interest.
That meant that various things that probably in hindsight should have been done as far as treating her as a suspect weren't done, and that she had access to information that she maybe shouldn't have had access to.
In July, friends of the Horman family were still being interviewed by investigators. One of Terri's friends stood out. Her name is Dede Spicher.
Can you tell us anything about these allegations?
Spicher worked at a nursery in Northwest Portland, less than 5 miles away from Skyline.
This is your chance to give your side of the story, please, Dede.
And investigators say she was unaccounted for several hours the day Kyron was last seen. Spicher claims she had nothing to do with the disappearance, telling People magazine exclusively that she never left the property.
She was given full immunity in the case. Were you working that case when that happened?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, I mean, we thought for some time that she, although we were certainly not sure of it, that she might have been involved in the crime. We also thought that she was probably, if she was involved, a secondary figure. And so, finally, we just made the decision, because we didn't think that we were ever going to get a provable case against her, to immunize her and to try and get information about the crime that way. But the information we got wasn't helpful.
What does it mean to give someone full immunity in a case like this?
Sorry, you guys, got to rewind. Got to listen to what he said about that immunity one more time. Hold up just a sec. This is huge. Norman Brink was the first prosecutor to work on Kyron's case. So what he's saying here is just absolutely... And notice this show focusing again, Terri and Dede.
Finally, we just made the decision, because we didn't think that we were ever going to get, if she was involved, a secondary, certainly not sure of it.
Left the property.
She was given full immunity in the case. Were you working that case when that happened?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, I mean, we thought for some time that she, although we were certainly not sure of it, that she might have been involved in the crime. We also thought that she was probably, if she was involved, a secondary figure. And so, finally, we just made the decision, because we didn't think that we were ever going to get a provable case against her, to immunize her and to try and get information about the crime that way. But the information we got wasn't helpful.
What does it mean to give someone full immunity in a case like this?
What it means is that they can't be prosecuted for any crime they might have committed, although, of course, they can, and that they can be compelled to testify under oath, which she was. The hope was that she would produce information as to what happened to him, and produce information that would result in a prosecutable case against someone. But that didn't happen.
Investigators were seemingly back to square one as the weeks turned into months and even years. Investigators would often turn up near Sauvie Island, about a 6-mile drive from Skyline Elementary. Residents who lived in nearby houseboats say They were called cadaver dogs searching the dock there. The Multnomah County Sheriff's Office has never explained why search crews have focused on that area, but did confirm the last search in the investigation happened just last year on April 24th. Officials wouldn't say where they searched, citing the ongoing criminal investigation. Investigators have never shared if any evidence has been found.
Well, I think it was really in cold case, status. I mean, we needed some event, the finding of evidence, the making of statements by individuals that we thought might have knowledge. It needed something like that to move the case forward. There had been a couple times after the initial investigation where things had come up, but when I left, it would have taken something like that to move things forward.
You say cold case, and it's interesting because the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office has it listed as an active investigation.
Well, I mean, I think those are all terms. I haven't talked to them. I doubt if there's detectives working every day on the case, and so I'd term that, a cold case. They may say active in the sense that they're certainly open to pursuing things, and that they're not just, putting all the evidence away and putting all the reports away and not looking at them again.
Kyron's mom, Desiree, says progress is still being made, even if you don't hear about it every day.
We have seen progress from the FBI we haven't seen in prior years.
Does it give you hope knowing that the Multnomah County Sheriff's Department has this still title as an active investigation?
Yes, and I would say concerning at the same time, because we are 15 years later. 15 years with an ongoing case is challenging.
The sheriff's office declined an interview, but did say they're taking a fresh look at the case and digitizing thousands of pieces of evidence. Multnomah County District Attorney Nathan Vasquez says he's doing the same thing, telling K2 in part, "My office has begun a thorough and methodical review of the case with fresh eyes, and we look forward to receiving further analysis from the sheriff's office and the FBI. Our focus remains where it has always belonged, on Kyron and his family."
When you hear that the department won't speak, what do you make of that?
I understand why they do that, and they, don't want to put anything out there. I understand it. I think that there's a careful way you can navigate that. You can still strategically put a message out there that still lets people know that you are active, you're engaged, you are working it, you're doing things without giving away information that's critical. Kyron doesn't get to be here. He doesn't get to live his life. He doesn't get to experience Easter or all the holidays or the birthdays. He doesn't get that.
Coming up, Kyron may be missing, but his family hasn't given up hope. How his mom says she holds on all these years later. Years later, Desiree's home is full of Kyron. Everywhere you look, there's a memory of him. And that's just how she wants it. Even outside, Kyron has a backyard all to himself, full of frogs and a garden.
How do you stay so strong year after year and hold out hope?
It's kind of twofold. I have my rough days, I do. You know, I broke down. It was the first time we came home, and I didn't want to go on. I didn't want to live without my Kyron. And my husband said to me, "You can't do that. You can't do that to me. You can't do that to your mom. You can't do that to Quinn. And what if Kyron gets to come home? You can't do that to Kyron." And it was that reality shock that I needed. No, you're absolutely right. I might just be a crazy person right now, and I'm feeling all sorry for myself. But you're right, you're right. And I made him a promise, and I've kept it ever since. I won't go there. And then I learned in my rough moments, I turn it.
It's these moments that bring her back here to Skyline Elementary, where she started on a path no mother wants to walk, and one she's still on today.
"15 years later, and Terri Horman is still declining to comment. There are so many things here. I'm definitely going to be having a live soon to go over and like this entire thing. I've got to. But first of all, because the searches from April of 2024, or they talked about searches, I got to rewind, y'all. Sorry, this information is just so huge to me. Where they talk about searches. Hold on. Yep, right in here somewhere. I'm re-listening.
The hope was that she would produce information as to what happened to him and produce information that would result in a prosecutable case.
Hope was that Dede would come forward with information about Kyron. Like this prosecutor sounds pretty confident that Dede Spicher does have some kind of involvement and knows something about Kyron. Otherwise, the immunity deal wouldn't have even been given to Dede Spicher. But then she turns around and doesn't give the information that they want about Kyron. I just don't understand why the immunity could never get taken away. I really don't.
Against someone, but that didn't happen.
Investigators were seemingly back to square one as the weeks turned into months and even years. Investigators would often turn up near Sauvie Island, about a 6-mile drive from Skyline Elementary. Residents who lived in nearby houseboats say they recalled cadaver dogs searching the dock there. The Multnomah County Sheriff's Office has never explained why search crews have focused on that area, but did confirm the last search in the investigation happened just last year on April 24th. Officials wouldn't say where they searched, citing the ongoing criminal investigation. Investigators have never shared if any evidence has been found.
Well,
And what's crazy about this is I do know about that April of 2024 search. I was asked by Detective Tabor at one point because I did go out, do lots of videos of the different search areas and everything else. And he said, if you find out from any of your people in your Facebook group, because I have a lot of people from the community from Skyline, if you find out any information from anybody, that we're doing searches or something to that effect, please do not take video footage of that and post it up. So most recent searches for Kyron, I have not shown the areas. Here, I think is very important because she's saying that Multnomah County didn't tell them where they had been searching, but she's also talking about all the searching on Sauvie Island. Sauvie Island happens to be the one place that Terri Horman doesn't want anybody to talk about. I think it's a huge piece of information. I think it's huge that she just does not want anybody to talk about Sauvie Island. I have another partner that I work on in the Michael Vaughn case, and she knew a PI that was working on Kyron's case from the very beginning that one of the family members hired. I still do not know what family member that it was that hired this PI, but this PI had told my partner that working the Kyron Horman case, was something that was tough for him to do. When I had her talk to him, because I was stoked. I'm like, oh my God, a PI that worked on Kyron's case? Tell me all about it. And I'm like, is there any way we can look at his old case files and whatnot? What can we do to find out what he knows about Kyron Horman and his case and his searches? I know after my partner spoke with this private investigator that one of the reasons why, because she said, why did you stop working on Kyron's case? And he says, well, pretty much my investigation was done. And she goes, yeah, well, what did you conclude? That the key area is Sauvie Island. That's what this private investigator told my partner, that Sauvie Island is key. So, yeah, with all that being said, I mean, there is just so much here. I cannot wait to just sit down, go through this again, word for word for word, hear everything. The emails that I thought that they were going to show were not the emails to the teacher. They were not the hate emails, which makes sense because they are part of the investigation. They are part of evidence, that kind of information. Yeah. So, and then my daughter, she text messages me while this is going, and she goes, I think your mic is on. I thought I had turned my mic off. My button has been really weird lately. I thought I turned my mic off, and I'm sitting here macking out on a sandwich the entire time, so I hope that wasn't too loud. I know that when James was a boy that he was punished in very strange and unusual punishments. I mean, it really was strange, like grounding James to the bedroom for an entire summer, not letting him have books or toys or anything to play with, having to have permission to come out of the room, to even go to the bathroom, to have permission to get anything to eat. Spanking him with kitchen utensils. I put all of that into a live once. But man, that was a bunch of information. It's really interesting to hear after all these years. Yeah, an immunity on a hunch. So much in that news interview. I can't wait to just go back bit by bit and re-listen 1,000 times because oh, I got all excited for emails, and they weren't the emails that I thought. It is child abuse. For a whole entire summer, he said. You know, and talking about child abuse, let's talk about that. Oh, wait, I don't want to share my screen. We're going to take that out of here. Let's talk about the hatred. Let's talk about Terri Horman and how awful of a person she actually was. Here's a clip from Kaine Horman.
I didn't feel that he was in danger. No. There was many discussions and arguments around certain behavioral things, and in a lot of cases, me confronting her on stuff that I didn't feel was appropriate. Not dangerous things, but just things around reprimanding or punishment and things like that. And I actually, like I said, the last few months at least, if not more than that, was standing up for him.
Having to stand up for his son to Terri. The last few months before his disappearance, he spent most of his time trying to protect Kyron.
In some of the circumstances, because it really was unnecessary. Even with her own son. I mean, that's one thing that we call out in the court paperwork as well, that I think everyone needs to understand, is this process of removing children from our home started before Kyron went missing. She had her son taken out of our home in February. And I know that there are claims that that was due to me.
February of 2010, Terri Horman sends her son away to go live with her grandparents. Meanwhile, still collects child support for him from her ex-husband. The ex-husband that Terri had, that wasn't even James' father. He adopted James. And after they divorced, Terri still collected child support. Even took him back to court to get more child support. And after he found out that Terri had sent James away, went and filed stuff with the court so that he no longer had to pay that child support, and won. She was unemployed, getting child support from James's stepdad by marriage and dad by adoption, but not a real father. That's the kind of shady shit that Terri Horman would do for money. How do you take back, or how do you take a father back to court, somebody that's adopted your son back to court to get even more child support money? But I think that Terri Horman took James out of the house because she was trying all these murder for hire plots against Kaine. Because it was around, you know, February, March, April, May, June. So that's 4 months. And we know 4 months prior to Kyron's disappearance, James leaves the house. But 5 months prior to Kaine's disappearance, she started trying to hire Rudy Sanchez to hurt Kaine, to off him. I believe he was taken out of the home because he was older, and she didn't want her son used in court to testify against her. And at one point, they were going to put James in court to talk about things, and Terry's attorney stopped it. And I'm still not sure to this day whether or not James will ever talk to the court about things.
Me, and I have people that will get up on the stand and testify that that was not the case, and they actually had conversations with her on those days when she made the decision for him to leave. So we had children leaving our house well before Kyron did.
And when she made James leave and send him away, she went to the gym telling people and telling her friends that it was Kaine that wanted James to leave, when everybody doesn't realize that Kaine didn't just lose Kyron. He lost James too because of Terry's actions. James actually moves back in with Kaine and lives with him for a long time. They loved each other. They had a very close relationship. James will still tell you to this day that Kaine was the father, that no one ever stood up to the plate and ever stepped up to become his father. That's how close he was to Kaine Horman. That was his father. That's who he looked up to. That's who he respected. Then James made a mistake and shared some pictures of Kiara with Terri, and Kaine kicked him out. And that was kind of the end of the relationship between Kaine and James. But James would love to have that relationship back, but I don't think Kaine will ever let that happen. Because throughout these years, Terri Horman has not seen her daughter for 15 years. She had the chance to go to court and talk about Kyron, take parenting classes, do all the things she needed to do to be able to visit with her daughter, but she refused to talk about Kyron and therefore never saw her daughter again. She has never seen her daughter again in 15 years. So, Kaine never had James leave. That was Terri.
And James was the first one. And unfortunately, there's not a lot I can do about that. But if I could step in right now and do something with regards to him, I would in a heartbeat.
You see the love for James there. If I could have stepped up and done something about that, I would have.
It was disciplining when it's not appropriate, doing certain things that I didn't feel were appropriate at the time, especially for a child her age. And that's the hard part. We've got 3 kids that are separated by a number of years, and each one of them have to be disciplined differently.
There you have him talking about his 18-month-old daughter being punished. She's 18-month-old. What do you do? How do you punish an 18-month-old? Not using the correct punishments for different ages.
Different expectations because of their ages. You discipline them differently. They're not the same. They're all different. And to try to go through and do some of the things that she did, I just didn't feel that they were appropriate. Were they harmful or life-threatening? Absolutely not. But were they excessive? I believe that they were.
It just says so much hearing Kaine talk about having to protect Kyron just months prior to Kyron's disappearance. This is more from that same interview.
I know through the filings, people have asked me, we filed that, that there were horrific actions that day that Kiara may have been witness to. Lay out the scenarios of everything that could have happened to him that day, and every scenario that has him alive still today. Look at any of those scenarios and have your child witness another child have to go through that right in front of their face. It's horrific. I don't care how you.
Kaine believes that his daughter witnessed some unimaginable horror. That's exactly how he puts it and states it in another news report. And in the book Boy Missing, Desiree talks about how Kiara, the day that Kyron disappeared, did not want anything to do with her mom, Terri Horman. She did not want anything to do with her mom. She actually acted like she was terrified of her that day. She only wanted the other adults there at the house. Oh.
Describe it. So yeah, I think he's alive. I think it was an awful day. I sure hope that Kiara didn't witness what happened that day, but I'm pretty confident that she was there based on what we know. And that's a horrific thing for a child to have to witness. For now, until we have information that gives us a direct path to where he's at, putting her behind bars doesn't necessarily help. If she's communicating with anybody or she reaches out to anybody that helps give us the direct path, then that's obviously what we're waiting for. But the thing is when an arrest occurs, the clock starts ticking. Then the legal process has to start. And if they don't have a tight enough legal case, which I'm very confident that they will and that they do, but when they're ready, they'll make the arrest. And until then, I fully support their actions up until that particular point, and I will continue to support it moving forward. But once that happens, the clock ticks. And if they don't have a solid case, and we go into court and she walks from the case, that's going to be an awful day. So I want to make sure they have everything. It needs to be airtight. We need to go in, and justice needs to be served. Well, it's just a scenario that I don't put through my head. So I'm not asking them to grant her immunity on anything. I'm asking her to come forward with the information and do what's right like we've done so many times. And that's not going to do any good. Me standing here today saying that is not going to make anything change. So regardless of what the investigators do and regardless of what the prosecutors do, I don't think it's going to make a difference. So I'm not going to ask them to do anything that they should or shouldn't do. It's up to them to decide, and they're going to do what's right. They're seeking justice for our son, and I expect them to continue that course, and I support them in it. There's a number of different scenarios. I don't know which one. I don't know what to believe. I believe that obviously something happened that day. I believe other people could be involved. She could have done it on her own, but there's so many different scenarios. I just don't know. I need to see more information that would lead me to believe one way or the other. But do I hope she still had an accomplice? Absolutely, I do. But
Terri Suspicious says Terri did this all to keep her daughter, and in the end lost her and didn't even attempt to have a relationship with her. She's evil to the fullest. Zane Lily, this is actually my partner Heidi here, and she says, how can he believe that Kai is alive, but also that Kiara may have witnessed something horrible happen to Kyron? That's a conflict of the heart and mind, definitely. No parent wants to believe that. Yeah, and then and I don't know if you were here earlier, but I shouted out to you, Heidi, about, a couple of things that we played on some new news reports that came out where Kaine doesn't seem as confident that Kyron is alive, in my opinion, because we know him. We know how he talks. He always talks like Kyron's alive, and he kind of made a statement that made it sound like maybe not. So, yeah, whatever that may be, and it pretty much he could have even just said whether found dead or alive. And he does have a conflict of the heart and the conflict of a mind, from guilt, from wanting to believe that his son is alive, to hold on to that miracle that his son is still out there somewhere. And I can't blame him, because Kyron's never been found. His body's never been found. You would have to show me proof that my child was dead, and that would mean his body or her body being found for me to believe that my child was gone. Unless you could show me evidence, 100% fact, that my child was gone, I would try in every way possible to hold on to the belief that, my child was still out there somewhere. What parent wouldn't? We can look at this from a very speculative and, sleuth eyes here and true crime eyes, but we're not Kaine. We're not Desiree Young. We, can you imagine losing your child and 15 years later not knowing what happened?
like I said, looking back, there's still a bunch of things I feel that we don't know. We're dealing with someone who, again, in my opinion, I'm not a professional, but in my opinion, through my readings and research, I believe from a psychological standpoint, is a master at deception, misdirection, and she's bringing it forward in spades. And we're finding out about it left and right as we go through this process. And
from his findings, pretty much what his privileged information has been, that's been given to him, that he knows from looking at this case, or what law enforcement has told him, thinks and knows that Terri Horman has some kind of involvement.
Again, how could I not have known about it? She's really good at what she does. The alcohol part was hidden until other people brought information forward, and even then it was still hard to put the pieces together until there was a couple more pieces provided.
Terri had been drinking excessively, and Kaine didn't know, and then it started to come forward by friends or information that he got from other people that she had been drinking a lot there at the house. He had no clue what Terri was capable of, or that she had been doing anything that gave him any kind of red flags that his son was actually in danger.
That put it in focus. Some of these other things are the same way. She's a master of deception and misdirection. All the conversations, again, in my opinion, she was having with people was the
master manipulator.
Misdirection part. Other things that she was doing, again, in our household were things to provide misdirection so I wouldn't discover what was going on. Again, my opinion only. Investigators, this is nothing from the investigation. This is straight from me. Okay, so that's my opinion, is there's a lot of misdirection here through people, through activities, so that you can't see what she's actually doing.
Susie has a good question here. She says, do you think that Kaine has been shown the pictures on the burner phone? I don't even know that I believe that Desiree has seen the pictures, honestly. Maybe it has seen those pictures. And if she hasn't, Kaine hasn't. I don't know what law enforcement would actually show the parents. What, because that's huge evidence. That's a huge piece of evidence.
And as we step back and we get more pieces and we start to unravel, some of those things are coming to the surface. Again, I think the alcoholism is only the first step. I think there's a lot more coming. We have two objectives here. We have one is to find Kyron, and two is.
I'm glitching. Wonder if my computer's getting hot. Can you guys hear me good now? Yeah, it feels like my computer's getting a little bit warm. Hopefully it won't keep going.
To protect both children still involved, and really all three children involved with this event that's happened. Okay, Kyron is the priority. We need to find him and bring him home. We need to keep the other children safe. So I'm keeping Kiara safe as best as I can, and once Kyron's found, I'll keep him safe too. I can.
After you talked about if they've seen the photos from the burner phones, couldn't hear, but now it's good. Yeah, I don't know whether or not I believe that Desiree Young or Kaine has seen those pictures.
I don't really comment up until we left the house, but her mom was there most of the time. So they were there trying to help as much as possible. So after that, I can't comment. Obviously, they're helping her, and I don't see any active push from them or family down in Roseburg to help with the search. I don't know. I haven't been to Roseburg since this went down, so if there are a bunch of flyers posted around and they're handing out T-shirts and bracelets down there, then maybe I'm wrong, but I sincerely don't believe that's the case. And they have every opportunity to do that. They have every opportunity to be vocal down there. They have every opportunity to help push the investigation from down there to spread the word about Kyron, and I don't believe that's happening. But again, I don't know.
Kaine talks about Terri Horman's family, mostly Terri's parents, being involved, what they're doing. They had the choice to be sharing Kyron and everything else, chose not to. Weren't very involved in the search for Kyron. The father of Terri Horman even had came out at one point and said that it's a 50-50 that Terri had anything to do with Kyron's disappearance. And I have information on my Facebook where, you know, we know that Terri Horman was accused of setting a fire at her parents' home. My husband's phone's ringing. Sorry, you guys. Okay, so we have gone through. What interviews do I have here? These are all going to be videos from the parents and early news collections.
Like I said, if it makes people feel better so that they'll keep looking for him, that's fine. Put the blame here, and then please go back out and let's keep looking for him and bring him home.
Kaine Horman, pretty much. If you think I'm to blame, go ahead, blame me, move on.
New candid words from Kyron Horman's father about those who want to hold him responsible for what happened to the 8-year-old. He sat down for a one-on-one interview addressing, among many issues, the recent friction between himself and Kyron's mother, Desiree Young.
On your side, investigator Anna Canzano joins us. And Anna, Kaine Horman says he no longer feels responsible for what happened to Kyron?
He acknowledges that 4 months ago he did, but after working with a therapist and family and friends, he's come to realize they just didn't stand a chance against this circumstance.
Despite what Desiree Young says about Terri Horman hating Kyron, Kaine Horman now believes there was no way to know his son would disappear and nothing he and others close to Kyron could have done to prevent it.
We're dealing with someone who I referred to earlier as a professional at misdirection and deceit. That's exactly what she's all about. And sitting here and trying to blame an individual for that, aside from the individual who carried out whatever happened to Kyron that day, it's unnecessary. It doesn't need to be done. But I understand that if it helps people put blame on me for this, then go right ahead. If it makes you feel better, as long as you get right back out and start looking for them, then that's fine. But I don't hold myself responsible, and I'm not going to hold myself hostage for this event that happened to him.
He's also downplaying the apparent fracture between himself and Desiree Young. Earlier this week, she accused him of withholding information about what was happening at home between Terri and their son.
I know that she's extremely upset, and I don't know that it's necessarily at me or at anyone else in particular. We're all having a hard time with this. And I'm just chalking it up to it's just one of those really difficult times that we're going through right now. It's getting close to the holidays. We're all really emotional about this, and as far as how our relationship's doing, it's fine. We haven't spoken for a little bit longer than normal, but that'll be rectified here shortly with the holidays coming up and kind of getting past some things. I'm not worried about it at all.
On a day-to-day basis, Kaine says the toughest part of his day is hearing Kyron's school bus come up and down the hill. It serves as a daily reminder of his son's absence. It's been 5.5 months since Kyron disappeared from his school in Northwest Portland. Anna Canzano, K2 News.
It's such, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just it's a tragic case. It's senseless, it's tragic, it's cowardly. I mean, there's just so many things I would use to describe harming a child.
What Kaine has to say about Terri?
Nothing. Or I would, even if I could, I would choose not to. This is about Kyron, it's not about...
He has never given Terri attention, ever, you guys. He doesn't want to give her attention. She actually likes it. She thinks she's got away with something, and her ego is like as big as the world, as big as the universe, thinking that she's going to get away with this and she's untouchable. He will not pay her any mind whatsoever.
Her, whatever justice comes about as a result of this case, it'll work its course, find its day, and...
You did, and so of all the people, you probably knew Terri the best. How would you describe her? I mean,
I thought I knew her the best. Apparently I didn't, based on all the information that's come out, things that she's done, the way that she operates. There's a lot I don't know.
Yeah. How would you describe her, though? Like, if I didn't know her at all, and I don't, how would you describe who she is as a person? Because, like, if you look at her Facebook photos, by all appearances, she's like this loving, devoted mother, loving wife, dedicated to family and whatnot. So.
And I think that's the image that she wanted me to see as well. Yeah. And that's the image that I saw. Much more so in the beginning, not so much towards the end. Yeah. But that's how she came across to me, at least for the first 4 or 5 years. Very, very loving, very focused on children, wanting to do the right thing. Yeah. And then it became much more about her, a lot more selfishness involved, how she was, I guess, apparently unhappy with our marriage, but yet not willing to work through it or talk to me about it.
What was she unhappy about?
I don't know. She wasn't talking to me about it. She was talking to other people about things that would happen and putting her spin on things and trying, in, I think in a lot of cases, trying to manipulate people to see a relationship that she felt was focused in a certain direction as opposed to maybe where it was really focused. I don't know. I wasn't the recipient of the communication. I'm only finding out about it after the fact.
It's odd that, like, the 3 different scenarios that, Terri was enlisting the help of other people, the landscaper, Mike Cook, Dede Spicher, all of these have sort of like sexual overtones, that was sort of the connection that she was drawing with these people to bring them in.
That's how she manipulates people.
One of the ways, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think based on where we've been over the last 3 months, I don't know how you can predict or guess at that. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
So I couldn't say no at this particular point in time because I've got no idea what else is coming.
Blindsided by...
Yeah, left and right, basically, constantly over the past 3 months. And we've all seen the different things that have come out about things that she's done or things that she's done in the past or what have you. And more of all it's mainly the recent stuff where something comes up and it continues to be unpredictable.
It continues to be unpredictable because her story changed so much. She would use her sexuality to get things that she wanted, whether it was murder for hire or, anything. She is disgusting. Yes, Tabitha, she is a master manipulator and a devil in the skies, like Mick Sporn said. We are going to continue to go through interviews now that Kaine Horman and Desiree Young have done before in the past, because they are so very telling, because this is the information being put out on the news. This is them talking. We are going to experience what they were going through at the time Kyron disappeared early on.
Tell us a little bit about your son. What kind of a little guy is he?
He's amazing. He's kind and warm and gentle. He's very loving. He's smart. He likes to have fun, good sense of humor, just loves to laugh. Just a wonderful son.
And what happened, Kaine, on that last morning that you saw your son?
From when I saw him that morning, I was on my way to work, and he and I talked out in our front yard. He was out feeding our cat, heading back inside, and just gave each other a big hug, told him to have a great day at the science fair with his project, that I was proud of him for all the effort and just the amazing project that he put together, and to just have a wonderful day.
There have been some questions raised about your wife, Terri, and her involvement in your son's disappearance. A questionnaire was sent out by police mentioning her. Do you believe that the police suspect her in some way in your son's disappearance?
I believe she's committed, as the rest of our family is, to finding.
This is so early on. He believes that Terri is committed, like the rest of the family. And this is before Desiree comes out with the bombshell. We implore Terri Horman to come forward. Like, this is how early this is, that he's still believing in his wife.
Kyron.
Yes.
And any other information regarding that is the investigators are working with her and with us to help find him. So I don't really have any other comment on that.
Is there anything you'd like to say if Kyron is watching somewhere this morning? Both Desiree and Kaine, I'll let you go first. Desiree, to your son.
That we love you and we need you home and we miss you very much.
Yeah, Kyron. You're the son that all dads hope for, and we miss you and love you so much, and we just want you home.
Terri was very involved in her stepson Kyron's life and volunteered at his school. Yet in every public appearance, including the two prior to the couple's split, she never spoke.
I'm so sorry, you guys. Is there anything we can do as a media to help?
Kyron's stepmother was the last to see him there at the school. What has she told you about that morning?
Well, as part of the investigation, those are things that she's been working with law enforcement. So I'm unfortunately not able to comment on that at this time.
Yeah, he can't comment on that at that time because her story kept changing about what happened that day up at the school, which we later on did find out, and that he did tell reporters that he spoke to. Here is Desiree Young and Kaine on the Dr. Phil show as well.
I don't blame Kaine for Kyron's disappearance. I want to make that very clear. However, The things that I have a hard time with is the fact that I feel like things were happening in the year prior to Kyron going missing that I was bringing attention to, and I don't know if you were busy with your life or what was going on, but it was just ignored. And I feel like in that, we failed Kyron. We didn't protect him.
That's interesting. A lot of the dialogue was more between you and Terri than you and I. She made deliberate attempts to put herself in the middle of the communication. So your emails, I never saw your emails. Her and I never spoke about them. Okay, I didn't even know about it.
And this is all really huge. Terri put herself in this position to have an email relationship with Desiree, leaving Kaine completely out of the circle here, which I also feel like is such a huge mistake, because parents of a child, when there's a parenting plan, when there's visitations and everything else, it's not up to a step parent to make the communication happen. Parents have to keep communicating with one another. And yes, Tabitha, I, feel her pain as well here. Like, she tried very hard to take Kyron out of that house. Kyron didn't want to go back home. Kyron wanted to be with his mother. And Kaine had custody. He didn't want to allow him to do so. As his right, the judge gave him custody. But once again, here's Terri Horman manipulating this entire situation, taking over as the primary parent of Kyron, like she wanted everybody to believe. And like Heidi here is saying, Kaine wasn't going through Terri's emails, so he didn't know how she felt about Kyron. But Terri was also clearly going through Kaine's emails. Exactly. Thank you.
Hindsight, in all the discussions I have with other people, most normal people aren't investigating their spouse on a day-to-day basis. Of course.
And that is true in itself. How many here are investigating your husband or your wife? You're not seeing things. You don't think that they're capable of harming your child or doing something like this to their child. So you're not investigating them. You're not looking in their phone. You're not looking at their emails. You're not doing all those things. You don't know that your son's about to come up missing and be the largest missing child's search or person search in Oregon's history. Not knowing 15 years later that this is where they would be. Yeah. Rhonda, exactly. She wanted that control. Sarah says, I'm referring to the red flags with Terri with her behavior and discipline. Desiree Young should have been in the know. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And that was just months prior, though, to Kyron's disappearance. And Kaine was getting ready to divorce Terri at that time. So he was already making the changes that he needed to make to protect his son when the larger red flags started to happen.
Why would you not?
I have an open invitation with law enforcement and the search and rescue teams, the certified search and rescue teams, to search my property any day, anytime. When I was called, I said no to the private search, but I immediately said, and I will continue to say right now, anytime the sheriff's office and the search and rescue teams want to come with their dogs.
He wouldn't allow Harry Oakes. He's a local search and rescue, or actually dog team here. He's ridiculous. He has spread rumors in several other cases. Yes, he has solved some cases, but in Kyron's case got upset because Kaine wouldn't allow him to search the property. Well, Harry Oakes does not have license with his search dogs. They're not licensed. Why would you let anybody come onto your property that's not licensed. If their dogs would have hit on anything, found anything, it could have all been thrown out of court. Kaine was very smart in not letting any private searches go on. He wanted to make sure it was law enforcement's teams coming onto his property to search because he didn't want anything getting messed up. And I cannot say that I disagree with him, but I would have let licensed private dog search teams, if they were good ones, like the ones down from New Mexico or the ones from Florida that have joined Desiree Young before in searches. Yes, big dog teams, licensed, that are good. Harry Oakes claimed he saw the spirit of a child in a photo he took from the outside of the Horman's property. And I'm all for ghost stories, but he's a professional, right? And then he writes this letter to Kyron. Yes, writes a letter to Kyron. And in that, talks bad about Desiree, throws a baby fit and everything else because they didn't want him on that search for Kyron.
Sorry, my property, I'll qualify with, my property's been searched more than the school has probably. And my invitation is open, always open.
I'm glad for you to say you're willing to have that searched anytime. And you're not saying that you want it searched because you think he did something wrong. You're just saying there could be evidence there. I want to be very clear.
I believe it would have been a great opportunity for Terri. She wouldn't have been seen by anybody.
And I know, Kaine, if law enforcement wanted to, would let law enforcement go search his property any time. Let's see, what do we got? We have the news conference here.
Hello, my name is Tony Young, and I'm Kyron's stepfather. The family's asked me to speak on their behalf today. I would just like to say, Kyron, we miss you, we love you, and we need you home right now. We're doing everything we can to work with law enforcement and the search and the rescue crews to make sure.
Yes, Heidi, thank you. Harry Oakes also said he found a bone in a rural area, and he admits he removed it from the scene and then took it to the ER, like the emergency room, okay, you guys, instead of calling law enforcement. A bone unrelated to Kyron, mind you, but he did this in another case. Found a bone and took the bone to the ER? What the hell are you talking about? Who does that? He claims to be a professional, and the Harry Oakes is just, it's somebody that we had to go over, debunk. Kalia, my old partner, she deep dove into him and everything about him because she was friends with missing girls out of Oregon, knew their mother. Harry Oakes said that he was a part of that search. He's the one who found them, everything else. Kalia was so close to the case, she knew that Harry Oakes was lying about everything that he was putting out there. It was just horrible. And yes, Kaine's property has been searched multiple times. They searched his property the night that Kyron went missing, and Kaine has said that they have, searched his home and property more than the school. Yeah, Harry Oakes is a joke. But here again, in the background, you can watch Terri Horman. We played earlier where Desiree Young said she couldn't believe that Terry's hugging her and everything else because they weren't friends like that. Definitely not hugging friends.
That you can get back to us as soon as possible. We want to say how much we appreciate the outpouring of love and support, prayer and thoughts as we wait for you. Your school friends and their families, the teachers, the staff at your school, and the community as a whole have shown how much impact one little boy's smile can have on a community. You mean everything to us, and until you come home, this family is not complete. Please, Kyron, keep up the hope. We believe in you, and we know you will be back with us soon. I'd like to now introduce Kyron's father, Kaine Horman.
And this is the first time that the family has came forward in the public in front of cameras to talk about Kyron. And it's because even Kaine has says that he doesn't believe that they could physically be out there, you know, in front of cameras or anything because they were just falling apart after Kyron disappeared.
Hi, I'm Kaine. I'm Kyron's father. We want to thank the community, the parents, the children, bus drivers, and all of those who are being interviewed.
And bus drivers. He puts in there and bus drivers that are being interviewed. And one bus driver saw Kyron leaving the school with Terri Horman walking through the parking lot to the Horman truck. I think it's huge that he says something about bus drivers in this press conference.
Multiple times to help find Kyron. Thank you. We as the family know how difficult and stressful this is, but your memories and statements can help us find Kyron. We will never be able to thank you enough for that help. Finally, we would like to thank the media. If it was not for you showing Kyron on every newscast, printing his story in the papers, his face would not be known to everyone. People from around the nation have seen his picture. This helps tremendously. Please help us bring Kyron home.
And Desiree Young says that it was during this press conference Terri Horman realizes that Kyron's face is being shared everywhere. She didn't realize Kyron's case was going to be so huge. And, you know, many of us that have seen this in the very beginning when Kyron first came up missing saw this press conference and instantly said, something's not right. Terri Horman looks guilty as hell. And I still receive messages from people that tell me that she looks guilty, that she did it. They know from the very first time they saw her during the press conference, something wasn't right. A matter of fact, I post pictures in my Facebook group all the time of Terri Horman standing there with a whatever look on her face and say something like, what comes to mind when you see this picture? And everybody that she's guilty. I'm still perplexed that the detective said none of the witnesses had credible witness state. I'm still perplexed that detective said none of the witnesses had credible witness. I can't understand what you're saying, Heidi. I'm still perplexed that detective said none of the witnesses were credible witnesses' statements. I feel like it was because other witnesses had conflicting witnesses' statements. Terri was even mimicking Desiree, watching her and then doing what Desiree was doing. Yes, in that press conference, exactly. I said you look guilty from day one. Yeah, she does. I think so too. And I believe there were all kinds of witness statements coming forward and that law enforcement had to, you know, look through a lot of stuff. That's for sure. What's this one?
The parents of 7-year-old Kyron Horman sat down this afternoon, once again begging for the public's help to bring their son home.
There shouldn't be any fear from anyone to get in the middle, but we need that information.
He's a great kid. He's got a great smile. Everybody has become familiar with it. Just remember that. Keep it in your head.
It's been 2 heartbreaking months since a 7-year-old went missing.
What do you miss most about seeing him as a mother and father? What do you think about?
Is a very affectionate kid. He has been since he was a baby. Just the random hugs and the sounds and he has a short hair. I always run my fingers through his hair.
He helps me shave my head and likes to rub my head for the 3 or 4 days while it's still short. Going out and feeding the cat together, our morning walks down to the bus.
Police are releasing few details about the case, but the family says it's heading in the right direction.
Are there any new leads at all?
Many. Lots of
Anything
news.
you can talk about or share?
No.
However, seemingly
The bus driver was a credible witness. I'm pretty sure she went in front of the grand jury.
the most unlikely person is still the focus of this investigation, Kyron's own stepmother. Pictures she posted on Facebook would suggest they had the perfect family, a trip to Disneyland, dressed alike on Halloween, family vacations. But Kaine Horman says Terri is not the woman he married. Since the second grader's disappearance, he says Terri, who has not been named a suspect, has failed 2 polygraph tests.
If Terri did this, what could her motivation be?
I have tried to put my head inside hers, and I can't. I'm a completely different person, so I really can't answer that.
You try to put a logical sense or even a thought process behind it, and the next event comes up and it completely just blows it away. It's difficult.
Yeah, as they're trying to process one event, another event comes up, and it's because Terri Horman's story kept changing over and over and over and over again. But Terri to this day will try to tell people her story's never changed. Well, which one? She tells hundreds.
In this situation too, because you have someone who's so close to you basically betray you in this situation.
Since Kyron's disappearance, lurid allegations have emerged about the stepmother, including an alleged murder for hire. Court documents say she allegedly attempted to hire her landscaper to kill her husband, Kyron's father.
The landscaper, in fact, assisted police and either wore a body wire but agreed to have a further conversation with Terri Horman, and which was recorded by investigators.
Then came allegations from divorce filings that she was texting and sending sexual photographs of herself to one of her husband's former high school classmates just days after Kyron's disappearance. Additional divorce filings allege Terri paid her attorney a retainer of $350,000. Now Kaine Horman is demanding to.
Well, thank you, Wood Chipper, so much for the super chat. Excellent work, Samantha, for Kyron. Thank you so much. Get ready to dance in your seat for super chat from Wood Chipper. Thank you so much, and I appreciate that. Thank you for coming in and supporting Kyron. When did they find out that Kaine? I'm talking about that she was looking for murder for hire. They found it out shortly after Kyron disappeared. They found out by like the end of the month. Rudy Sanchez came forward and talked to law enforcement about it.
Know the source of that money. She claims the amount is grossly overestimated.
You believe without a doubt that Terri has something to do with this?
Yes.
Do you believe?
Both parents right there saying yes, by the way. Has something to do with Kyron's disappearance, and they both say yes.
That she has help from someone?
I, as a logical person, think that. I don't have any evidence to tell me that. I just believe that.
In fact, one of Terri's closest friends, Dede Spicher, has been called to testify before the grand jury. Last week, working from information provided to them by the police, Kaine and Desiree singled out Spicher, a 43-year-old gardener who they believe has been aiding and advising Terri Horman since Kyron's disappearance. Reports also surfaced that Spicher was spotted abruptly leaving her job for 90 minutes on June 4th, the day Kyron disappeared. Around the same time, the boy is believed to have vanished.
Does your gut tell you that she may have some information that could help crack this case?
I think all we want for her to do is cooperate with law enforcement,
Exactly.
whether the information is related to the case or not. It just needs to bring it forward.
And we know now that, Desiree Young fully believes that Dede Spicher, has something to do with it, has something to do with helping. Here are some, let me see. Here's Tony and Desiree Young talking, I believe, at a press conference.
Kyron Horman's mother, Desiree Young, looked into a TV camera Tuesday night with a message for her missing son.
Kyron, we love you and we miss you. We remain here working hard every day to get you home.
Desiree and her husband, Tony Young, a Medford, Oregon police detective, said the day Kyron disappeared, he was supposed to be coming to visit them for the weekend.
I was supposed to take him out on my boat fishing that day, or the Saturday following, so that didn't happen, obviously, and that just kills me.
Desiree Young also appealed to Kyron's stepmother, Terri Horman, to tell everything she knows.
Please cooperate with investigators and the attorneys to help bring Kyron home. To Terri, you need to do what is right.
Desiree Young believed right from the beginning that Terri had something to do with it because of the way that Terri acted the day that Kyron came up missing. Here's Tony Young talking in an interview. Not many people have seen this. This is Kyron's stepfather.
Four parents were gathered together: Kaine and Terri, Desiree and Tony. Tony has had a unique perspective from day one. He's not only Kyron's stepfather, he's also a police detective back in Medford. And tonight, he's speaking out for the first time.
I was watching the investigation right from the start.
Tony says that first night, because he knows so much about how police operate, he was walking the family through what to expect.
I explained to each person that now our lives are not private anymore, that the investigators are going to want to know very detailed information about our lives.
That's when Tony noticed something unsettling. He says Terri, Kyron's stepmom, seemed to bristle at the idea that she would be questioned. When all four family members submitted to lie detector tests, Tony tells Dateline he noticed right away that something wasn't gelling for detectives because they asked Terri Horman to submit to a polygraph more than once.
I thought that something must not be right. Something must not be allowing them to check her off their list.
Isn't it possible, though, that she was just nervous that she didn't pass her lie detector test with flying colors because she was emotional or upset?
There's more to it than just that. The information that you're giving, does it hit your ear and sound right? Does it make sense?
She wasn't making sense.
Not from the information I heard from her.
We couldn't explain to them for about 2 hours worth of time where she was or what she was doing.
And there was something else that gave Desiree and Tony a sinking feeling that something wasn't right. They say Terri's cell phone records apparently didn't match up with where she said she was on the morning of Kyron's disappearance.
That, to me, is strike two. That's huge. There's starting to be some structural problems with what she's saying at that point. And then it continues to stack up.
As part of the investigation's new focus, law enforcement distributed a flyer asking people if they had seen Kyron the day he went missing. But the flyer caught people's attention for another reason. It featured a picture of Kyron's stepmother, Terri Horman, and the white pickup she'd driven Kyron to school in that day, and even included the question, did you see Terri Horman at or near the school? Scratch the surface and a more complicated...
So now you have, like, flyers go out of Kyron, but then you've got flyers that come out with Terri, the truck, and Kyron. And then in August, 2 months after his disappearance, you have Terri Dede in the truck. Do you see where things are going? Terri's story was not making any sense. Her stories were changing constantly. She failed one test, failed a second test, and walked out on a third test, a polygraph test. Who walks out? You have to do the things you have to do as a parent, as a step parent, of a family member of a missing child to get checked off that list. And Terri wasn't willing to do everything that she needed to do to get checked off the list. And you would think she'd want to cooperate and do that, but doesn't and hasn't for 15 years.
Portrait of Terri Horman emerges. 5 years ago, she was convicted of drunk driving and pleaded guilty to reckless endangerment because her older son was in the car with her at the time. Kaine says police informed him of a harrowing discovery. About 6 months before Kyron went missing, Kaine's wife, Terri, had allegedly tried to hire a landscaper to kill him.
I didn't believe it at first. It was something that I couldn't even wrap my head around at the time.
There'd been no indication in your marriage that things were that bad or that she was upset with you?
No.
It was a pivotal moment for Kaine, the moment he stopped trusting his own wife.
Do you think she is capable of hurting a child?
If you asked me before this situation, my answer is no. Based on what I know now, I don't know. I think anything is possible based on the way things have gone over the past few weeks.
You fear for your safety now, Kaine, for your daughter?
I fear for my daughter.
Do you think that Terri has more information than she's told investigators so far?
Yes.
About where Kyron is?
Yes.
And so your message to her now is what, Kaine?
Fully cooperate with law enforcement. Tell the truth.
When I heard that, that made the decision in my mind. At the fork in the road, we knew which road to go down. I absolutely believe that Terri Horman is responsible for Kyron's disappearance.
Tony Young, Desiree Young's husband, a retired detective, now worked on homicides and was a detective before, and believes that Terri Horman has something to do with Kyron's disappearance. It's just really huge hearing him talk about it. Tony is very quiet about all of this stuff. So, to hear him talk and say those things is huge. Here's another old news clip.
Starts up again just after Labor Day. Kyron would be entering the 3rd grade.
What is it like to wake up in the morning and know it's another day that he's not home?
Sickening. It's hard to get up every day.
And now school is starting again.
Yep. He needs to come home. We miss him terribly.
If Kyron is somewhere and can see this, is there something you would want to say to him?
We're going to bring you home. We love you.
Yep, we're still looking.
Yeah.
And we won't stop until you come home.
And they're not going to stop until they find Kyron, dead or alive. In my opinion, I don't believe that Desiree Young and Kaine will ever stop to find their son. This is one of the last of these clips I have.
Kyron is still alive. We would like all of you, everyone, to continue to get his face out there, to continue looking for him in your day-to-day activities. We pray each day for Kyron. We are working with investigators daily to bring Kyron home.
And then, during this brief and rare on-camera appearance, she did something that changed the tone of the entire case. She called out her son's stepmother, Terri Horman, and all but accused her of a crime.
We implore Terri Horman to fully cooperate with the investigators to bring Kyron home.
Big bombshell, the announcement. The very first announcement, the very first time ever publicly that Desiree Young or Kaine, anybody, there was a front there. You had Kaine and Tony standing behind Desiree, so that shows they're there to support her as she implores Terri Horman to come forward with information about Kyron. It went from a foursome to a threesome. All right, let me see what we have here. Things that, have happened, in the past with Desiree Young putting pressure on Terri Horman. She's constantly putting pressure on her. Constantly.
New at 11, now the mother of Kyron Horman tried to confront her son's stepmother again this weekend at her Roseburg home. Now, Desiree Young and a small group of supporters protested outside Terri Horman's home on Saturday. As you can see in these pictures, the group carried signs and wrote on the street in chalk asking where Kyron is. Terry's believed to be the last one to see Kyron before he disappeared 3 years ago, but she's never been named a suspect by police. Terry's mother called 911 to complain about the protest and said the group was trespassing.
They're here carrying signs about our grandson who is missing, and they want to blame my daughter for his being gone.
Okay.
And, so they show up every once in a while, usually down the end of the street, but now they're sitting right out on our front lawn.
Yeah. Let's call the police because Desiree Young's outside the place. Guess what? You can stand on the street, you can hold signs and quietly protest and do all of those things as long as you're not being violent. And that's exactly, what she's done. She has stood out in front of Terry's house more than once. More than once. Here is another time that she did this. She's gone all the way down to Clear Lake, California.
My number one thing is to put pressure on Terri. I think that I just want her to always know that I'm not going away.
Terri! Terri! Where's Kyron at?
People follow Terri Horman around. Video record her, take pictures of her, send it in to Kyron Horman's World Soldier, sends the information to me, sends the information out there because they want, these are people that love Kyron and they want justice for Kyron.
Terri, where's Kyron at? Where's Kyron?
That is her green Charger that she drives now in Clear Lake, California. These are pictures of Terri that people have taken outside of her home, at gas stations, stoplights, grocery stores, in grocery stores, in the parking lots of places. Here's Terri Horman's house in Clear Lake, California. Outside of a bank, her car again in a parking lot, because she's got T-Rex license plate on her green Charger. Again, in the grocery store. Kyron Horman supporters want Terri to know that we're never going to stop, never ever going to stop looking for fighting for justice.
where's Kyron? Hope he comes home to his mama someday.
This is Desiree Young in Clear Lake, California, holding a sign, still missing, still free, still missing, Kyron Horman, still free, Terri Horman. Justice for Kyron, prison for Terri. She's not messing around, y'all. This is welcome to California. When they got there, they even went to the police department to tell them that they were going to be going there to Terry's house and what they were going to be doing quietly in front of Terry's house. This is a little video of Stacy Green from Kyron Horman World Soldiers outside recording a live for her Facebook group during them picketing out front of Terri Horman's house.
The dinosaur.
With the blow-up dinosaur, Terry seems to be obsessed with dinosaurs. It's weird.
Come on out, Terry. Come talk to us about Kyron. Anybody want to come up here and hold some signs with us at Terry's house? Come on down.
I would love to go stand outside the house, but Stacy Green never calls me.
Standing out here, peacefully holding signs.
The day prior, they were there in front of her house too, and the dinosaur wasn't there. They came the next morning, and there's a blow-up dinosaur on the porch. There are some of us that have theorized and speculated whether or not Terri and Dede could have put Kyron somewhere having to do with dinosaurs. We all went down this great big huge rabbit hole of different places like dinosaurs, because she's always posting dinosaur this, dinosaur that. I mean, it's a weird rabbit hole, you guys.
Got some questions for you, Terri.
It is weird and insulting.
That dinosaur wasn't on her porch yesterday when we came by here. So now she thinks she's cute with putting her little pirate dinosaur out. She needs...
Who does that? I mean, she knows Desiree Young, the mother of Kyron, has no idea where Kyron is outside of her house, and here Terri Horman wants to play games. Wants to play games with Desiree. Does not act like a stepmom of a missing child that she raised and says that she loved. Just wants to play games with Desiree Young, which she constantly has done throughout the years, taunting Desiree every time she gets the chance, right down to having pictures of Kyron, posting them up on the internet, but having watermarks on them that say Vasquez. Yes, watermarks on Kyron Horman pictures that she's sharing to the public. Why would you do that if you're trying to bring awareness to the child? She did it to taunt Dede or to taunt Desiree. And she taunts her in so many different ways that she even got these Terri supporters starting to taunt her, to bully her. They bully her so bad in a Facebook group that Desiree Young leaves the Facebook group and doesn't really even talk on social media anymore. She does on her own personal page, and she posts about things that are going on with Kyron and stuff, but she doesn't get into those comment sections and talk to people in the discussion groups like she was doing the day that I went into a discussion group and saw that she was in there back when the pandemic started, because I see Desiree Young in those comment sections. I'm like, oh, wow, Kyron's mom's here. I mean, she doesn't even really go into Kyron Horman World Soldiers anymore to comment. She is bullied that much. And Terri Horman is just, it's really strange and it's just really weird that she wants to taunt Desiree. She knows what she knows, and Desiree knows it, and it pisses Terri off. Terri can't stand it. She thought nobody else was going to see through it, but she was wrong. Desiree Young had a gut instinct. She followed it for good reason.
Come out here and tell us where Kyron is. Stop with their little dinosaurs. Terri, you didn't finish painting the top of your house? Why? That's lazy.
And Stacy Green, she does not let up when it comes to letting Terri know, we know what you did for Kyron. She just goes and goes and goes and has been doing it for many, many years.
Come on, Terri, come out. Tell us where Kyron is. So many people came down and grabbed flyers and asked about, Terri, why are you so paranoid with all these cameras? She got cameras there. Why is she so paranoid? It's like she murdered a kid or something and is trying to hide from everybody.
Get her, Stacy.
She's got cameras on the side of her house, too. A little paranoid, if you ask me. All right. She needs to know when the knock on her door is there.
I try as often as I possibly can, Kelly, to, I've tried so many times, and even here recently after meeting Stacy, to, come together as a team. After meeting Stacy, she seemed to be a very great person, and I really do like her. I've tried to work together as a team. She does not share my information, although her information is shared in my Facebook quite often. I don't understand what animosity there may be there. Maybe I'm just looking into things. I don't know. But yeah, I hope someday we can be a team, because I do think that we would make a very powerful team. But it seems like, to me anyway, Stacy wants all that to herself. I've tried many, many times. I don't want to sit here and bash her, because she is one of the, biggest advocates for Kyron Horman. She has almost 60,000 followers on her Facebook, but for whatever reason, yeah, teaming up hasn't happened yet, but I would love for that to happen, because we would be unstoppable.
Come on out, Terri. Paranoid. 6189. Just so I can show everybody. She's got.
This is a flyer that was hanging outside there in Clear Lake, and Kyron Horman World Soldiers poster. And so while in Clear Lake, we put a flyer on a pole. This pole is by Terry's house. Guess what's missing from the pole today? So if Terry is innocent and she wants Kyron found, why? Her face isn't on this flyer. Why would she want Kyron's missing flyer taken down if she had nothing to do with Kyron's disappearance? Nathan Vasquez says, Kyron Horman is still missing. Please give him some love by sharing his flyer and talking about him. On the right of this photo is him with his bike and watch he received for his birthday and couldn't wait to try it out. Shares, but then has to give herself.
Just want to say to Terri, we're coming for you. Don't sleep.
This is Dede Spicher's pictures. Recent pictures. This is a retreat that Marley Williams runs that has Dede Spicher, you know, helping Dede Spicher become a mentor for people that had like the, what is it, the surgery to make your stomach smaller. I forget, gastric surgery or something like that. I don't know. Dede Spicher had it done years ago. And yeah, she's going to be, it doesn't make any sense to me that Marley Williams may or may not have known at the time who she was helping, but I'm sure she knows now. She's blocked almost all of the Kyron Horman, you know, people that have contacted her, let her know, like, you're trying to teach somebody that's, you know, been the focus of law enforcement for 15 years. Like, what are you doing? But she started blocking people, this Marley Williams, here at her retreat thing. And, you know, we were talking earlier about Desiree Young and Dede Spicher being lovers, or not Desiree. Oh my God, I can't believe I said Desiree Young. Excuse me, you guys. Terri Horman, Dede Spicher being lovers. Desiree has said that. And here she has joined up with Marley Williams, who is clearly a lesbian, whose support group and fans are all lesbians. And don't get me wrong, I have no problem with any of that stuff. My son is gay. Okay, he's with a man, lives with a man. So you can't make fun of me for that. You can't attack me for that. I'm just simply pointing out that Dede has now publicly pretty much came out of the closet. That's pretty much what she's doing when she's joining up with a retreat full of a bunch of lesbian women. She also had said before to her ex-boyfriend, the only one that she had ever had, yes, the only one she had ever had, said that she would never be with another man again. What does that have to do with all of this and Kyron Horman? The fact that when Desiree Young says that Terri and Dede were lovers, they were. This is just all from that retreat with the Marley Williams. That's Dede Spicher. This is Dede Spicher's
Kyron's
house.
mom also had harsh words for Terri's friend, Dede Spicher, who they say has yet to explain her whereabouts the day he went missing.
If she's innocent and she's not involved, then she needs to take an active role in clearing herself. She has not done that to date. She refuses to sit down with police. There's something wrong with that.
Yeah, and Desiree has no problem whatsoever calling Dede out, Terri out, doesn't matter. And then this is what Terri Horman recently, very recently, has done to her car. Okay, let's see. And there was more. Terri had talked to an attorney about a divorce before Kyron went missing. And still more. Terri's red Mustang had been spotted along roads of northwest Portland in the days prior to Kyron's disappearance. Was she scouting ravines and terrain? The bombshell was that Kyron was seen leaving the school with Terri, the MCSO had said. And this is from the book Boy Missing. And it's saying right there, this was her Mustang at the time with the license plate number. At the time of Kyron's disappearance, this was her Mustang with the license plate red squirrel. If you have seen this. And then she painted it green when she moved down to California. But then she got her new green Charger. This is her current T-Rex license plate and Charger that she drives now.
It came in for a full tent. We're going to do all the sides and back and then the windshield.
This man turns in a video to Kyron Horman World Soldiers or to somebody, I don't know, and World Soldiers gets a hold of it. Terri Horman brought in her green Charger. She doesn't want people to know who she is. She doesn't want people following her around. Why?
I think we're going to do 5% in the back, 35 on the front doors, and 50% in the windshield. And then she wanted to go ahead and remove these stripes. So we're going to let this cook in the sun for a little bit, remove these stripes, and then pull it in for the tent. But we'll keep you guys updated.
Terri Horman brought in her car to have her stripes removed and to have her tints or windows tinted up very, very, very dark. She didn't want anybody being able to see in her car. But then doesn't change the license plate number from T-Rex. And here it is without the stripes, but still has the T-Rex license plate and the dark tinted windows, because she still wants to hide. She doesn't want anybody looking at her for what she had done to Kyron, what she had help in doing to Kyron. You see what other information I've got here in the computer. Thank you guys all for coming in and supporting Kyron and his family. I appreciate it so much. All right, let's just see. Let's talk about Terri moving out of the Horman home.
Horman, stepmother of missing second grader Kyron, moved out of the Portland home she once shared with husband Kaine and their children after reaching a court settlement this weekend. She was spotted Saturday in Roseburg, Oregon, where her family lives.
If you're on private property, I would just stay back right now.
She was seen driving away with her father. With Terri out of the house, Kaine Horman now has moved back in. He left June 26th after learning from investigators that Terri allegedly had hired a landscaper to kill him. In yet another twist, Kaine Horman now says he suspects there might be another person along with his wife connected to his son's disappearance. In an email interview with the Oregonian, Kaine said, quote, "Based upon briefings, he firmly believes that someone else is involved." According to court documents, Terri developed a sexual relationship with her husband's high school friend, and Kaine, in the documents, accuses Terri of attempting to kidnap the couple's 20-month-old daughter from a local gym.
And there you have, Terri Horman trying to steal Kiara, kidnap her from the gym where Kaine Horman was working out when he left the baby in the daycare.
Today marks the 45th day since Kyron Horman vanished from Skyline Elementary.
And that was within 45 days of Kyron missing. She tried to steal Kiara. This is after he had to get a restraining order on Terri. She wasn't even supposed to be around Kiara.
School. Over the weekend, Kyron's parents visited the school where the 7-year-old was last seen. the community has helped create a memorial wall of hope in Kyron's honor.
It's great to see everyone supporting Kyron. That's why we're all here to find him, and it's very overwhelming for us to come here in a good way.
Terri Horman has not been named a suspect, but she remains the focus of the investigation.
And yes, there was a wall of hope made shortly after Kyron's disappearance along the fence line at Skyline Elementary School. And the family went there often to, think about Kyron, read the letters, the notes, everything that was on display. The children would draw pictures and stuff for Kyron out front. Stuffed animals were left out there. Here's the wall of hope here. It was very beautiful. People put up balloons and stuff. Desiree Young left a letter there. Kaine has been seen so many times to the wall of hope, just kneeling and praying and thinking about Kyron. It eventually got moved down to the fire department near the school, but then after so long, all those stuffed animals, all of the things start getting worn out and everything, it pretty much got lots of stuff got destroyed and everything. So the wall of hope did eventually get taken down, but it was a very beautiful thing that the school allowed to happen outside. I was really happy to see it moved over to the fire station. Has anything more been said about the blood DNA found in the pickup truck? Nope, just that there is none, or that there is some. Desiree Young said August 2024 that still existed and is evidence. We don't know if that blood DNA is of Kyron or not. Let's see what else we got. Just going through all of the information that I have. Would you guys like to watch the full episode of the Dr. Phil show? I have part 1 and part 2. They are an hour long each. I can skip through commercials. I also have the full thing of Desiree Young at the Crime Fest Northwest in August of 2024 when she gave up a lot of bombshells. I have full episode of Doug Bishop that we can watch. We can continue going through news clips. I also have a real life nightmare, which was a story done on Kyron Horman years back. I mean, I have so much information. So what would you guys like to hear today? Because I can give you guys whatever you guys want to learn about. I also have my own videos of the different roads that were traveled by Terri Horman, where she was, search areas that I have taken footage of up at the school. Yeah, I have actually personally taken a lot of stuff. I also have Terri Horman's Facebook post. I have Desiree Young's Facebook post. I have so much I can share. Here is we know that also the grand jury in Kyron Horman's case was used as a tool to collect information, to do subpoenas and everything else. Not all grand juries are used to indict. They could be used for investigative reasons. I have not mentioned that. Also, we have Terri's past, and Terri's past is crazy. Okay. let's actually get into Terry's past a little bit here. Sam, I forgot the name of the author. Can you repeat that for Renee or whoever would like to know? Rebecca Morris is the author of the book Boy Missing, The Search for Kyron Horman. Let me come up here. Okay, let's get into Terri Horman's criminal past. How about that? This is going to be great. Y'all want to know who Terri Horman really is? Let's talk about Terri Horman, Terri Horman's past, other murder for hires, even as back, excuse me while I close my blinds. I know this is kind of loud, but I've got the sun shining right in on me. My husband has fallen asleep in his chair. Terri Horman also had a murder for hire plot on her ex back in 1990. Let's talk all things criminal involving. The emails were released, Jennifer, and the emails were not emails to Ms. Porter. They were not the emails that we thought they could have been as far as the hatred emails. They were emails to Desiree Young that Desiree Young showed. And you can look for that, and it is up on YouTube. I did show them earlier if you want to rewind. It's like a 20-minute segment. So let's talk about Terri Horman's criminal past and her 1990 murder for hire plot.
Detectives in Roseburg are investigating a murder for hire plot involving Terri Horman.
The crime allegedly occurred decades before Horman's stepson, Kyron Horman, disappeared, but the case...
You heard it, a 1990 plot, murder for hire in 1990. Kelly, thank you so much for the super sticker. We're about to party. Hold on to your chairs. Thank you so much, hon, because I cannot do this without you. I appreciate you, Kelly. Thank you for that. Okay, so let's...
We've learned detectives in Roseburg are investigating a murder for hire plot involving Terri Horman.
The crime allegedly occurred decades before Horman's stepson, Kyron Horman, disappeared, but the case is attracting new interest from police.
KGW investigative reporter Kyla Boshi has been working this story for the past month.
Details of this alleged plot have never been made public before. The plot allegedly targeted Terri Horman's then boyfriend. Over the past month, we spoke with him by phone and in person. He declined to go on camera, but on both occasions, the man...
We've got a new member here at Missing PNW. Thank you for becoming a PNW whisperer, Barbara. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Please click the notification bell, and if you would like, please join Missing PNW. I love everybody that comes in, whether you're in the bushes, whether you are, just a subscriber, a member, it doesn't matter to me. I just love all of the support for the missing children and the channel. I do this out of, pure love for these missing channel, for these missing children. Thank you, Sarah. Okay. Let's keep going with this. Murder for hire plot, 1990, Terri Horman and her ex-boyfriend. Police find out about this murder for hire after Kyron disappears and start looking into it again.
And recounted the same story involving a prison inmate, Terri Horman, and a plan to have him killed.
Police in Roseburg are investigating a decades-old murder-for-hire plot involving Terri Horman. In an email to KGW, police say the case, quote, will be referred to the DA's office for review in the near future and remains open. The alleged plot unfolded in the summer of 1990, according to Horman's then boyfriend, Sean Ray. He said the young couple was having a picnic at a park in Roseburg when a strange man came after him with a gun. He came out of the bushes, explained Ray. Then Terri said, he's here for you. Ray said he took off, no shots were fired, and he didn't report the incident to police. At that point, I was like, did that really happen, said Ray. He broke up with Horman and moved out of town. The two never reconnected. But in 2011, police unexpectedly contacted Ray about his old girlfriend. Multnomah County investigators were looking into her missing stepson. Kyron Horman disappeared on June 4, 2010 from Skyline School in Northwest Portland. The second grader has never been found. Ray said that Multnomah County investigators informed him that a prison inmate had confessed to taking part in a murder-for-hire plot decades ago in Roseburg. The unnamed inmate independently provided specific details that matched Ray's account, said the former boyfriend. In 2011, Ray said detectives drove him back to Roseburg to identify the park where the incident allegedly occurred. He said he also testified before a grand jury in Multnomah County. Ray, who did not want to appear on camera, said he's frustrated that police and prosecutors in Roseburg haven't gone after Terri Horman.
Could the DA still prosecute this case even though it happened years and years ago?
Yes, there's no statute of limitations in Oregon on basically any kind of murder-related crime. And so, if the alleged incident occurred, it might count as solicitation of murder for hire, and there's no statute of limitations on that.
Criminal law professor Tong Yin from Lewis and Clark Law School admits this is no slam dunk. Prosecutors must prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
You've got two people recounting something that happened 27 years ago. Was it real? Was it actually a real gun? Was it a loaded gun? Was there actually an intent to shoot, or was it a practical joke?
This isn't the first time Terri Horman has been linked to an alleged murder-for-hire plot. In 2010, her then-husband, Kaine Horman, took out a restraining order against Terri Horman, claiming she tried to hire the family landscaper to, quote, murder me. Terri Horman denied the allegation. Horman, who now lives in California, was not available for comment on this latest investigation into a plot that allegedly occurred nearly 3 decades ago.
So this guy in prison in 2011 talked about a murder for hire plot that Terri Horman asked him to do on Terri Horman's ex-boyfriend back in the 1990. And he comes out because Kyron Horman's disappeared and she is a suspect, and he knows about this other murder for hire plot involving Terri Horman. So then you have the fire that I was telling you guys earlier about. This is the fire Desiree Young talks about, that Terri Horman was going to set her parents' house on fire.
Activities prior to Kyron's disappearance?
Yes, she did. Terri is well known to law enforcement. When she was living in Roseburg and with her parents still, she tried to kill her parents by burning down the house. That's what she did. Yeah. And law enforcement was going to charge her, except the parents would not follow through. She failed polygraphs. She couldn't answer for what had happened. The circumstances were highly questionable.
Garage fire causes $10,500 in damage. This is out of an article that we found. A fire in the garage in a home in Hillcrest area this morning caused about $10,500 worth of damage. The Roseburg Fire Department responded to a 7:38 a.m. call, responding that a fire at 1801 Northwest Selwood Street 12 firefighters arrived with 2 engines and 1 truck and had the fire under control in about 10 minutes. Firefighters believe the fire started in a 1979 Pontiac Firebird that was in the garage, but the exact cause is still under investigation. Damage was limited to the garage, but the car and some of the other contents were completely destroyed. Tried to kill her own parents by setting the house on fire. Sources told KGW they were looking into a fire in the family's garage 20 years ago that they now believe may have been arson, a sign the investigators are poring over every aspect of Terri's life, in another news report. Terri Vasquez herself, Terri Horman, actually said, wow, okay, she's reaching a new low, talking about Desiree. Probably should do your research before running your mouth like you know anything is factual. My parents were in Los Milos, California, and I was asleep in the house. So not only do I have witnesses from my neighbors, I used one of their phones to call my parents. You could hear fire trucks in the background, and the neighbors spoke with my mom on the phone. It's just, she just has to, you know, try to deny that it happened, even though law enforcement said something about it. Fire department said something about it being a suspicious fire.
And so she had done that, and then there was also a murder for hire plot. She had been sleeping with someone who was too young, and she had an ex-con try and kill him. She lures him to a park, and
this is that 1990 murder for hire plot. Desiree's talking here.
The guy is going to have a romantic lunch with her. Well, he started becoming a nuisance. I guess he was too attached, and I can't remember what law enforcement said she said, but there was something there that he was getting too attached, and it was becoming a nuisance to her. And so she gets this ex-con to show up at the park while they're having this romantic lunch, and the ex-con pulls out the gun to shoot this guy, and this guy actually tried to protect Terri and get in front of her, and she goes, "You idiot, he's here for you." Oh yeah.
Yeah, you idiot, he's here for you. So she had a little bit more inside information in that. And then, so there's the fire, there's the 1990 murder for hire plot, and then you have domestic violence against Joseph Cristobal, somebody I have personally spoke with myself and have recordings of that I will be releasing soon.
Horman's stepmom is facing additional charges in California. Terri Horman is accused of domestic violence. Her former boyfriend has filed for a restraining order. He says she threatened him with a knife. NBC5's Elizabeth Ruiz has been looking into these latest updates.
That's right. She joins us live with more from the former boyfriend, as well as reaction from Kyron's mother, Elizabeth.
Craig and Natalie, Kyron Horman went missing back in 2010. His stepmother, Terri Horman, has never been charged or named as a suspect, but she has continued to be a focus for investigators. Now, the new charges are throwing Horman back into the spotlight.
I think that her time is running out, and I think she knows that. We're getting closer and closer to her, and I think that she, rightly so, should be scared.
Kyron's mother, Desiree Young, has long been suspicious of Kyron's stepmom, Terri Horman. Horman appeared on Dr. Phil earlier this year to explain she doesn't know what happened to her 7-year-old stepson after he disappeared from his Portland area school. For a long time, Kyron's case was the only reason people heard about Terri Horman. Now, though, she's back in the news, facing charges and a restraining order in California. Earlier this week, NBC5 learned she's accused of stealing a handgun from her roommate in 2015, then failed to appear in court. Now, we're learning a judge is ordering a temporary restraining order on Horman for claims of domestic violence. A Sacramento man who describes himself as Horman's former domestic partner says, "I'm fearing for my life. I don't even know what she is capable of doing. She put a kitchen knife to my face and threatened something is going to happen to me or my family if I spoke to police." After learning about her latest claims of...
They're all sitting at a table on Thanksgiving, her and Joseph Cristobal, her boyfriend at the time, sitting at a table for Thanksgiving, and Joseph brings up Kyron and wants to talk about Kyron in front of his family, and Terri takes him into the kitchen, pissed the fuck off, and takes this knife, puts it up to his throat, and tells him if he ever talks about Kyron again, she told him she was gonna take him out and take out his family members. She did not want Joseph talking about Kyron at all.
Domestic violence, Young told us in an email, "I'm extremely concerned that someone else will be hurt by Terri Horman before she is put in jail." She goes on to say, "I believe that we need to hold her accountable for all that she has done up to now. She needs to know that she is not above the law."
And like you also heard it here, there were gun charges that she also had. This was all around the time in 2016-17. She had some gun charges. She got pulled over in a stolen car because she stole a car, you guys, okay? She steals a car from the man she's living with, takes off in it. She's pulled over, not because the car is stolen, but because something was going on with the lights or something. She gets pulled over. They find out the car's been reported stolen, and in the glove box is a gun that Terri had also stolen. Okay? And she had for almost a year.
At 5, Kyron Horman's stepmother arrested on an unrelated gun charge. It is the latest strange twist in the Kyron Horman story. Good evening, everyone. I'm Nina Melhoff.
And I'm Joe Donlin. Thanks for joining us. Terri Horman is facing that gun charge in California and is scheduled to appear in court later this month. KGW's Kylie Boshi broke this story earlier today. And Kyle, we're just hearing about this now, although the crime allegedly happened in August of last year.
Originally, this case didn't stand out because Terri Horman was using her maiden name. She's listed in court records as Terri Moulton. She's been living in Northern California, just outside of Sacramento.
Kyron Horman's stepmother is back in the spotlight, but this time not on national TV. Instead, her face captured in a mugshot. Terri Horman, who also goes by Terri Moulton, is facing a misdemeanor gun charge in California. Police say Horman stole a handgun from her roommate in August of 2015. Records show she failed to show up for her arraignment, so a warrant was issued for her arrest. She's since been booked and released by deputies just outside of Sacramento. Earlier this year, Horman appeared in the Dr. Phil show. She said she doesn't know what happened to her stepson. Kyron Horman disappeared on June 4th, 2010. He hasn't been seen since.
Investigative reporter Kylie Boshi has been following this case. Kyle.
Well, the defense didn't call a single witness during the two-day trial, including Terri Horman, and it appears they didn't need to. The jury found Horman not guilty. She was accused of stealing a handgun from her former roommate in August of 2015. The prosecutor in Yuba County, California, tells me she spoke with the jury after the trial, and they were, quote, unsure if she intended to permanently keep the gun.
Yeah, they didn't know if Terri Horman permanently wanted to keep the gun, yet she had the gun for a year. Make that make sense. That's the jury. That's what they said. Now, here's another thing that's going to blow you guys' mind, okay? Terri Horman went to court to change her name. She was tired of the Horman last name following her around. She didn't want to use Moulton. Everybody knew who she was. She wanted to run and hide, so she tried to get a name change. Well, she tried to change her name to Claire Sullivan. She was a true crimer who read books, watched Dexter, all of those kinds of things. Anna Pigeon's novel, Nevada Bar Burn. The name of the book is Burn. The name change was in 2014, so 4 years after Kyron disappeared. She tries to change her name to Claire Sullivan. Claire Sullivan is a name out of a novel written by Anna Pigeon. Okay? The novel was Burn. Claire Sullivan was a woman who was wanted by the FBI for murdering her husband and 2 daughters. Claire had fled Seattle after being blamed for an act of arson that claimed her family's lives. But before she left Seattle, Claire had found evidence that her daughters might still be alive and part of an elaborate human trafficking scheme, and that her dead husband may have been involved directly or indirectly in their kidnapping. Here you have Terri Horman wanting to change her name to the name of Claire Sullivan in a novel that we know Terri had, that she read. She knows this book, talking about not only the husband and the 2 daughters being killed. We're talking sex trafficking and kidnapping. What happens to Kyron? Well, she's tried to tell people that Kyron was kidnapped. She has also tried to spin the narrative that Kyron could have been sex trafficked. Matter of fact, even her son James lied. Straight up lied. He had an appointment to go in, talk with Detective Tabor, and he didn't answer any questions regarding his mom while he was there. And when he left there, he came and told me and all of the other women that, you know, we were all working together at the time, that law enforcement was looking for Kyron overseas. And when I asked Detective Tabor if that was true, he said, absolutely not. This is a local investigation. So that's another really strange, crazy thing about Terri Horman and wanting to change her name. I mean, this novel talked about things that she actually had done to Kyron. Okay, we've talked about the 1990 murder for hire, the domestic violence, the gun charges. But how about the murder for hires? You guys know about the murder for hire in 1990 and the one murder for hire on Kaine. But here's Desiree Young talking about there being more.
He basically stopped cooperating, stopped doing interviews. It was about that time that we discovered through the evidence that she had tried to hire 3 different people to kill Kaine in the year leading up to Kyron.
Oh, I'm speechless. So Terri has tried to hire someone to kill her husband.
3 different people.
3 different people.
Yeah.
3 different people. Rudy Sanchez was the only one that got leaked to the media. When Kaine found out and law enforcement told him and he got the restraining order and divorced Terri, 3 people Terri tried to hire to murder Kaine.
Yes.
Not 1, not 2, 3.
Yes.
Before Kyron's disappearance.
Yes. It was a week prior to Kyron going missing where she had reached out to the 3rd person. It was a landscaper. She reached out to him in a final attempt to see if he would do it for her.
Another landscaper she tried to hire to murder Kaine a week prior to Kyron's disappearance. That one last-ditch effort to get rid of Kaine, which I guarantee you now, Kaine would have given his life then for his son to still be here. I guarantee you that. He loves his son that much. But a week prior, now think about that, a week prior. What else happened the week prior to Kyron's disappearance? Terri Horman sent an email to the school that Kyron had a doctor's appointment that we know does not exist. This landscaper that she tries to get to murder Kaine doesn't do it, doesn't want to do it, turns down the money or whatever. And she's like, all right, well, now I'm taking out Kyron. I'm writing an email right now and letting her know that he's got a doctor's appointment next week.
Just 2 weeks later, Kyron's father moves out of the home he shared with Terri Horman, taking his 1-year-old daughter with him. Days later, Coin6 confirms that Terri is a suspect in a murder-for-hire plot. Deputies believe she tried to hire a landscaper to kill her husband.
You could see it in the team. They were ready to go in and arrest her. They were. And when Casey Anthony happened, everything stalled. They backed up. The challenge with the Casey Anthony case was because they charged her before they had Kaylee. And a lot of the evidence in that case was not admissible because of that.
Right.
And that's what scared them.
As to the charge of first-degree murder, verdict as to count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge,
Multnomah County Sheriff's Office knows they have one chance and one chance only. They didn't want to put the charges out early. They were afraid if they did, because you have to do a speedy trial once you have charged somebody. They're still collecting evidence to this day on Kyron's case. Had they pushed forward early on, right after Kyron disappeared, she would be walking free and we would never be able to convict her on anything again. We would never be able to. That double jeopardy would apply. So you've got 3 murder for hire plots by 3 different people. This is another landscaper that Terri had tried contacting that the media did end up finding, other than Rudy Sanchez.
TV reports Terri Horman actually posted an ad in the newspaper about needing a landscaper and may have allegedly tried to hire other hitmen. They report her ad said she was looking for someone to clean up a medium-sized yard. Was that code for something else like, hey, can you come and clean up my medium-sized life and get rid of my medium-sized husband? Lord. One Portland landscaper who answered Horman's ad is Zach Gallinger. In an Issues exclusive, Zach joins us right now. Zach, thanks so much for coming on. What do you think Terri was looking for? Tell us everything you know from the ad on. What was the ad like? What did you do?
I received the information on April 27th through a lead generation service I use, and I acted on the lead the next day, left a voicemail for Terri. I understood that she needed a yard cleanup of a medium-sized yard, and I left her voicemail, and then I followed that up with an email and never heard anything back. I tried again the next week, still nothing, and then just counted it as a dead lead and left it alone.
Well, you're probably lucky that she didn't call you back. Now, I understand you did speak with investigators. What was that like? What happened there?
About 2 weeks ago, I got contacted by the Portland Police Department, and they wanted to know how I was connected to the Horman case. I was pretty interested at that point as well, since I didn't.
So maybe as landscapers, she could use her sexuality, maybe wants them out on the property, out there at the house, use her sexuality, do everything she possibly can. Let's get some landscapers out here. Which one can I get to murder Kaine for me?
Didn't know that I was connected, and I was able to find out that they were in my lead book, and Terri had requested services, landscape services, back in April, and I relayed that to the officer and figured it was a closed loop. It didn't seem like anything important at the time, just a detective doing his due diligence. And then about yesterday, I guess I learned about the alleged hit job.
What's really fascinating is that apparently this all started before little Kyron disappeared. But then after he disappeared and the original landscaper called police and said, hey, this is purportedly what she asked me to do, they put a wire on him. And then just a week ago Saturday, he went and met purportedly with Terri and an undercover cop, and they tried to tape the conversation, but she became suspicious and ended the conversation. Quickly, only about 10 seconds, your thought on all.
This is what I was telling you earlier. They wired up Rudy Sanchez. Another investigator went and tried to set her up, and she was just too smart, ended up calling 911, didn't fall for it.
All of that, Zach.
Well, I would think that if I was approached in that situation, I would definitely go to the police right away, and that would, in my estimation, would give me the best chances of catching somebody in the act, not 6 months later. And I wish that gentleman would come forward sooner, regardless of if there's a missing child or not. It would just be the right thing to do.
Yeah, why didn't Rudy Sanchez come out right when she asked and went and told police that Terri Horman had just asked him to try, to murder Kaine? That, if he would have done that, maybe Kyron would still be here today. Yeah, so we've gone through all of this information. These are just some search photos that I have. All of the different pictures that I have, because I have so many. Look at that rural area. Look at that rainforest behind the school. That's Detective Gates. This is Kyron Horman's house. Hold on, let's... Just a picture to just show you. Out in the middle of nowhere on 5 acres. Not in just a regular neighborhood, just very out in the middle of nowhere house. I'm going to look through over here. All right, I'm just looking through some of my own videos that I have. Let me see, how long is this one? Just looking at my videos. Okay, so let me pull up this one. Gonna mute this and share my screen, show you guys some areas that were searched, that were looked at. We know that the forest park trails were searched, And I know I can speed up. Nope, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. How do I do it? Settings. We can watch this. Subtitles, sleep timer, playback speed, normal. We can watch it double time. How about that? Let's watch this in double time at Forest Park Trails. This is right outside of a trailhead of Forest Park off of Newberry Road, where Terri Horman was seen by a witness. And yeah, let's just pause this for a second. I'm going too fast. Let's hold on. We'll slow this down a little bit. Okay. Ferns, trees, trails, big tall trees. I mean, this is a very, very different kind of area we're talking about in this forest, rainforest, and there's all different kinds of trails. So you're out in the middle of nowhere, kind of, even though you've got the city all around Forest Park. Forest Park trails have at least 80 miles worth of trails. Can you imagine trying to get through that? And then it's so thick. And then you got black bushes and all different kinds of other stuff. I mean, it's just very hard area to search in. That's one of my videos. I don't know what the heck that was. Let me get back to my channel here. Hold on one second. I'm going to look for something else. So that's the Forest Park area. Hold on 1 minute while I look through. I want to make sure I give you guys like a good I just have so many to go through, so bear with me for a second. Where is... So here's another one. Hold on 1 second. Which one is this? This is going to be Springville Road, which was one of the... Can you show the videos of the different roads Terri was driving on the day, Sam, please? Yes, that's what I'm doing now. Is that the question? Is that what I was supposed to read? Terri was seen parked outside Forest Park. That's why I just showed that area. I'm going to continue to show you guys some stuff. You have to give me a minute to get everything together. This was a road that was searched for Kyron on Springville Road because of things that Dede Spicher had told law enforcement. Let me see what I still have. Playback speed is on this. So this is another location where they did search for Kyron. How do I get that to go down? This is Springville Road, just a little bit east of where West Wind Farms is. Believed in some way, shape, or form, because law enforcement searched this area, that either Terri was on this road or Dede was on this road. And in this area, this ravine right here to the right is very, very deep. We're talking like at least, I would say at least anywhere from 50 to 100 yards down. And on this side of the road, there's just a little tiny drop off, but they actually had to rappel down the hill here and this hillside on Springville Road, as they had to rappel down several other places where they searched for Kyron. There was also evidence searches. You know, looking for those burner phones, looking for anything that Terri might have been trying to like get rid of. This was on Springville Road and Skyline Boulevard. This is located probably about 3 to 4 miles down the road from Skyline Elementary School to the east of that. And as you can see here, I started out as Kyron Horman Case Revisited, because I had to start putting watermarks on all my pictures because of the Terri supporters stealing my pictures and trying to use them for their own. And I'm just driving you through Springville Road during this particular video, so we can actually speed this up a little bit. You guys can, you know, look and just see how wooded this area is. And I started off at the very end of Springville Road, where they had originally put up the roadblocks at one end of Springville Road all the way up to the next. And it's because it wasn't safe for the searchers to be out there searching these ravines and everything else on such a windy road in the middle of nowhere. You can see, you know, how windy the road is. You can, you know, see the forest area, the terrain, how dangerous it was for the searchers to be out there searching. Very extensive search here on Springville Road. And this was done, you know, once, and then they went back to this area later on too. So it must have been of some kind of significance to police to come and search on Springville Road more than once. Now, if you look off into the distance, you can see all that country land and mountains and stuff there too. And look how high up it actually was. Very high in elevation in some points. Still windy road, lots of ravines, lots of field, country land. This is just one road in that area that law enforcement wanted to take a look at. Let me find another video. Hold on one second. Let me get over here to my videos. Find something else for you guys. All right. This is another road here. It's 4 minutes long, and I'm going to let you guys listen to what I have to say here in this video because it is really important. So I'm going to slow it down. Hold on one second. Let me get over here so I can share my screen. This is going to be on Newberry Road. Terri Horman was seen on Newberry Road by one of the witness saying that And Terri never denied it either. She said that she could have been changing a baby's diaper while on Newberry Road. Newberry Road is really important because Newberry Road is a halfway point between West Wind Farms and Skyline Elementary School. West Wind Farms was where Dede Spicher was. I do want to slow this down so you guys can hear it. And let's just play the entire video because this is actually one of the most important roads that that Terri Horman did travel. Hey everybody, this is Samantha with Missing PNW, and we are cruising down Newberry Road from Skyline Boulevard. Skyline Boulevard is the road in front of Skyline Elementary School where Kyron Horman disappeared from. Let's talk about Newberry Road. In the book Boy Missing, written by Rebecca Morse, The Search for Kyron Horman, it's mentioned in that book that Terri Horman was seen parked off of the side of the road here on Newberry Road. When asked about it, Terri never denied being on Newberry Road. She said she might have been changing a diaper. This area right here that you see where cars are parked is part of the Forest Park Trail and could be one of the spots where she had been pulled over to the side of the road. The Wildwood Trail, I believe, also connects here. We've done a few videos on that today. Back to Terri Horman. She says she thought, or maybe she was changing a diaper. I'm a mom, and I've had to pull over to the side of the road to change one of my baby's diapers before, or one of my grandkids' diapers. The thing is, though, is if I would have been asked for any reason later on that day, whether or not I had to pull over to the side of the road for any reason, or say law enforcement asked me a question about me pulling over to the side of the road, I would have been able to say, yeah, I pulled off the side of the road. I was changing my kid's diaper, my grandkid's diaper. You're not going to forget about changing a child's diaper. I found that very interesting. We all know that Terri Horman likes to lie. We know that she likes to play games. And I feel like, you know, she didn't want to be completely honest about what she was doing on Newberry Road. Where is Newberry Road? Newberry Road comes down off of Skyline Boulevard. I'm headed downhill right now, and it heads north to Highway 30. And we know Terri herself admitted to being on Highway 30. So that's interesting. Is this the road that she took down to Highway 30 that day? Newberry Road is also exactly the middle point between Skyline Elementary School and West Wind Farms, where Dede Spicher was working on June 4th, 2010. And I find that very interesting. A halfway point. Could somewhere here on Newberry Road, or the place where she said I might have been changing a diaper, been a pickup or drop-off spot for Dede and Terri to have met with one another? Who knows? We will never find out, because Terri and Dede both refused to cooperate with law enforcement, and they have refused to cooperate with law enforcement for 13 years. Another thing about Newberry Road, before I get down here to Highway 30, is at the very bottom down here is a stop sign, and if I were to take a left, I would be a hop, skip, and a jump, literally within a quarter of a mile of Sauvie Island Bridge that leads on to Sauvie Island. How interesting is that? So there's a lot of factors when you want to talk about Newberry Road, right? I hope everybody's having a beautiful weekend. It's nice to be out doing Kyron Horman searches again now that the weather's nice. Have a great evening. And that's just an example of the videos, the type of videos that I would do to show awareness, or to bring a perspective to people in the area. Because when you do get down to that stop sign, you take a left, and Sauvie Island Bridge to get over to Sauvie Island is right there. If Terri picked up Dede Spicher, which now I know, and then when I made the video I didn't, she could have picked Dede up at West Wind Farms. They could have drove together to Newberry Road. Kyron got out of the vehicle with Terri into another vehicle with Dede, because there were many pull-offs and Dede could have had another vehicle. And then they both head down to Highway 30. Dede goes on to Sauvie Island, and Terri takes off and goes off on all these rural roads. Avi, my love, good to see you, hon. I hope your mother-in-law is doing well. And Hair Curlers in Crime, she wanted to be here today. She's got some things going on with herself too. So we're going to be sending prayers out for Avi and her family. Her mother-in-law has been very ill lately. And then Hair Curlers in Crime's dad isn't doing so well right now either, so that's why she's not here today. So please send out prayers for both of our moderators' families that are going through a difficult time taking care of their loved ones. So Newberry Road plays a huge part. Like I said, it is a halfway point. It does lead right there to Sauvie Island. It was an area that was searched. There was a witness that saw Terri parked on the side of the road, and Terri never denies it. So all of those things are very, very important to know. And if you're changing your baby's diaper or not, right? So that's one road that we know for a fact that that Terri Horman was on. Let's see. Here is another. Oh, let's try to find something else. Hold on 1 second. I've got so many videos, you guys, so it's just going to take me just a second. That's the first press conference. Here is another eyewitness account.
Hey everyone.
Okay. This is up on Moreland Road. This is eyewitness. His name is Fred Hull. He is a farmer, a rancher, a horse rancher up at the top of Rocky Point. Okay. Rocky Point is also very important because it's so high up. Even now to this day, babe, how many cars do we normally see when we go all the way up to Rocky Point? Yeah, even now, maybe a handful of cars, if that, going up to Rocky Point. And as recent as just a few months back, us traveling up there. It's a very rural area. You have to drive very high up. Our ears are popping the entire time we go up there. Fred Hall, this is an amazing eyewitness account that I just cannot wait to share with you. Thank you guys for sending the moderators prayers. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Toaster even says, I would definitely remember having to pull over the side of the road. Exactly. You would remember everything you did that day because your stepson just came up missing. And you are so welcome, Avi. I've been thinking about you a lot, hun. It's time for us to sit down and have another chit chat soon. Love you, girl. So let me share my screen here. And now we're going to have another eyewitness account. His name is Fred Hall. He came forward because he sees a woman in a truck in an area that he really, you know, he lives so far up. People that have those farms and stuff and live so far up, you know, vandalism and stuff goes on in these areas, and you have to pay attention to things. So right here on the corner is Fred Hall's ranch. You can see it. It's fenced right here. Let me go ahead and just play this video because I'll explain everything in this video here about Fred Hall's eyewitness account up on Rocky Point. Hey everyone, it's Samantha with Kyron Horman Case Revisited. I'm on the corner of Skyline Boulevard and Moreland Road, and right behind that fence is Fred Hall's ranch. He came forward a few days after Kyron came up missing and said that he saw a white truck parked off one of the fire lane or the logger roads that are down this way. Fred Hall, a rancher, said on Monday he saw a white pickup on the Friday that Kyron disappeared about a mile down the road. It was a white truck and it had a gal sitting in it, he said. Hall said he called in the tip to investigators and told them where he saw the unfamiliar truck on Skyline Boulevard, and it was parked at one of the gates, he said. He wasn't sure if it was like the first, second, or third gates that are down there, but we are going to check that area out. And then this is the little gravel cul-de-sac, and behind this blue gate was searched, and this cul-de-sac was actually turned into like a command center for law enforcement to station up and set up to look for Kyron up here. So now we're going to leave this area and we're going to travel down Skyline Boulevard and we're going to look at these gates. Okay, so we're pulling away from the little gravel cul-de-sac and we're traveling down Skyline Boulevard. Once again, me and my husband are like, why would anybody be down here traveling these roads with a baby? There's just absolutely no reason for it. So Fred Hall says that he couldn't remember exactly which one of these gates it is, but there are 3 within a mile up here, and he said it was within a mile. You know, these ranchers and stuff out here, they pay attention because there are a lot of properties that get vandalized. In the cul-de-sac where we just were was all kinds of broken glass and everything else. So this is one of the gates, and we can see right now that there is a huge log behind that gate, so the gate doesn't open anymore. And up there in that area too, I will just add that there is nothing but forest and stuff behind this gate. Even now, you have to travel acres and acres. It's like logging and stuff. So she's up here at the top of Rocky Point. She's traveled miles and miles and miles to be all the way up here, and she's in her truck. Doing what? And they did search this area. They put up a command center in that one little cul-de-sac gravel area at the beginning of this video. So there's a command center set up, and they're up there searching because eyewitnesses have seen her up in this area on June 4th, the day that Kyron came up missing. I know Stacy Green just recently came up here in this area and did a video for Grizzly True Crime, and she was also showing Fred Hall's eyewitness accounts. See, even this. Did you guys just see that guy? So as I'm backing out of this area, this car that was driving down, that lives in this area, stopped in the road, wanted to know what I was doing, exactly like what Fred Hall did the day that he saw Terri Horman sitting in her truck up here on Rocky Point. This car right here, he let me back out of the spot. He put on his brakes and slowed down and was paying attention to what me and my husband were doing, because, you know, people up here pay attention to what people are doing. They don't want their property vandalized. They don't want their area, you know, messed up. Here's another one. I mean, look at that. There is nothing but a bunch of overgrown stuff. And right now it even says that this is on surveillance. It says, notice, if you can see the surveillance sign to the left of this gate. But, wow. And there is a huge steep ravine here off to the left. And these areas were searched by law enforcement. You know, and law enforcement, they don't waste their time coming out here if they don't have a reason. Fred Hall had no reason to lie. He was an honest old man. Actually, I've heard he was quite nosy. And, you know, that's why he's calling in a tip, because he knows this little boy's missing. He was so nosy, in fact, that he actually made a statement that said, normally I would have my pen and paper with me to take down a license plate, but this day I didn't. So normally, like, we wish Fred Hall would have had his pen and paper, right? Taking down the license plate of this truck with a woman sitting in it that looks like Terri Horman, or was Terri Horman. And he didn't have his pen and paper on him that day. And then here's the other one. Not very far. See, all three of these are just right up the road. I mean, look at this. Now there's a sign, private property, no dumping. There's another surveillance sign on this. I mean, this one is actually kind of off of the road. I mean, if you... This one actually, you pull in and then it winds around to the side. So when you were parked up here next to the gate, which I didn't go all the way in, but when you're pulling all the way forward to the gate, you would have been totally, almost invisible from the road. And that is Fred Hall's eyewitness account. Of seeing Terri Horman. And then there is another video that I have here. So you're up at the top of Rocky Point. Somebody sees Terri Horman up in her truck at Rocky Point, right? Now, they know, for whatever reason, they know that Terri Horman drove down a road from Rocky Point. A matter of fact, I think the road is Rocky Point Road or something like that. She drives down the mountain to Highway 30, okay? Where she's then seen, because when she gets to the bottom of the hill and pulls to Highway 30, she sits there for a minute. Somebody was on their way to work, thought they saw their buddy's truck. It wasn't their buddy's truck. It was Terri Horman sitting in the truck getting ready to pull onto Highway 30. So she's seen at the top of Rocky Point Mountain and down at the bottom of Rocky Point Mountain. Two eyewitnesses putting her in the same area, one at the top and one at the bottom let's go ahead and check out that video now. This is very rural area, very out in, like, so far up an elevation, and you guys are about to see how high up Terri Horman actually was, being up on Rocky Point, when you see this video. And it's another video that shows the area, how this area is just so thick. I don't know how to explain the terrain other than there's a friggin' rainforest up here, guys. This place is, you know, you're way up at the top of a mountain. Mountains here aren't like mountains other places. We've got so much bush and trees and ferns and blackberry bushes and, oh my gosh, and evergreen trees. It's crazy.
Hi everyone, it's Samantha with Kyron Horman Case Revisited, and we are traveling down Rocky Point from Skyline Boulevard all the way down to Highway 30. And we're doing this because there was a sighting of a woman in a white truck turning onto Highway 30. And yeah, so Rocky Point is a couple miles south of Fred Hall's house. And Fred Hall said he saw a woman in a white truck sitting on one of the logger roads or fire lane trails, whatever you want to call it. Me and my husband's always called them a logger roads.
Look right here, guys. Look how high up.
But yeah, this is straight down.
Having to ride my brakes all the way down this hill. It's so steep.
It is very high in elevation. If Terri was up here with the baby with an earache, she was definitely having some issues with her ears popping. My ears have been popping this entire time. You know, 13 years ago, nobody ever really came up here. Now there is a little biker station where everybody can pull into a parking lot, park their cars, and go down all the bike trails, like where this black truck is right here on the left-hand side of the road. There's a few trails right here in this area to go down. For an example, coming up the Skyline Boulevard today, I looked at my husband and I said, was that really a horse warning on the road? Because we're traveling down Skyline Boulevard and I see a sign that's pretty much
I'm going to stop right
warning
here.
us to take.
Like, look at how far up I am. Highway 30 is way down there in the valley. Okay. But yeah, on the way to go take videos and stuff, we see a sign like horse crossing. That's how out in the middle of nowhere you are. There are signs for horse crossing, people riding the horses up here.
Take it easy going down these roads and watch out for people on horseback, if that gives you any kind of idea. You can
look at that area out there to the right. That is all been logged and will be made to be regrown, but very, very, very high up in elevation, probably good 2-3 miles up.
You can kind of see over to the right now, there's a bunch of logging stuff going on, and how high up we are because...
Exactly, Sarah, like she could have been up here getting rid of evidence while Dede had Kyron, because according to Desiree, she believes that Dede killed Kyron for Terri Horman. And I believe that Terri was out here running around with her cell phone, letting it ping everywhere to confuse law enforcement, because who didn't have their phone on them? Dede Spicher. She left it at the car at Westwind Farms. So yeah, would be seen moved to another spot, you know, throwing off law enforcement is how I feel what she was doing, pinging her phone, and then at the same time getting rid of evidence while she's doing it.
the rivers and stuff are way down there. We're still going straight down. And yeah, I wanted to show you guys this because it was so close to Fred Hall's eyewitness account. At least Rocky Point Road is, which I think is kind of crazy that you have somebody seeing a white truck with a woman in it at the end of Rocky Point, and Fred Hall sees her up around his property just a couple miles away from Rocky Point. So the fact is, you know, I think it kind of proves that a woman in a white truck was up here doing something. It's just so crazy, my ears just popped again, that people would be up here with their baby, or that Terri would be up here. This is the little bike area to the right-hand side of the road. People park their cars, they get their bikes out, they travel all these little biking roads. And I don't know if you can hear it, but my brakes are even squeaking coming down this road right now. After this video, me and my hubs will be going back home. We've done quite a few videos. I hope everybody enjoys the videos. I really just want to bring a perspective to everyone and let them see what the area looks like, what these roads look like that Terri Horman is suspected of traveling. She changed her story so many times. And, you know, detectives were able to tell by her phone pings, by her credit cards, you know, that her story was changing. It's a gorgeous fall day in the Pacific Northwest. It's 80 degrees and we're in like over the first week of October right now. And yeah, we've really been enjoying seeing the fall weather. It's gorgeous up here. But at the same time, we're like, why is it 80 degrees outside in October? Because usually right now it would be pissing rain. I told my hubs today we need to go take some more videos while it's still nice outside, because the videos just don't come out as great when it's raining. The phone starts focusing on all of the raindrops on my windshield instead of what's in front of us. I think we're getting close to the bottom. Yeah, the woman in the white truck on Rocky Point and Highway 30 had her blinker on to go right, which would have been taking her east, which would have been going like towards Sauvie Island. This was pretty far up. And I'm seeing a stop sign now. So yeah, we are almost down to Highway 30. Yes, Highway 30 is right there. You can see it. So right here, where I'm sitting at right now, is where someone saw a woman sitting in a white truck with their blinker on to go east down Highway 30. And we know Terri was on Highway 30. She says she was on Highway 30. She even says, I don't know why they're spending so much time looking on Sauvie Island. I was on Highway 30. I think that statement is so weird. First of all, it's almost like she's like not wanting anybody to even talk about Sauvie Island. She doesn't like that they're over there, which if my stepson was missing, I would want them searching anywhere. I wouldn't care where they were focused on, where they were searching, as long as you were getting law enforcement to search. The other thing I find weird about that statement is I was traveling around Highway 30. Why is she pointing the finger at herself? That's literally what she's doing when she says, I was traveling on Highway 30. It's like she knows law enforcement's looking into her. She doesn't care. Or maybe she did care. I don't know. I don't know. It's almost like she was getting off on the attention that they were going where they thought she was. It's kind of ironic to me. And yeah, traveling down Highway 30 right here are a few more roads where they had searched. They searched Rainbow Lake, that's going to be up here on the right hand side. I know because of Stacy Green that the water was actually searched by divers. Stacy Green is a close friend of Desiree Young. She went on the majority of the searches for Kyron. Right up here to the right is a golf course, but we know straight across from that on the left was a secret search.
It was actually an evidence search. So this is Highway 30, and off of Highway 30, all roads to the right go straight up, just like the one I just came down from Rocky Point. So all roads go straight up, back up to Rocky Point and the other sister mountain that's up there that I can't remember the name of right now. But there was an evidence search also done here looking for evidence. We've talked about the burner phone evidence. I believe the evidence search that they were doing here was for something that Terri Horman got rid of, and they did this search while she was doing her show on the Dr. Phil, which is crazy. But yes, as traveling down, I'll be talking about all these other different searches
that nobody talked about on the railroad tracks. I've actually done a video down here about that. I've done one on Logie Road. I've done one on all of these little tiny roads. I'd never done anything on Rocky Point. And here pretty soon, we're going to be getting to Logie Road. It'll be off on the right-hand side of the road. I started running out of room on my camera today. I had to sit while me and Tracy were eating our lunch and delete a bunch of stuff just to be able to make some more videos. But as you can see, this entire area is wooded. Every single road that goes to the right is leading up a mountain. Well, you can't even go left here off of Highway 30. There's a railroad track, and behind that isn't anything but a bunch of wetlands, and those wetlands were searched. Those are all a little west of Sauvie Island, and they may even be a part of Sauvie Island. Right now to the right is Logie Road and Rainbow Lake. But yeah, I'm not sure if all of that land to the left is part of Sauvie Island or not. I don't know if they own it, I guess is what I'm saying, if it's part of Sauvie Island, but it is connected right to Sauvie Island, if that makes sense. And then right up here on the left-hand side is going to be the cell phone tower that we found before. I have a video up on that. And I believe that that is the cell phone tower right off of Sauvie Island where Terri Horman's phone pinged. And now we're getting a sign up here at the light is Cornelius Pass Road. That leads up to Sheltered Nook Road, where the Horman house is. And if you traveled further up and off on the left, you're going to have Skyline Boulevard and Skyline Elementary School. I'm going to go ahead and end this video now.
So yeah, I mean, these videos are all over Barbara. If you, I think it was you that wanted to see, the area up there. I have a ton of videos. You just have to go watch them all. I give all of the description. I love going up there to the area because it is so beautiful and everything else. And I just absolutely, want to bring justice for Kyron. I travel these roads and hope that people will watch the videos, especially if you're from the area, because if you see something in these videos, something might spark something and go, oh my gosh, I remember seeing XYZ. So that is one of the reasons why I wanted to give the world a perspective of this area, not only to get eyewitnesses to step forward, but to give that perspective that Kyron Horman did not disappear from a normal neighborhood or city. He lived literally out in the middle of nowhere next to a rainforest. Thank you so much, Sarah. She wrote, Sam, we appreciate those videos. Gives us a better visual. Just wanted to thank you again for all you do. Thank you so much. McSporn from Scotland seconds that. I appreciate you guys so much. I think she was trying to throw people off. She knew her phone would track her. Yep. Makes me wonder if she got that gash on her leg from one of those guardrails. Yeah, like she was out in the middle of nowhere. Where did she get that gash? It is so steep up there. I had to have my brakes on the entire time. Logie Road, Morgan Road are both roads on each side of Rainbow Lake. Rainbow Lake was searched for Kyron. Matter of fact, they even searched along Morgan Road and along Highway 30 there because they feel like that is the area where she may have pulled off of the road for a longer period of time, according to her cell phone pings. So I do have videos of Logie and Morgan Road. I have of Rainbow Lake. You can watch so many videos and also live streams about Dede and Terri and Terri spinning the narrative and Terri's crimes and her past, including court documents from Desiree Young and Kaine's divorce to Desiree and Kaine's parenting plan. Also, oh my gosh, there's so many court documents in all of my different lives that I did with Kaylia. We talked about Terri and Kaine's divorce. Kaine ended up getting custody of Kyron because Desiree gave back custody or gave Kaine custody when she left. She got sick. She went to Canada. She was gone for a couple of months or so and came back and decided to let Kaine continue taking care of Kyron. In court documents, because we have our Terri supporters say, and even James, Terri's son, tries to spin this narrative that Desiree Young was never sick. It's all bullshit. It pisses me off that James not only lied, but that I believed his lies for the longest time, okay? So I think he's a piece of shit. Because here he is spreading rumors and misinformation and convincing people of things, saying that Desiree didn't go to Canada because she had an illness. In court documents filed between Kaine and Desiree in their divorce and custody paperwork, Kaine and Desiree's other ex-husband, who is Quinn, Desiree's son's oldest son, father, acknowledges the fact that Desiree Young is sick, that Desiree Young needs to leave and leave the boys behind. They do not want child support from Desiree. in these court documents. They acknowledge that she has a bunch of money owed for medical bills, over $30,000 in medical bills. That's why they're saying, we're not expecting any child support from Desiree. We want to help her. We'll take care of the boys while she goes to Canada and gets treatment. If Desiree Young wasn't going up there for treatment, why would both of her ex-husbands lie for her? James says that shit. Goes out there and actually talks and tells people that it's a lie. She never had a medical problem. Blah. It's just sickening. She was sick. She did go to Canada. She had been taking medicine not approved by the FDA for her kidney issues that ended up making her even more sick. So she had to go to Canada to get better treatment. Fact. And yes, I get very, very hyped up talking about it because I was deceived by James's lies. Why would you lie about that? So yes, we've got all kinds of court documents and all of the different lives that I have gone over with Kaylee. She was amazing getting all of the court documents. And in case for those that are wondering that have been here for a long time, Kaylee has taken a social media break. So that's why she hasn't been doing lives with me. And actually, it's been a very good thing for me and for my channel. Because had I had a partner, I may not have been able to do some of the things that I've been able to do now on Michael Vaughn's case, working closely with the family and stuff. And yeah, I feel like going live and doing this on my own is a better thing for me now. Although I would never, ever tell Kaylee she can't come up on a live with me. I would welcome it with open arms, just not all the time. But she did take a social media break. Let me see what else we got. Now I feel like going out and investigating. Now you know how I feel, Barbara. I third that much appreciated, Samantha. Thank you, wood chipper. Sauvie Island is only too big. That is what is so frustrating. If she did something to Kyron on that island, it is only so big. Grr, frustrating. Oh, I get it. I get it. And I do believe it may have something to do with Sauvie Island, but I don't know, you guys. I mean, they've searched so many areas. That area is just so rural, but the most exciting thing is, in Kyron's case, is those burner phones had pictures of Kyron on them. Those pictures have location. They can use the GPS and all of the things, and they're using geofencing in, you know, the area where this picture was taken. So maybe they'll find Kyron. I mean, I don't know how a body decomposes. I don't know if we're talking water or land now or what. So much changed since this last summer when Desiree Young started dropping bombshells about, you know, these pictures, these burner phones, the information found on them due to new technology. We can only get excited also because, you know, the FBI and the investigators and everybody else, good night, McSporn. We can only get excited also because we know what's coming ahead, and that is law enforcement investigating this case with new eyes. And let's actually watch that real quick. This was newer, put out just a few weeks ago.
They're still looking. And Desiree and her friends and the thousands of people on Facebook pages, thousands who keep, you know.
And Rebecca Morris comes in and comments and talks on my Kyron Horman Facebook page. Rebecca Morris is amazing. You know, she advocates for Kyron. I suggest getting the book Boy Missing. You can get it on audio. You can buy the book if you like to read. It's very amazing to hear everything that has happened inside Kyron's case.
You know, Kyron in their lives.
Now at 5, a renewed effort to find Kyron Horman. The Multnomah County Sheriff's Office taking new steps to finally bring a resolution to the case. Good evening. Thanks for joining us at 5. I'm Ray Casaway. This comes nearly 15 years since the young boy vanished. K2's Shelby Slaughter has been tracking the case closely. And Shelby, you just spoke to that author about her work on this case.
Yeah, right. I was actually just texting her and Kyron's mom, and it's efforts and updates just like this that give renewed hope for the case and hope that we will soon find Kyron. This is the last known picture of Kyron Horman, seen in this exact outfit at Skyline Elementary School. Hundreds of family members had come to see the science fair that day.
There was no kind of check-in system for people coming into the school. It was just wide open, which means it was really an opportunity for somebody to take a child.
Rebecca Morris is the author of Boy Missing. She tells me there were hundreds of people in and out of the school that day, and no one knew Kyron was missing until he didn't come home.
At 3:30 that afternoon, Terri and the baby and Kane walked down to the bus stop to meet Kyron, and he had not been on the bus.
Now, 15 years later, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office still has not been able to find him or make an arrest.
It would be nice to have some kind of update, and I know they call it an open case.
Today, investigators announcing a renewed effort to find justice, saying they're working to digitize and reorganize the entire case. That means scanning and documenting thousands of pages of reports, photos, and evidence, and using new software, digital forensics, and technology to examine both new and existing leads. Multnomah County Sheriff Nicole Morrissey O'Donnell releasing this statement, saying, quote, "We have never stopped searching for Kyron. We remain steadfast in our commitment to bring resolution to this case, for Kyron, for his family, and for the community. With the support of our partners and the public, we are actively pursuing every credible investigative opportunity." And there is a $50,000 reward for any information leading to a resolution in this case. Reporting live in Portland, I'm Shelby Slaughter, K2 News.
Shelby, thank you for that. Kyron Horman was last seen at Skyline Elementary School on June 4th, 2010. At the time, he was 7 years old. Investigators have released age progression photos over the years showing what he might look like today. They say every year they receive hundreds of tips that are reviewed and considered for follow-up. Kyron's family will hold a vigil next month to mark 15 years since he disappeared. It will be held at Skyline Elementary School on June 1st, starting at 7 p.m. They invite the community to attend.
I'm looking now to see if that KGW new news is up yet. So hang on with me for just a minute, because Callie Boshi is supposed to be doing a new show tonight on Kyron also. We watched that one earlier. Watch behind the scenes with KGW investigation reports. Kylie Boshi. No, that was not what we want. Keep bearing with me, you guys. I really want to see if I can find this show. I know it's on the news now. Babe, would you turn it over there on News Channel 8 and see if that new show with Kyron's on? I wonder if we're going to have to wait for it to be over before we can play it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because they're going to be releasing like new, never seen before videos of Terri Horman. I'm going to click on this and see. I'll share it with you guys so you guys can see too, but this is one we watched earlier. I want to. Oh.
Kyron has never been found. On Wednesday, investigative reporter Kyle Boshi looks back at this case, reflecting on the largest search and rescue operation in Oregon history. He'll share never-before-seen body camera video from police of Kyron's stepmother, Terri Horman, following a traffic stop in California, and he'll sit down for extended interviews with Kyron's parents.
When I'm 90, I'm still going to cry over this. This is something that changed our entire lives. You never move on fully from that. You don't get to a point where you get to say, oh, we get to close that door and move on to something else. It's a constant.
What does closure look like for you? Bringing them home. Bringing them home. And I don't know what that means, but bringing them home.
This extended special on Kyron's disappearance will be streaming on KGW Plus at 8 p.m. on Wednesday. You can download the free KGW.
Streaming live Wednesday, 8 o'clock. Download your TV watch for free on Rugo, Firefly, Apple TV. How in the hell do I watch
Plus app through Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
Well, how the heck do I watch that? Yeah, cover the emails. The emails were not the emails that I thought they were going to be, but Desiree did show emails that were sent to her by Terri. I'm actually just going to watch that whole. We're going to do a live on just that. I need to go over the whole thing and listen to it 1,000 times. I seen KGW up there this morning. Oh, nice. Yeah. Doug Bishop is amazing. I got to meet him, you guys. And then it was so exciting to talk to him. We talked about Kyron. We talked about Michael Vaughn. And it was just so exciting to talk to him. And then right towards the end of our conversation, when I went to go shake his hand, he was like, can I give you a hug? And I was just like, heck yeah. Like, Doug Bishop is amazing. I was so blessed to be, Quinn, Kyron's grandparents, Desiree Young, Tony, aunts and, uncles of Kyron and myself, news crews, everything up there at the vigil. And yeah, it was just so amazing to be up there with so many great people, but also so disheartening to see the family just absolutely devastated, about Kyron still missing 15 years later, and in tears. I mean, the last time I met Desiree Young was at a car wash, and seeing her in this kind of, 15 years later and at a candle vigil is totally different than at a car wash. She was very emotional, crying all the time. Tony was crying there. It was very heartbreaking, very heartbreaking. KGW car drove down past me down Newberry Road at about 7:20 a.m. Yeah, Newberry Road, I feel like, is a hot spot in Kyron's case, but I only Talk about Newberry Road because the book Boy Missing talks about Newberry Road. Every picture tells a story, doesn't it? Right click, you get loads of information. Exactly, Dawn. Seven hours and 15 minutes of being live today. This live is for Kyron Horman. Kyron Horman vanished, walked away with his stepmother, Terri Horman, June 4th, 2010, in Portland, Oregon, from his school, Skyline Elementary School. If you have any information about Terri Horman Dede Spicher seeing Kyron with either one of those women or both, please call the tip line at 503-988-0560. If you know anything about seeing Terri Horman's Mustang or the Hormans' Ford white pickup truck and seeing Terri driving it around, what was she doing? What did you see? What did you witness? Where was she at? Any of those things are important. If you thought you saw Dede Spicher driving around in another vehicle, what kind of vehicle was it? Could it have been Dede? Could Kyron have been with her? Where did you see her? Where was she driving? Please call law enforcement. We need more details and more tips, especially since it looks like Kyron's case, could be coming to a close, or charges actually could be coming within the next year or so. So please call the tip line at 503-988-0560. No tip is ever too small. Your tip could match somebody else's tip, or it could have matched 10 other tips, and that's bigger, better. So call it in. Let law enforcement decide if your tip is credible or not. It's up to law enforcement to decide those things, not you. If you've had something that you want to get off of your chest for 15 years and you just didn't know if it was the right thing to do or not, I guarantee you can be Kyron's hero and Kyron's family's hero by coming forward with that information, because holding on to something like that for 15 years is just, you've got to be feeling so bad about not telling somebody about what you know. Get it off your chest. Live the rest of your life knowing you told the truth. You told law enforcement. You could be a family member of Dede Spicher's, a family member of Terri Horman. I know Terri Horman's parents may or may not think that her daughter did anything. They may have information. I believe that Dede Spicher's family is covering up something. That's my own personal opinion. It's never been something out there in the public or talked about by law enforcement, but I really do feel like Dede Spicher's family helped her cover up some stuff. Dede's dad was law enforcement. Her brother drove a truck that looked just like Kaine Horman's. We know Desiree said that there were things being passed from one truck to another on old Germantown Road, the same road that Dede Spicher worked on. Dede Spicher plays a huge part in this, and her ego trip is just huge. She really thinks that she's just getting away with something because nobody has seen her do anything. So if you have information about Dede Spicher or Terri Horman, come forward. This was a 7-year-old little boy who got up on June 4th, 2010, looking forward to showing all of the parents and kids at Skyline Elementary School and his stepmom that he loved very much his science fair project. He trusted her. He loved her. When he left the school with her, maybe she was telling him about great things they were going to go do that day. There were actually even been talk that he knew that he had a doctor's appointment that day. And Desiree Young said he was supposed to return to school at 11 o'clock to the talent show and never even return. So he leaves thinking he's got a doctor's appointment. He thinks he's coming back to the school to do the talent show with his friend. And It's hard to say this, you guys, but it looks like he met his end, leaving the school with his stepmother. The woman that was taking care of him while his parents worked, while Kaine worked. You know, she didn't do all the work. I'm not saying that, because Kaine worked from home quite a few times a week early, and he helped take care of the kids while he worked from home. So it wasn't just Terri taking care of Kyron. I am definitely not going to paint a picture of a great mom, but I do want to paint a picture about a 7-year-old little boy that did trust his stepmother, that did love her. She was supposed to keep him safe. All because she's jealous of Kyron. All because of what, Terri? Why? In her People magazine interview, she even says, in my head, I tell myself all the time, I should have just went home. Why would she say that? Yes, Terri, you should have left the school without Kyron and went home on June 4th, 2010. People wouldn't be following you around. People wouldn't be doing lives about you. Kyron would still be here. He would be able to spend time with his siblings, his parents, and live a great life. Finish school, go to college, get his driver's license. He would be 22 years old. He'll be 23 years old. September 9th, he would be 23 years old. I wish for a miracle every day that I could just hear that Kyron Horman is alive. But it just doesn't look that way, people. We have seen so much evidence today. We have seen so much of a narrative that Terri Horman tries to spin. And you don't just make flyers with Kyron and Terri on it in the family truck. Law enforcement just doesn't make flyers of Dede Spicher and Terri and the Horman truck. They don't just go search the homes of Dede Spicher, Dede Spicher's family, Dede Spicher where she worked, the roads where she, near her work. Dede Spicher took law enforcement to burner phones. There's not just 2 burner phones, there's 6 burner phones. Why are Terri and Dede using burner phones to communicate with each other and going in the backyard to speak to one another because they're afraid that they're being listened to inside the house when they have a slumber party for 11 days at the end of June instead of out looking for Kyron Horman? Sexting with Michael Cook, sending sexual pictures of yourself to your husband's then husband friend from high school, trying to kidnap your daughter from the daycare, claiming that you love your daughter so much, but yet, Terri, you haven't seen your daughter in 15 years, all because you don't want to talk about Kyron, where you were and what you were doing on June 4, 2010, the day you made Kyron Horman disappear. Dede Spicher's brother even said he drove down here to pick Dede Spicher up. He never says when, but was that on June 4, 2010? Is he one of the family members that has information about Kyron Horman's disappearance, yet he isn't coming forward and talking to law enforcement? Has law enforcement talked to him? Kaine Horman, married to Terri Horman, believes that his wife has some involvement in Kyron's disappearance, believes some other person is involved. Law enforcement has never named another person besides Terri Horman and Dede Spicher. Those are the facts. Name anybody. If law enforcement ever named anybody in Kyron's case besides Dede Spicher and Terri Horman, send me your receipts. Terri supporters, Dede supporters, show me some receipts. There's nobody else besides Terri Horman and Dede Spicher, and Terri Horman did this to herself. They didn't just hone in, they investigated, they did their job. They did a damn good job. Multnomah County Sheriff's Office was a search and rescue sheriff's office. They had the Green Hornets. They knew all of the trails. They knew that entire area. They knew the waterways. They were the perfect people to have on Kyron Horman's case in the search and rescue. They have spent hundreds of hours searching for Kyron. They have spent thousands of dollars searching for Kyron. Desiree Young and Kaine Horman, they are not suspects in Kyron Horman's disappearance, and neither is Tony Young, Kyron Horman's stepfather. They have all passed their polygraph tests. They are not the focus of law enforcement. They have raised money to search for their son for 15 years. They have done everything to work with law enforcement, to count themselves and mark themselves off that list of people, leaving only Terri Horman and Dede Spicher. They have no alibis. They have unaccounted time. They have been able to use cell phone towers, pings, credit cards, emails, burner phones, text messages, you name it, everything you can think of. There is a mountain of circumstantial evidence in Kyron's case. And it all leads to Terri Horman. And there's even physical evidence in the back of Kaine Horman's truck. There's a gash on Terri Horman's leg. And now a picture of Kyron on burner phones after leaving the school. And those burner phones were, Dede and Terri were using those burner phones on June 4, 2010. Why do they have burner phones? Why did Dede destroy the burner phones? If that isn't suspicious, I don't know what is. And if I have not given people enough to look at and at least question that there are nobody else but Terri, let me know. Email me. Tell me what you think. Give me a theory. If you ever have any questions in Kyron Horman's case, you can come over to me on Kyron Horman Case Revisited Facebook group, ask some questions, join in on discussion. I'm not going to kick you out for having any other theories. I just want to know what theory you have. Maybe I have the, receipt to show you, hey, nope, that's not going to work. I love answering questions in Kyron's case. I'm so saddened that we're here 15 years later, but I'm excited that new information has came out in Kyron's case. I am excited to know that the FBI, the BAU, Gresham Police, Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, and the new district attorney all digitizing Kyron's gigantic case. We're talking 71 binders, 4 inches thick. And this was over 10 years ago. That's how much information they had on Kyron's case. Tips, leads, evidence, you name it. Footage, CCTV, footage given by the public that law enforcement had asked for. 72 binders, 4 inches thick, full of information over 10 years ago. I can't even imagine how much information they're having to digitize and compile for the FBI to look at Kyron's case. Did you hear that, Dede? FBI? Your Oregon state immunity won't mean shit when the FBI has something to do and has something to say about it. The BAU doing behavioral analysis, I believe, is here on purpose to look over, even though law enforcement's not letting it out, to look over Terri Horman and Dede Spicher's behavior. Also huge to have when there's a nobody case. We need that behavioral thing going on, right? There's a nobody. We don't know where Kyron is. Here at Missing PNW, we stand with Kaine, we stand with Desiree, we stand with Tony, we stand with law enforcement. It's exciting to hear that the entire case is about to be relooked at from beginning to end. Was anything missed? Are they going to find something? Can they connect the dots? Can they find new witnesses, new tips? Did they forget to call somebody about a tip? Everything's going to be looked at all over again. Will they go back and talk to other witnesses that spoke before? Will those witnesses remember something else? All of the registered S offenders in the area, all of the teachers, all of the parents, everything, everybody was looked at. There was only one person, two actually, like Desiree says, that had anything to do with, or law enforcement's focus has been on for 15 years. That is Dede Spicher and Terri Horman. Nobody else. These are the women that know something. They know where Kyron is. They know what they did to Kyron that day. They know the plan. They know why they bought those burner phones. We're never going to give up fighting for justice for Kyron and his family here at Missing PNW. I will never stop. I am so focused and so ready for new things coming in Kyron's case that all it is going to do is light a fire under me, just like all of the new stuff coming out in Michael Vaughn's case. Charges coming. Charges will also come in Kyron's case. It's inevitable. I feel like it's going to happen. After speaking with Desiree, she feels like it's going to happen, and that makes me smile even more. I just want to thank everybody for being here. Please call law enforcement's tip line 503-988-0560 if you have any information about Kyron Horman, his disappearance, his whereabouts, heard anything from Dede and Terri. Anybody that knew Dede and Terri that is talking, somebody that gets drunk and mentions it, I don't care how you hear any information. Don't hold on to it. Call the tip line 503-988-0560. You can collect over $50,000. You can remain anonymous. We are here for Kyron and his family. We're just never going to stop. And I cannot wait to be able to bring you even more news. I'm going to cover Kyron a lot coming and moving forward, because not just because of new information, is because I still have so much more to share. All of the new people that have been coming in. I forget that, I started posting all these videos and bringing a better perspective to everybody that came in and watched so long ago. My channel has grown since then. More people are paying attention to Kyron now than ever before. So let's just keep that awareness going for Kyron, sharing the information that I have already put in lives, put out there, put in my computer. We could even scroll through my Facebook group one day or something with people want to do a Q&A. I love answering questions about Kyron Horman. So, I emailed Doug Bishop, asked if he would like to come on my show sometime, or me go over to Doug Bishop's. I, have been on a lot of other YouTube channels, Crime Lies and Lies. I have talked about Kyron on Justin from Clutch Them Pearls show. Look at things if you're interested in getting a better perspective. Just be here for Kyron. Share Kyron's beautiful face. Send prayers to his family and pray for justice, because, 15 years is way, way too long for parents not to know what happened to their son and where he is. Kyron needs to come home. Kyron needs to come home. Thank you, Sarah, again for coming in and being here all day. You're a diehard. We're in 7 hours, 35 minutes. I love you, girlfriend. Thank you so much. Baby kisses. Years ago, she says, Samantha. Yes, years. Wood chipper, thank you for being here today. Yeah, Terri has no shame. She's out there living the life, you guys. So is Dede Spicher. They feel like they're untouchable. They feel like they can do anything, go anywhere. Nope, not for long. Those charges come and they will be in prison for the rest of their lives. I believe they've raised money. They have put out that kind of stuff before. I don't know what their plan is as far as that. I mean, it all adds up. Guilty. Yes, guilty. They are guilty. And I have so much more information. This was 7 hours and 36 minutes, guys. If you guys were to give me another 7 hours, I could still keep going on Kyron's case. I could probably keep going for a good 48 hours. That's how many, that is the layers in Kyron's case. Yeah, feds are coming, Dede and Terri. I mean, come on, BAU and feds. Do you guys realize? I don't know if you guys realized, it was just pointed out to me recently that the cases that the FBI usually helps in and stuff or prosecutes somebody for, like, the percentile is like up in the 90 percentile that they convict. 90 percentile. And they're working on Kyron's case in the BAU too. So that's huge for me to hear, you know, that the FBI has taken a new interest. And of course, it's all because of the new evidence off of those burner phones. It puts Terri and Dede in direct involvement in Kyron's disappearance. Yeah, kids don't just disappear. She is the nastiest piece of work out there. That is for sure. If Dede don't know anything, why the immunity deal? She got the immunity deal. She gave up some information, but not enough to lead anything to Kyron. She knew exactly what she was doing. It's being called an accidental immunity. The way that the prosecutor, the way it was signed and done and everything else, there was no way to take away the immunity deal. She ended up with it. But because it is state organ immunity, it ain't going to mean shit going to the feds. It's on a federal level, so her immunity won't even matter. And I hope you know that, Dede, because it's all coming down. You know, I'm worried about Terri Horman. She visits Mexico a lot. Her husband's family lives down there. I've wondered whether or not Terry's going to take off or hasn't already planned on taking off somewhere down in Mexico and like disappearing with the help of her husband. They also just traveled out of the country, went to Italy and several other countries. And I wondered, did Dede Spicher go too? Like, where was Dede Spicher when Terri Horman shut down her Facebook right after finding out about this new burner phone information and photos on those burner phones? Terri Horman deactivate her Facebook account. Then she leaves and goes out of the country. Why? Did Dede Spicher go out of the country too? I don't know, but I've been trying to find it out, y'all. I've been looking hard. I know, according to Joseph Cristobal, that Dede Spicher and Terri Horman still talk to each other. Terri still has or had a burner phone that she would go out into the car to communicate with, who Joseph Cristobal told me, this is Terry's ex-boyfriend, was Dede Spicher. He even said there's a third party out there, a third person that gets online and using fake Facebook accounts or accounts on social media somewhere or whatever, gets a hold of Dede, gets a hold of Terri, and gets them in contact with each other to let them know to call one another and shit. Like, this is the kind of information I found out from Joseph Cristobal. They are still in communication. So it really worried me when Terri left the country. Why'd she leave the country after deactivating her Facebook? What did her attorney tell her to deactivate her Facebook? Because she was over there blabbing her mouth in Facebook post answering question for these, Terri supporters in this rumor, misinformation group. It's funny. They post today about Shelby, the news reporter that I spoke with, going into her group. Well, Shelby became friends with many, many, many different Facebook groups trying to find out information on Kyron so that she could do her news reports and stuff, right? Well, I find out today that they were posting about her, coming in and being their friend or being a part of their Facebook group. I text Shelby and told her, just to let you know, that group that you joined over there, that's that Terri Horman supporter group that I told you about that spreads rumors, lies, misinformation, disinformation in Kyron's case. I get a text message back. I left the group. Yeah, Shelby left that group. There's so many people out there that follow the Kyron Horman case that knows these women over there, that are just disgusting with fake profiles and just, they talk to one another with their fake profiles. Like this Lexi chick, she's got like her Lexi, her Gonzalez, her this, her that, fake profiles, right? And then she'll make a Facebook post in her group under one of her fake profiles. And then in the comment section, she will actually use all of her fake profiles to have conversations with herself, with all of her different accounts, to make it look like there's actually people liking or talking or whatever in her group, because so many people stopped liking, talking to her, commenting, all of that kind of stuff inside that group, because it's nothing but rumors and lies and misinformation and attacks on Desiree Young, and twisting the way things are going. It's, I'm sure there's going to be something out there about them making fun of me, about me being on the news. I know that they're probably going to be picking on me because I was so excited about emails. They'll be picking on Desiree for something that she says, you name it, it'll be out there. Do we pay attention to it? Not really. We watch and everything because Terri Horman was over there in their group. All we wanted was, what is Terri saying? What is she doing? Can she give us a lick of any information to go on, to research? I can't even tell you how many screenshots or how much information we sent over to Detective Tabor, me and several people that were taking screenshots out of that group. Terri, contradicting herself. I mean, working with law enforcement with those screenshots, letting them know, okay, here she's saying this, but over here she's doing this. Knowing that I have been told by Detective Tabor myself, he is in my Facebook group under a fake name. He is in and was in, or still is in actually, in their Facebook group under using a fake profile. He watches these groups, not only him, but several others. So we weren't the only ones stalking that group because Terri Horman was in there. It was a shit ton of information in there, and Terri Horman's posting and answering questions. Of course we're coming in. She hadn't been active on her Facebook with her real Facebook in God knows how long. And then that group goes over and tells everybody, Terri Horman's in our group. Please come over to our group. James is in our group. Please come over to our group. Using these two people as their meal ticket to get people to come into their group because nobody wants to talk to them. Yeah, I'll go off on a tangent. I know. If I start talking about them because it's just so damn frustrating. I love you too. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you, Latanya. I just appreciate you guys coming in, and I can sit and babble and talk about Kyron all day long. Yeah, good Lord. It is ugly. It is disgusting. You always have that one group of people, don't you? Like in every single case out there, there's always got to be that little group of people, that handful of people that believe the total opposite because they need to be the black sheep instead of following the crowd, which is all right. But just like be open-minded about things. Like there's so much stuff to, even if say they say something over there and we have the receipt to prove that what they're saying is untrue. That don't matter. They don't care about the receipts. They'll still spread the misinformation. And that is why that's what makes them even more ugly. Like even with the proof that what they're saying is a lie, they will still lie about it. They even come into my Kyron Horman group under fake accounts to steal my information that's in there. Come in there, steal the information. All that information in there's facts. Go ahead. But then they spin it in their own narrative. Yeah. Will the feds be knocking on the door? That would be great. I hope so. I hope the feds put Terri in a room with Desiree by herself for 5 minutes. Yeah, we probably don't want Desiree to go to prison for the rest of her life for harming her. Thank you, Beverly, so much. I appreciate you being here all day. I have heard about the third person as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if there is. I don't know. I don't know what law enforcement knows about this third person, but I definitely believe there could be one, especially that Michael Cook character, man. He's weird. And why would he want to know where Kaine was when Kaine was in hiding with Kiara after he got the restraining order and filed for divorce? He inserted himself into this investigation by coming forward, doing a vigil for Kyron in the beginning, acting like he all cared for Kyron, but then he turns around and he lives in that area within miles of Skyline Elementary School. So in this area where we know Terry's driving around, where Dee Dee's working, where Terry's picking up Dee Dee, where was Michael Cook? How long was their relationship, Terri and Michael Cook's relationship, going? This is the man she was sexting at the end of the month. How long was that relationship going on? And they have talked to him several times throughout the years. Why? What does Michael Cook know? Why would he want to know where Kaine was when he was hiding? Make that make sense to me. He inserts himself, he has the vigil, and then he starts sexting with Terri for days and days. Terri even asks him to lie about her going over to his house because, I don't know, like wanted to go over to his house so they could do it, I guess. I don't know. But there's just so much there with Michael Cook. I've really looked into Rudy Sanchez, the landscaper. I really don't believe that he could be this third person. But man, Michael Cook, if I had to say anybody was my third suspect, Michael Cook's right there on the top of the list, my number one third person. Again, this information is not law enforcement. This is my own personal feelings about who the third person can be. Please don't take that information, run with it, start rumors and misinformation. That's not what I'm trying to do, but he is my third suspect in Kyron Horman's case, and he moved away after Kyron's disappearance. For a little while, he moved somewhere else. And now he's back in that area where Kyron disappeared. That worries me. I don't like that. I don't like him being where Kyron could be right now. Because we don't want something else like the Michael Vaughn case and, the moving of bodies and stuff. Yeah, like, I don't like that. Again, I'm just going to say this is not law enforcement. This is only my personal feeling when it comes to Michael Cook. I find him so suspicious. So friggin' suspicious. The other person that I have always found kind of suspicious was Dede Spicher's ex-boyfriend, because Jason Wishart came forward with a letter, actually inserted himself into Kyron's case also, talking to law enforcement, writing a letter to law enforcement telling them that he didn't think that Dede would have anything to do with it, but then also mentions Dede Spicher's aunt's house and points out that Dede Spicher's aunt lives in that area. I believe that's one of the reasons why law enforcement decides to go there. Later on, though, Jason Wishart, we believe from what we can see in obituaries and everything else and links to suicide, because he is no longer with us here at Missing PNW, believe that Jason Wishart did hurt himself. Very sad situation. He was involved with Dede about a year prior to Kyron's disappearance is when they split up. He was with her. He thought, you know what? I think I have Jason Wishart's letter. Hold on a second. And Jason Wishart. What is going on here? Hold on a second. Oh, come on. See, why do I have to be such a... Let me just look here. That is not going to find me anything. Where did you go? Ugh, this is going to bother me now. How do I find that? I lost my Kyron Horman file. I didn't lose it, but let me see what I got here. It's my file. I went to so many other files. I will find it. Hold on. Come. Oh, this is gonna bother me so bad, you guys. I'm so sorry. I cannot find it. That's dumb. Jason Wishart's letter, though, is so ridiculous. And then I've posted an example of Ooh, I know. Hold on a second. I know, you guys. Hold up. Hold up. I know where I can go. Because I have My group. This is going to bother me until I find it, because when I start talking about something, I have to finish. We don't want that open. Where do I search here? Search. Jason Wishart. All right. This is the information that I have on an old post. Dede Spicher's former boyfriend describes Terri Horman's friend, as a high-energy, dramatic person who changed dramatically. An ex-boyfriend of Dede Spicher said he was stunned when he learned that investigators were interested in the whereabouts of Spicher on the day Kyron Horman disappeared. Jason Wishart, who has volunteered as a child advocate in Multnomah County for more than a decade, said he dated Spicher for about 10 months and they had even talked of marriage. But their relationship fell apart early August 2009. Wishart, 41, said he called Multnomah County Sheriff's Office tip line soon after hearing Spicer's name in the news. So here he is inserting himself. My mouth was agape. I couldn't believe that what I was seeing, Wishart said. I thought, oh my gosh, there's two things that investigators should look at. So now he's pointing. He's saying she couldn't have anything to do with it, but then telling law enforcement, here's something to look at. He provided investigators with the name of a close confidant of Spicer's and an address in the 101,000. Let's see. The address off North Bishop Road, Washington County, where Dede Spicher had lived with her aunt after she moved to Portland from Klamath Falls, where Dede Spicher currently lives. The Bishop Road address was one of the addresses that investigators searched. Investigators looking into the disappearance of Kyron Horman have searched Spicer's Tualatin condo, the garden property where she was working on June 4th, and her aunt's address as they seek to determine Spicer's movement the day Kyron disappeared. Kyron was last seen at Skyline School the morning of June 4th. Spicer, 43, is a friend of Terri Horman, now Vasquez, Kyron's stepmother. Spicer told People's Magazine in the week edition that she never left the Northwest Old Germantown Road property where she was working. But anyway, Wishart said he met Spicer in the fall of 2008 when they were classmates at the Portland Community College. And the Portland Community College is right around the corner from Skyline Elementary School on Rock Creek campus. And they became study partners. He described Terri as being high energy and dramatic person who had just completed the Portland Dede, high energy dynamic person who had just completed the Portland Marathon. Yes, Dede Spicher, part of her marathon, used to work out. Her and Terri met at a gym. I was attracted to her intelligence, high amount of energy, and straightforward, matter-of-fact attitude, he said. She was committed to exercise and a special diet, preparing her meals, mostly cooked vegetables, ahead of time in Tupperware containers. He said Spicer's personality changed when she lost a receptionist job. She lived on unemployment, stopped working out, and gave up on her diet. Spicer most recently had obtained a gardening internship, Wishart said. Spicer, on the side, started her own house sitting and pet sitting service. Wishart said he didn't know Terri Horman. He described Spicer of having a good, so I got that wrong earlier, you guys, talking about didn't know Terri. Got good I can't even read that word right now. And intelligence, but emotionally gullible. But anyway, in the letter also describes that when they split up, he said that she would told him, I'll never be with a man again. And later on, Jason Wishart, we believe, we don't know 100%, but I'm 90% sure he took his own life. Did he take his own life because he felt guilty about something he could have had involvement with Dede and Terri and Kyron? I don't know. But that is something we believe that he did. We just don't know why. And, you know, it's very heartbreaking for anybody to do that. That was really crazy to hear Desiree talk about that earlier, too, about wanting to harm herself after Kyron passed away. That was really devastating, actually, to hear. And that she had made a promise to Tony that she wouldn't do that. You are a force missing. Thank you. I posted a map of where Jason Wishart lived. Yeah, I totally looked into it, drove by it, went over there, especially after I found out he moved back into the area. Because why would you disappear for a while and then why would you move back to the same house that you were living? Because he just rented out his house for a while when he left, but then he moves back this way. Not Jason Wishart, but Michael Cook. And that was a little crazy because Michael Cook, number 1, Jason Wishart, number 2. And those are the only third suspects that I have, honestly. Maybe there's somebody else out there that I don't know about, but I never seen anybody else talked about ever. And law enforcement, the way that they spoke about this third person or this other person, witnesses said saw in and around Terri Horman's truck at the school while she was inside the school. Law enforcement was they did it on purpose. They weren't specific on whether or not it was a man or a woman because they wanted new tips, new witnesses to come forward to see if it would match up with what other witnesses were already telling them. Anyway, I just want to thank everybody so much for being here. I'm going to play a couple Kyron songs with pictures and everything. Thank you guys all for coming in for today. We just hit the 8-hour mark. God bless Kyron. God bless his family. Thank you guys all for coming. I just can't even express how much that means to me. Today was a special all-day live commemorating the 15th year anniversary of Kyron Horman's disappearance, June 4th, 2010, from Portland, Oregon, from his elementary school. 2 people are the focus of law enforcement, and it is Terri Horman and Dede Spicher. If you could ever come up with another name, let me know. I would love to hear it. But for right now, you guys, love you guys. I'm tired. I need to eat. Have a good night.
We're coming for you. Don't sleep.
Great kid. He's got a great smile. Everybody has become familiar with it. Just remember that. Keep it in your head.
It's been 2 heartbreaking months since a 7-year-old went missing.
What do you miss most about seeing him as a mother and father? What do you think about?
Is a very affectionate kid. He has been since he was a baby. Just the random hugs and the sounds, and he has a short hair. I always run my fingers through his hair.
He helps me shave my head and likes to rub my head for the 3 or 4 days while it's still short. Going out and feeding the cat together. Our morning walks down to the bus.
We're coming for you. Don't sleep. We're coming for you. Don't sleep. We're coming for you. Don't sleep. We're coming for you. Don't sleep.